Hello.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. How's everyone doing, including you, Woolie?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm completely overpowered by a single phrase that it's all I can think about all week. And that phrase is fuck Carol Baskin.
Oh, there we go. We're caught up. We're all caught up.
Holy shit.
So now that we're all here, now that we're all on the same page, it is my pleasure to announce to you that the sheriff of whatever fuck town that is 100% reopened the case.
Yes.
And is going to find out what happened with Carol Baskin and her husband and all the good stuff from that episode. So the
fantastic.
The case is reopened. And that's this, and it's being reopened by the same the sheriff apparently of this area is also the same badass that went and arrested one of those stupid preachers that was running a mega church meeting that was didn't care about people and was just doing the fucking giant service anyway type of thing. So that was in the news about this mega church pastor getting arrested, and it's same sheriff is also there's a comedian that was friends with him, and he was just kind of talking about how he's so did you pretty much just watch the series and that was it? And he's oh yeah, I just saw it, I saw that episode. I'm oh yeah, no, I gotta reopen that case. And that's exactly what it was.
Take a look. Find some old DNA or some shit.
So this is not the first time, nor will it be the last time, it seems, that a Netflix docuseries reopens the case.
I like to think that if you're a detective and you're sitting around and you got some cold cases in your hand and you turn on the TV and they go, hey, there's a massively unsolved case in your county that you fucked up.
Yeah.
You go, and
we filmmakers here kind of did most of the work for you.
Yes.
We did some of the basic legwork. We talked to some people that you didn't talk to. And here you go. We're giving you a little boost on the swing, Just
a little nudge.
Now you can take it as far as you need to go.
To those of you at home not knowing what we're talking about the Netflix crime documentary Tiger King.
Number one. It's now that Netflix is showing rankings, we can see that it is number one.
Oh, they show rankings now?
Yeah, you scroll down the little sections, and there's now a list of number one in Canada, number one in America, and so on. You can see what people are watching, so we can fully embrace
it's motherfucking Tiger King,
the leaderboard mentality. I wanted to say, in terms of crimes being solved by the filmmakers, the number one of all time on that has to be, I talked about it at some point earlier, but The Jinx. This is Robert Durst, the murderer of New York that basically killed his wife, then got off scot-free, then killed a roommate, then got off scot-free, and then
sick.
And it's this whole series. It's this really interesting series. You can watch it. It's The Jinx. It's 6 episodes. And I mean, I've talked about it before. If you don't want to know anything about about it and you're interested, it's a really good series. Go check it out. But I'm gonna kind of just spoil reality right now because it's really interesting and it's reality. But they basically follow this case. Hey, okay, do you remember? Did you watch Kimmy Schmidt?
I watched the first season of Kimmy Schmidt.
Okay, do you remember? I think it was the first season when the crazy landlady is dating this weird old guy that's Fred Armisen with gray hair.
That doesn't sound familiar. That might be the second season.
Okay.
Or maybe I just forgot.
Maybe. Because he's kind of this recurring character. He's a recurring weirdo. Fred Armisen shows up, and he's got this weird, he's got gray hair, and he's got this weird way of talking where he's kind of just a bit disconnected and strange. And he only has a couple of one-liners, I think he talks about going to pick up dead bird bodies or something at one point. and it's fantastic. And I was like, and when you see the Jinx, which is the character that he's basically playing, it's fucking 1-to-1. And in the Jinx, right? So it's a 6-episode series, and like, yeah, again, let you know, I'm gonna spoil it. Like they basically.
Oh no! Oh, you're spoiling the real world.
I'm spoiling reality, folks, which is
goodness.
weirdest thing about the weirdest thing about nowadays is that yes, reality can be spoiled. We are following this story through this guy's life, and you get to see how like all these little odds and ends, all these twists and turns, and basically him being connected to the right people more or less allow him to skate when his wife goes missing one day and nobody knows what happens, right? And and then you're like, okay, there's so much weirdness around this, and there's so much like, there's definitely sketchy signs, but hey, reasonable doubt, right? Sure. So he goes past that, and then years later, his roommate ends up super duper found in pieces in the water, right? The body parts in garbage bags, it tossed in the water, right? And his lawyer is able to argue and basically get the point across that, okay, so I was in the living room while he was in the kitchen, and yes, we were having an argument, but then he kind of just had a heart attack and died. And and then after he died, yes, Your Honor, I was panicking, so I was guilty of cutting up his body, and I didn't know what to do, so I threw the parts in the river. So I totally did dismember the body and try to hide it, but I did not kill him. The act of murder was not committed by me.
I see.
I was there when he dropped dead, and then I cut him up. Right? Fucking psychotic. And then they go, yeah.
What a natural thing to do. What a obvious.
Checks out.
Okay.
Sounds good, right?
Sounds great.
And then they go literally years later, a friend of his is working on or is involved with like some sort of case that she does. I forget what the details are, but there's a friend of his that's like now kind of like working with people that are on his tail to figure out like what he did, and they're like we can't let him get off or whatever. And she gets involved in the wrong thing and basically crosses him in some way where, he feels threatened or whatever. And then suddenly he's in one area, and then she goes missing, and everyone's like, what the fuck? How did that happen? What's going on? And they're like, oh, we don't know. We don't know. She just suddenly was not around anymore. And then they go and they show, they're like, well, we were able to basically see here that at some point you got in your car and drove to her state of California, and
which you don't live in.
Which you don't live in, and you were there for like less than a day, and then he's like, yeah, crazy. I had to take care of some business, and I drove to the north part of California, but she was in the south part of California, so whatever. I had some other business to take care of, and they're like, yeah, but don't you see that like the time frame and the you know what I mean? Like it all kind of lines up, and he literally looks at the camera and does everything but wink and smirk. And he does smile a little bit and goes, California is a big state, right? And then like you get it, it's nonsense. So he gets off, right? So this whole show like goes by, and he literally gets away with 3 fucking bodies, right? And the people filming it are like, just, okay, well, this is the story. We filmed it. We talked to him. We got what we could. Cases are closed. That's it. Man's living in New York doing his thing. And so they go, we want to do like one last follow-up interview, now that this is all behind you, right? And just kind of, whatever, we'll close it all out. We've been following you for all these years. Let's just get one last piece in here, and then we'll finish our documentary, and that'll be that, And he's like, yeah, sure. So he comes in and he sits down, and this is well after he's been like cleared and acquitted. And he does this interview, and they wire him up. And they go, okay, so, they ask him about how he's been and how it's going and all that jazz. And then they go, okay, just one last little thing here. The ransom note, or not the ransom note, but the letter that was found, in the missing lady's house that basically warned her or whatever, it has this writing on it, and it has this exact type of handwriting and this exact type of lettering here, right? And this is her name spelled by the person who probably killed her. Agreed? And he's like, yeah, right. And it's like, okay, now here's a check that you wrote to her some 10 odd years ago or so, and here's her name written by you by your hand, and this is how you wrote it. Would you agree?
That's really similar.
And he's like, yeah, that's my check. And they're like, okay, so when we put these two over each other, would you see that there's any discernible difference between the two? And he kind of stops and he goes, well, no, I wouldn't. And then he starts to burp a lot. He gets really gassy and starts he gets moist. You know what I mean? And you just start to see the lizard scales underneath, right? The lizard scales start actually poking through.
And his second set of eyelids go.
And then he kind of goes, would you excuse me for a moment? And then he gets up, right? And they go, all right, well, I guess that's that. They're like, he's whatever. He's gonna, he's done here. He walked in with no lawyer. He walked in with no legal advice. He was just
a documentary, whatever.
Just here to finish it up,
Yeah.
So they go, all right, well, he walks out of the bathroom and then he goes, yeah, all right, guys, well, thanks for your time. I'll take care. I'll see you. And never. And then he fucking pieces, right? He dips out.
Right.
And they're like, so literally, I want to say a year and a half possibly goes by. A long period of time goes by. And then they're editing the whole thing together. And then someone who's working with them, an intern, realizes that when he got up and walked to the bathroom, his mic was still on him. So they go into the audio of him in the bathroom, and you hear him close the door, walk up, turn on the faucet, and then go, oh boy, what have you done? What have you done?
Oh no.
Killed them all, of course. Of course I did.
Oh.
Now what? Now what? And then he kind of just makes some weird noises and then walks back out and says, all right, guys, later. And everyone's like, ah!
This is the greatest scoop ever.
It's the sickest hot mic you've ever heard. The sickest hot mic you've ever heard. It's a really fun ride going through to see the level of bullshit and then finally the comeuppance. That's why the only reason why I use the word fun is because it ends in comeuppance. But it's just to break it for you, that's what goes down. And then as soon as that thing aired, I want to say they caught him on the tarmac trying to go to Cuba or something like that. He was literally suitcase packing.
Excuse me,
to get out of the country.
And they on a trip to Cuba now.
And they grabbed him the fuck off the plane. And that's what it was, but they got him seconds away from fleeing the country because the time delay between him saying the thing and then them finding that bit and then it being about to come out, he was I guess he fucked around long enough and then caught wind of it. So that's what it was, Yet somehow still signed the release on everything.
Yeah, well.
That's the Jinx.
People make stupid fucking mistakes.
If you want to go watch this, it's called The Jinx. It's about Robert Durst.
Now that's fascinating. And it's fascinating because you describe a situation in which a guy, he doesn't realize he's Mike, so he fucks up, right?
Yep.
Tiger King is the total opposite. Tiger King is taking advantage of something that a lot of documentary crews find out, is that if you're there for long enough and you film literally everything everybody just kind of forgets that you're actually there.
Yeah. So I keep hearing
and
about
you can
that.
catch anything.
I want to say that's just human nature because it works too well across the board. There's way too many cases of people that, they just, at first you're self-conscious, but then it just takes too much energy to keep up the appearances. So then you just relax into a state of being yourself. And at some point, you don't really even think about the cameras, right? But he did think about the cameras when the TV show started. And when he had to, Joe Exotic had to walk around to all of his staff who were just doing their normal jobs and be like, "Hey, you, what the fuck's with those shoes?"
Yeah, it's a situation. I just took a look at it. It's was originally found out in something called a video series on total institutions by a sociologist named Goffman. Basically, the idea is that a total institution is like a prison, a mental hospital, certain kinds of hospitals, the army. It's a little pocket society. And they went to a mental institution at the time and just started filming it with the permission of the warden, essentially. And after a couple weeks, they stopped giving a shit that the cameras were there and just went right back to the crime shit that would happen all the time with the patients. Right. And ended up getting that place shut down and stuff like that. And then turns out, you put a camera on somebody for long enough, you just disappear entirely. And it's fascinating because Tiger King is so many things. I think that's probably the most crazy thing to me is that it is so many different stories.
Do you understand?
And it's a nonsense escalation that just like by the end of the first episode is like, oh wow, this is gonna be a crazy story. And then the second episode is like, oh, who cares about that story from last episode? Exactly. That's why. Who gives a shit?
Yes, that's why this is being talked about so much, and why everyone is like, you gotta go in here because it's your perfect mix of like these ridiculous characters on their own are so mind-bogglingly fascinating, but then the things happening are also just like, okay, swerve, not even like 90 degrees, but like full 180 and then 45 again, from wherever you were going, because you just end up in stranger than fiction events and scenarios,
just nonstop.
You couldn't Chuck Pahilnik couldn't fucking write something that baffling.
You go from like animal rights activists versus private zoos in the US and the drama within, to is that guy dead, to is this a cult, to on and on and on and on.
And I just love the consistency that is, if you own a fucking tiger, you're not normal. You cannot be normal. There has to be something in you.
They deal with Joe Exotic. They deal with Carol Baskins. They deal with that guy that was up north.
The guru.
Yeah, no, that's the doc. There's the other guy who teams up with Jeff Lowe at the end. That guy they were interviewing throughout the thing.
Monkey Man.
There's Jeff Lowe. There's all crazy cat people.
Everyone forgets about.
They're all insane.
Everyone forgets about Scarface too. Don't forget Scarface.
Oh, yeah, Scarface is there, yeah.
Everyone forgets about Scarface.
I think the craziest thing about Scarface is he starts talking. And he's like, oh, yeah, they based Tony Montana off of me. I went to jail for all yada, yada, yada. I had to sell all the millions of dollars of drugs because I kept having to buy all these animals. And it cuts to shots of what is essentially Tony Montana in a house zoo.
Yep. Private collection.
What?
It's great. I mean, listen, dude, like there are just some fucking like seeing that, and like, so I remember when we got to the John Oliver clip, that's where like Punch Bomb was like, oh my God, yes, okay, no, this is kind of coming around. There's a connection. I must have seen this. Clip. And you're just like fucking what are you going to do when, now that we've gotten to meet this man, what kind of clip are you going to see out of context entirely, and just some dude standing there going like, I refuse to cut my hair, I'm gay, I got 2 boyfriends, we just got married, I got a case against me from some bitch down in Florida. And he's standing next to tigers and he's like, and I'm running for president of the United States of America. And you're just like, this is the best, like, and it's so nuts to see how like you would see that clip and fall in love with it immediately. and then now you get the backstory of like how all of that fits together. It's like it's just like it's beautiful, right? When they get past that point, I want to say right after they say that they introduce you to the idea of him running for fucking for president and then for governor
for
all
office,
that.
yeah.
Did you see Josh? Poor Josh.
Here's the thing. You mentioned something about a vape pen that like made you laugh so hard that you had to leave the room. I don't get it. He smokes from a vape pen.
Okay, so it's the first time he shows up. I got multiple tweets from people going, "Dude, I just fucking fell over and lost my shit." Like I'm glad other people you must have missed it. A lot of people didn't, but it's the first time he shows up and he goes, "Hi, my name's Joshua, whatever, and I am Joe Exotic's campaign manager, and it was the worst year of my life." And then it just hard cuts to him inhaling. He takes a fucking suck on his jewel and goes,
yeah, I remember.
And it's
it's
just the juxtaposition. It's just the cut of some poor normal guy, some poor normal libertarian who shows up and is just like, I'm the smart guy that he knew because I sold him ammo at a Walmart once. And so he's like, yeah, you seem pretty smart. You'll be my campaign manager. And he's like,
there's a real...
Okay. And like, it's just that exhale. That exhale, there was so much of his soul that came out of the fucking smoke in that.
There's a moment when he comes in, and I'm going to talk around this, but as soon as that campaign guy came in and starts talking, I'm like, oh, something really bad happened with you. Like, really bad.
Yeah.
And then I start paying attention to who's getting interviewed in what order.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, something's
really, up here.
Really, really bad happened here.
What's going
sure
on?
Enough, he gets it like the worst of almost any single person in that entire story.
It is almost like slapstick in how the footage exists, right? He gets it so fucking rough, and it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous that the antics that it takes it to are such that he's just like, what the fuck did I sign up for? You know, this poor dude. And the fact too that
I just wanted to hang out with Tiger Man and do a little campaign thing. It'd be fun.
He's like, I don't care whose campaign it was. My dream job was campaign manager, whatever. And then the fact that it's like, hey, Joe, what are your views on anything? And he's like, whatever. And he's like, okay, cool, got it. And then like he literally just goes like, okay, so these are my things that I believe in. You're running for the Libertarian Party. And Joe's like, whatever. Yeah, sure. And just goes down the list of all the things that Josh himself believes in. Like, it is just a wild, and all of that is basically just the wild fucking it's one arc, It is the campaign race arc of the story. It is completely like its own isolated bit that goes between the fucking Cell games and the Boo Saga.
I don't like it hits, and then then you get to the end of the story, which I feel doesn't conclusively end, and that's because it's real life and it's not conclusively over.
Last episode sucks. They kind of stretched it. Didn't need to be there.
You start typing, and you start finding out all sorts of crazy shit.
Yeah.
About what's going on right now.
Yeah, poor Joe tested positive.
Poor Joe Exotic. Well, maybe it depends how much of a murderer he is. Has unfortunately tested positive for our good friend the COVID.
Jeff Lowe, his partner, basically sitting there running the Ja Rule game, the Ja Rule school of thought of like, it's like, what is it? Would you call it entrapment? I'd call it whatever else he said. He said it in the exact same tone of voice, in the exact same way that Ja Rule said false advertising.
Jeff Lowe, unfortunately, continues to be a person.
Well, there's that. There's that. And then
it's wild to me in a giant cavalcade in which everyone is either so poor that they can't do anything or is the worst scum imaginable. The person who is ostensibly the focus of our story, who may be an attempted murderer and arsonist, is like the most relatable out of them all.
It's there. Shout outs to there's a Sam Roberts tweet where he shows a picture of them side by side and goes, "The Undertaker is what Jeff Lowe thinks he looks like."
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, 100%.
You know, like goddamn, it's so true. Yeah, man, and of course, right, the fact that you get all the way through and you're like, by the end, the big cats are the least interesting part of the story.
Oh, who cares about the tigers? Like,
it's nothing.
Tiger King, and you're like, oh, whatever.
You're waiting. You're sitting there with bated breath, waiting for the moment where you're like, okay, one of these fuckers is getting got, and it's like someone does get got, and then after that, there's another.
It's none of the people that you would think.
No, there isn't. And then after that, there's an almost get. You know, when he's you son of a bitch. Fuck out of here! I'll shoot you, you stupid bitch.
Was there a moment when you were watching it where you got to see like alternate reality, washed up and bald Norman Reedus? With
possibly,
the fucking handyman Jeff Lowe's guy. Looks exactly like a bald, overweight Norman Reedus. It fucking freaked me out so bad.
You know as well as I do that Norman has friends that own tigers. He has no fewer than two. No fewer than two. He might be a full-on Hollywood star right now, so he might not have called them in a minute, but he knows no fewer than two.
There's something about that guy. I think that guy's my favorite character because of his introduction is so obviously a lie. Because he gets introduced as, who is this guy? He's my handyman. What's he do?
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
He's very loyal.
Yeah. Absolutely. Fucking
what does that
tear
mean?
Tear
he's
tattoo.
Extremely loyal. He's good. He's a good man.
So the problem is that type of thing. I know that I've told you about that from like Jamaica has a lot of that, right? Yeah. My dad has like one of those people, right, on his property where it's just like, this is the guy, and what does he do? What do you need him to do?
He's a fixer.
You know, he's There's Yeah, and it's just what do you need? What, you need some basic construction? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, fix that.
You want some walls put up? Sure, no problem.
Yeah, please fix that. Yeah.
You want some heads cracked? Well, you can talk to some people, but he's just around. He's around, you know, and that type of thing in this context. Of course it's going to go the direction it goes in, you know,
and it goes a different direction.
Yeah. Those taped phone calls, man, just the level of like, hey, so you working with the feds? I am. And, you're going to want to do exactly what I tell you to say on the phone right now. Okay. Yep. Whatever, you know, whatever you say, guys. Yeah. It's incredible. Tiger King also, again, like, even though it follows Joe Exotic, you just get these other characters, man. Like, it goes into Doc's life. And I told you about like the moments where Doc is like setting up his character and then he goes into character and then comes out of
places. That goes big places.
Exactly. Right. Hard cut to ex-girlfriend, like, hey, so what was that all about? And she's like, okay, well, you know, big old fucking tiger cult. What are you gonna do?
What?
You know,
a cult.
And like, and just the idea, and like I think his son shows up for 1 second to go like, oh yeah, no, he's the center of his world, and whatever else you call that.
He's like a discount Jesus, man.
But hey, you want to get to know the tigers? Well,
so there was one thing about that whole show that really threw me, like, bad, and it made like everyone seem even more insane than I thought. And that was every single person in that show at some point says, "Oh man, you got a tiger? People fucking do anything."
Yep. I was about to say. Yep.
And I'm like, why? I mean, it's cool.
Nah, dude, you don't like, you're missing the critical piece of information here. All right. You're missing the part where one of the most popular photos on Tinder and Match for guys is the guy holding the baby tiger. The guy playing with the baby tiger photo is a massive hit. Because
but what's up? Why do bitches love tigers so much?
It's well, first of all, there's just the personal thing of like, look, it's cute, right? But then there's the thing of like, but it's wild and untamed, right?
No, it's not. It's in a zoo.
Shut up. It's wild and untamed. It represents the tiger that you were taught about in a storybook. Shut up. You were taught as a child, tiger is the fucking king of the jungle. This is what it is. All right?
The whole time Paige and I are watching it, we just keep like looking at the antics with the tigers, which occur on occasion, and we look over at our stupid cat and look back at the TV and go, they're just big cats.
Shut up. Wild and untamed.
Just large house cats.
The system and the people in my life and the bad vibes, they try to pull me down, but I am untamed. I am a free spirit. I am a tiger. I am wild like this tiger I'm posing with right here, and anyone who knows me knows that this is my spirit animal, and I will pay to come pet it 3 times a week. And if you wheeled it into your Vegas bedroom in a fucking closed suitcase where the fucking thing couldn't breathe, I'm going to still pay to get up in that hotel. I'm going to take my photos for Instagram because everyone's going to love them, and then I'll throw some booty your way, and it is what it is.
They're just big cats.
They're tigers, Pat.
Also,
they represent the spirit.
Shit all. There's even the documentary's like, oh yeah, there's way more tigers in zoos than there are in the wild.
It's of course, but that doesn't matter. It's the icon, man. Don't you remember how clownfish almost fucking died forever?
Yeah.
When Finding Nemo came out?
I remember a fucking explosion of animal crimes when 101 Dalmatians came out.
100%.
There were fucking news reports that were like, stop buying Dalmatians. They're actually bad with kids. They're not a beginner dog. Morons.
People, Pat, you seem to be like you need to understand that people will 100% endanger something or fuck it up or not care for the sake of symbolism IRL. People climb fucking buildings and take suicide shots. They do all kinds of crazy shit, right? Showing yourself off with a tiger, especially on a dating site. Do you not understand the idea that if I'm here with a tiger, right, and it's a cute baby tiger, then it means not only that this is my connection, that I have this type of like wild spirit, but also I'm sensitive, but I'm also powerful because I'm sensitive.
It just means you went and paid the fucking
shut the fuck up.
Bucks to pet
I'm
a tiger
sensitive, but I'm powerful enough to have control over such a powerful animal, and we are the same, and you should look at us the same, and you should swipe right.
You know what, Woolie? I feel very out of touch because I don't understand. Despite your explanations, I just don't understand. I don't get it.
Symbolism.
Symbolism's fucking stupid.
That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist for people.
Here's a symbol for you.
Yeah,
to those of you listening to the audio version, I'm holding up my middle finger.
Great. No one else, like, that doesn't change the fact that it's out there. It's stupid, but it exists, and that's the answer to why. You know, and like the level of how sad it is when you see them like holding up the fucking kitten, and going to each person, like take 2 steps, take 2 steps, take 2 steps, and just like snap, snap, snap. The conveyor belt line of like photos with it's like they don't care, man. These people, they like the idea of it, you know. They've got their fucking leopard print wardrobes, like Carol does. They're coming from the same fucking school of thought. Also,
maybe humans were the real monsters all along.
Hey there, cats and kittens. Shit. Cool cats, cool kittens. What's up? It's like, I'll tell you.
Oh man, it's the one that he starts. It's the one that he starts the videos. What's up, motherfuckers? Like, I don't know why.
Okay, but hold on though. Okay,
wasn't that supposed to be like a campaign ad?
So you didn't. So the vape didn't get you. That's fine.
Yeah.
The fucking commercial, the campaign ad, that was good, right? You can't tell me what the fuck happened when it cut to here, kitty, I got something juicy for you.
That music video is incredible. That music video is incredible.
So,
and the lookalike they got for Carol is dead on.
So one, like, I'm like literally going like, praise Odin, thank everyone, thank you Jesus, God, Buddha, that this man is on top of all things a country singer, right?
Well, he's not actually.
Well, that's where we go.
That's not his voice. That's not his song. He stole those songs.
So you find out afterwards that he completely didn't sing at all. There was a band, he paid them to do the music, and then he just lip synced over the whole thing. So that was fucking nonsense. But when watching this and it cuts to him singing and they establish that he's got multiple albums and you're like, holy fuck, thank you. It's the best. Of
course he does.
Because you need the Joe Exotic brand in all flavors and corners of life. You want to see when he's on a condom, you're like, fuck yeah, he's on a condom. Of course he is. Why wouldn't he be?
It's fucking wild because, like, you see, this is the character that if you were to put this into a TV show, people would be like, this character is nonsense and outrageous. Like, we're talking about.
That's why I keep saying the same thing. You can't write it.
Like a leg brace, wearing, mullet sporting, Oklahoma gay polygamist cowboy tiger man.
Worst eyebrow piercing I've ever seen.
Oh my god, it's like hanging on by a thread.
The worst I've ever seen. Unbelievably terrible eyebrow piercing. Little fucking flesh flap. And then straight up, like, how do you keep these like Southern gentlemen around you? You going for hot hick. You got hot hick boyfriends out the wazoo. What the fuck are you doing? Well, it turns out you'll be gay for meth. It turns out, right? If you've got a really bad meth habit and you only got one source for it, then fuck it. I'll take one for the team, and the team being my meth habit.
Oh, damn. I love meth. It's my favorite.
And then, like, the fact that, too, it's like, by the end of the goddamn thing, some other poor dude is like, this, like, hot, in the prime of his life, attractive dude is like, I'll wait for you, Joe. You know, we had some good times, and sure, we got married after, like, weeks of knowing each other. And we practically stood on the fucking corpse of the last one. But hey, I'll wait for you. And you're like,
they did actually stand on his corpse
with the mom right there. With the mom right there.
So you know what's a bonus? So I did some reading. Did you know there was another one that was actually in the documentary, but his insanity didn't go anywhere, so he got cut?
Oh no, I didn't.
So he was another guy that he married at 19 alongside the
Travis?
first one, not Travis. No. There was the guy with all the tattoos.
Yeah.
Right? Without a shirt for the whole documentary for some reason.
Teeth.
Before him, there was another one.
Okay.
That worked on the fucking zoo.
Okay.
But he just fucked off. He didn't like die or go
Nothing,
to jail or
nothing
anything.
happened there.
He was just like, I'm out of here, man.
Okay. Well, again, meth will
open doors.
Open all kinds of possibilities that you didn't think was possible. It's kind of wild.
You've got tigers and you've got meth. What do you have? Not meth tigers, but infinite husbands.
The world is yours. The world is yours. Poor fucking Travis, dude. And you're just like, this guy can go anywhere. Just go to Miami and just be hot and get as much of whatever you want. Why you gotta stick around and put your hand on the glass for poor Joe? You can go live up your life, man. I feel.
Nah, man, it's true love.
Yeah.
It always makes me feel better, and maybe this is like I don't know, not vindictive, but maybe this is evil. But you watch these stories and you go, man, I used to be much dumber when I was this person's age, but it wasn't nearly this dumb.
Oh, you weren't leave your family to join a fucking
meth cult? No,
a meth tiger cult. Don't forget the word.
No, you know what?
You need all the words in there.
I wasn't.
Huh. Well, how about that? Right? Yeah. and there's all these little moments where you're like, haha, look at this silly shit. And then it just hard cuts to, you want to see how we deal with problems around here? And just boom. And you're like, why are we cutting to like hard explosives and gunshots as like little transition
early,
stingers,
like episode 1, right?
You know, and then at some point they're literally like staring at the footage of like, here's a fucking blow up doll of Carol, and he's just like, ha ha.
I think it's like episode 3 or 4, in which a lawsuit is lost and possessions have to start being given away.
Yeah.
And we smash cut to, oh, you want my fucking bed? And then it blows up with like dynamite or some shit.
This bitch wants my watch. You want this watch?
And I'm like staring with my mouth open, being like, this is the halfway point.
Dude.
Where can this possibly go?
It could not have been episodes 1 or 2. It had to be somewhere in there where they're like, we got a gift for you, Carol, and then they like, we put poisonous snakes in your mailbox. Poisonous snakes in the mailbox was like episode 1.
Up, that were mailed effectively too. That, like,
you know, fuck, man. And it's like, yeah, like you have to remember too, she's not up the street.
No, she's out in Florida.
She's in another state. They have to go down there to fuck with them. When he wants to put on the bloody bunny suit and just roll around on the ground in front of Big Cat Rescue signs and be all like, oh God, my guts are all out, I'm fucking dead. He has to drive down to Florida to do that.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Tiger King. The Tiger Lords.
Oh my God. This is everything about this is the best.
Again, the only thing I have to say about, and just in terms of just like the documentary making, well, one, it was pretty like interesting to see why the reality TV guy was there. Right? Like, why are you following him? Man. Why are you talking to him? And it's like, well, because your story has a conclusion, you know? But
sure does.
But no, the problem is that when you get to that final episode and you're just in the like, well, legal stuff, you know, it's like, yeah, we got nothing else to really say. There's nothing else going on. So let's just follow the amputee guy around because and you're like, what are you know? Can we stop following this guy? Like, what do we have to
John Rinke and Saf, and I forget the third guy's name, the emaciated Shaggy with the sunglasses.
He was legit. That dude.
Those three people, they're legit, and they seemed like real good people.
Shaggy,
and they got fucked, man.
Shaggy was just like, yep, I saw a job on Craigslist. It's like, you want to take care of tigers? I'm like, I sure ain't ain't done that before. So yeah, totally gets in there and is like, every time he's doing things, he's just riding around with this he's pouring gas into from one container to another with a lit cigarette hanging out his mouth. And you're just like, yeah, this dude's real, man. And they're just like, cool. Check it out. How do we eat? Well, here's the buckets of fucking pizza of meat, of old meat from the goddamn grocery stores and the Walmart. It's like, you want to have some of this exotic pizza? Yeah, where do you think the meat came from? It's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's great. Yeah, it could have been one episode shorter. That's the only thing I gotta say.
Or it could have been one episode longer if they waited 1 year.
If they waited 1 year, I suppose. But hey, people needed Tiger King now. Now was the time. And anybody who's currently filming a documentary, you have to wonder if they're filming it and everyone's kind of wondering, it's like, if I wait long enough, do you think something's going to happen? If you're following a case that's kind of interesting and you're like, should we cash out? It's like Killer Instinct. You got all this damage and you're going like, you got your auto doubles going, duh. And then you're seeing big damage and you're like, I can just do the ender right now. But
I could just do the ender right now.
But if some crazy shit happens and we're still filming, it's going to be even better. I want to go for a godlike combo, And you're waiting to see if you're going to get a counter broken. You want to know. But until then, you got to keep rolling. You got to keep hitting those auto doubles. Especially the weirder the character, the wilder the location, the more you got to keep it going. You're going to hold out at least for another couple months.
There's going to be a sequel to Tiger King in like 25 years where they just find like 100 skeletons of something in one of their yards. And it won't be tigers.
It really is interesting too how like the takeaway after all of it, everyone lands on the same page, which is, as fucked as this whole thing goes, the absolute go fuck yourself villain is the one who's framing herself as the protagonist, right?
Yeah, Paige was able to nail it down just why everyone is like, the takeaway is like, okay, Jeff Lowe, he is a professional scumbag.
You can
see that from far away.
He made his fortune on scum. Yeah.
His friend, a possible murderer, small-time criminal.
Convict guy,
Joe, insane. Just insane.
Yeah.
But Carol's trying to tell you, Doc's a leader of a cult.
Cult leader.
You get that.
Big fucking manipulator creepo.
But Carol is trying to tell you that she's Cat Jesus.
Yeah.
And there's something about that insincerity is just like,
especially,
fuck.
And like, here's the thing.
I hate it.
Like, of course, when they cut to the missing husband's family, you go, oh, there it is. But even before they show them, when you see her just like basically being like, well, we're Big Cat Rescue, we're not a zoo, but we still do charge tickets and admission, and we still do basically run the same kind of business. The only difference is we don't
let you pet the cubs.
We don't touch
them.
Don't pet
the cubs.
But otherwise, it's the same fucking shit. And also, we don't pay our volunteers, so there's that. We get millions of hits on YouTube, and we get millions of hits on Facebook, and we get these huge checks online or whatever. But we have people that are here that get shirt colors, and the longer you volunteer, the better your shirt color gets, and you get more privileges. You can clean the shit even better with the right color shirt. And we just fucking literally rip through people that are volunteers, not even knowing their names the whole time, And it's like, this is like, it is so much more sinister because it's that false Jesus thing, as you said. Meanwhile, there is a literal skeleton in the closet. How they met. It's just like, here, hold this gun on me. We just want to drive around. All that shit.
What? Why? Why did we just jump straight to gun?
Escalate immediately to gun violence.
Like
I believe
instantly.
this was the phrase. Well, there you go. Full marriage started, escalated from the jump on gun. Relationship starts with gun. Anyway, I feel like Tiger King.
You should probably all watch Tiger King.
Yeah, I feel like we can talk about it for fucking ever. But there you go. Yeah, that's
it's pretty all right.
And it's not, and you know what? You don't. I even though I think the extra episode was didn't need to exist, it still is only 7.
Yeah,
it's a pretty quick watch. It's
very concise.
When'd you finish it?
Fucking Wednesday.
Okay. Did you watch anything else?
I did not watch anything else of note. Bless you.
Okay. Did you play anything else?
I did. I played a few things which were video games.
All right. So
obviously, I don't know why I phrased it that way. That was weird. Sorry, I'll admit I am befuddled and annoyed at apparently my incredibly poor audio quality on this call. It is throwing me, and I don't understand why it is broken this way. Apparently I sound markedly worse than I usually do on my own regular Discord calls. How do I sound to you, Woolie?
Right now you sound like a Discord quality, which is what I'm more or less used to. This is what it is. But
that's weird.
Of course,
because you sound fantastic in my headphones.
But of course, you know, on the MP3s, you're just giving me the local on that, so it is what it is.
Oh well. Anyway, regardless, back to video games. Sorry to cut that for y'all.
No, it is like for the most part, like there was like last week there was occasionally a couple of like robot outs. You haven't had any this week. The quality of the actual Discord call is like, it's Discord quality. This is what I hear. It's like, it's not great, but it is what video calling is.
See, that's the part that's weird to me, because people that I talk to on Discord quite often, I actually come through on those Discord calls about as clearly as you're coming through on the regular podcast right now.
Okay.
We'll have to workshop this afterwards. We'll have to check settings. It's possible that you're breaking in through like a weird speaker or something like that.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking, most people are saying it seems fine. It seems consistent.
Those people are liars.
I don't know what else you're getting from that, but I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Well, never mind then. My bad, guys. Sorry to kill the momentum of the podcast. Regardless, speaking of killing momentum, Woolie, do you remember how long the fucking first 10 hours of Persona 5 were?
10 hours?
Yeah. But they're longer than that.
They certainly do feel that way.
It's crazy how long it takes to get into the actual game of a Persona game. It's fucking absolutely nuts. I've been playing Royal.
Yes.
Which came out. And I've been streaming Royal.
No troubles?
No trouble. So I'd like to actually go into what the deal with that is. So German Spy was streaming Royal. And I was like, hey, German Spy, what's up? Good old pal Franz. And he was like, hey, what's up? And he tipped his fedora and all that shit. So he streamed the entirety of Persona 5 and encountered no issues. And if you remember, Woolie, he was the one who broke the news to us that Atlas was being a bunch of big babies about streaming and LPing the game and whatnot. So he had done all this research, and he had fucking followed up with people and looked up about who got strikes and whose streams had trouble. And seemed like after a couple of weeks, Atlas pretty much forgot that Persona 5 existed in terms of social media.
Okay.
And for Royal, they actually addended their streaming guidelines and their LP guidelines, their YouTube guidelines,
As we
to be a
covered.
lot vaguer.
Mm-hmm.
And it included a straight up apology. That's like, we're really sorry we threatened your channels. We never meant to threaten your channel. And it's like, nah, you did. You super did. And despite the game being out in October, back in Japan, and people out in Japan streaming it nonstop, he was unable to find anyone that had ever gotten a single complaint or thing or anything about it. On top of that, I was able to talk to some people. It's not official confirmation, but I have been given the definite impression that Atlas didn't quite realize how ridiculously difficult it would be to police everyone and just fucking gave up. Like right away. Like so it's right away.
It's not that they realized how silly it was, it's they didn't realize that they can enforce it.
But yeah, because it's not Sega doing it, right? It's Atlas, which means somebody at Atlas has to actually go file DMCA claims and actually write letters of complaint to Twitch.
But what about simple content ID?
Well, I'm not putting it up on YouTube.
Well, there you go. I suppose that
it's the only of my streams that I'm not putting up on YouTube. I put it into a little collection in Twitch.
Okay, that's
it's just like a playlist,
and which at worst it'll get muted, but
at worst it'll get muted.
Okay, but that is okay. So first of all, that is a humongous difference, though. Like if you're not even gonna throw up the archive.
Yeah, no. Well, see, YouTube, fucking DMCA claims, they're not necessarily can be automated, but there are companies that just fucking go for just fucking go nuts on that. It's like I like that archive channel, and aside from this one, it does okay in terms of people's convenience. But hey, let's just cut that little headache out and just go ahead. The timing of it couldn't be more perfect. Do you have the Toei thing in the news this week?
The channel that went up?
Yeah.
I didn't throw it on the docket, but I did see it, and it looks pretty cool. It was Toei threw up a bunch of their legacy tokusatsu shows, and then some of them got claimed and pulled down by Toei themselves. So
the whole channel's dead right now.
Is it?
Yeah, that they killed the channel with copyright strikes automatically.
But I saw that it died and then came back up. Are you sure that it's not back up?
I have not checked this morning, but the last that I saw, it had died.
Okay, the last I saw, it went down and came back up. It's still up.
Toei's the worst.
Toei's
the actual worst.
It came back up, and a lot of the shows are still there. A couple of the ones that were actually licensed by different companies stayed down.
Oh, that's incredible.
But the majority of the shows are still there.
Oh, Toei. Everyone's favorite.
So for the most part, you're just looking at, YouTube system just eating itself.
Yeah.
Man, Jonathan Blow getting struck by his own copyright.
Isn't YouTube fun to put videos on?
Yeah, well.
Where it's like a fucking dice roll as to whether or not...
It's also... Persona... No, I was just going to say that it's also it is a uniquely really difficult situation to try and navigate the amount of bullshit that is legitimately hey, you can't put this movie up here. It's in theaters right now.
Right.
That's not, you know what I mean? It is so they do have to figure out something, and remember that every time you consult with lawyers, lawyers are not concerned with
some of your soul dies. Yes.
The lawyers are not concerned with user experience or any sort of ease of use thing or anything that is content frustrating for creators, anything like that. It doesn't matter. It's just, are we liable? Are we liable? Mm-hmm. That's the bottom line. And if you can do something that will piss off everybody but keep you non-liable, then that's the route you're going to go.
Well, good thing YouTube has cut back on staff that can manually review and also demonetize you if you mention COVID in your video title.
Well, we can trust those robots.
Yeah, those good old YouTube robots. Never been a problem for us.
Shoutouts to Latin Author. The folks who do covers of all, like, fucking game and anime songs and then, like, trip the originals so that if anyone has any shit that needs to get fucking that they upload, they get flagged, and then the music goes not to Square Enix but to Latin Author.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah.
So Persona 5 Royal, much like Persona 4 Golden and kind of Persona 3 Portable before it, it's an expansion / re-release of Persona 5, and Persona 5 was really good
And really long.
and really long. This game's seems even better and even really longer.
So is it longer in the same context as P4 to P4G?
It is longerer than that.
Fuck. Okay. Big long.
The average, I've spoken to a couple people who beat it, and assuming you're playing it like a normal person, it adds about 20 to 30 hours onto it.
Oh my god!
With the January, February
extra month, extra confidants.
So I had a list that I was going to go through, but it's not all that important. Battle rebalancing, confidant rebalancing, 2 new confidants, 1 new party member, an
3.
extra month. No, 2.
2 including the party member?
One completely redone confidant as well.
2 including the party member?
Yeah. And 1 confidant, which would be the... Who was it? Was it Justice? I believe it's the Justice confidant. Is completely redone from the ground up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Justice. So on top of that, I think probably the thing that just pops the fastest is when you get to the first dungeon, and all the little tiny things that they changed about the battle system just make it a lot more fun to play. Baton Pass is a default ability. You don't have to unlock it ever.
Nice.
You can now do a little mini game to boost it, but it's just default.
That's good.
Guns now regenerate ammo per battle, so you can actually use your fucking guns.
Wow. Okay.
And there's new types of like super strong enemies and gimmick enemies and stuff like that. And they've expanded on the dungeons. Like the dungeons have more rooms and are just overall expanded.
And what about
it's great.
What about those what are they called? Showtime attacks?
I have not gotten there. I'm fairly early. I'm on the last stream that I did was the very first day of player control, in which I beat the dungeon in one go. So I've barely gotten into the meat of the game.
Okay. Because my friend is like currently on, I want to say, I think like Haru or so, and she was telling me she was just sending me clips of the Showtime attacks, and I'm like, these are fucking. Like, they stand out with a sore thumb because of the quality of them compared to the other things almost.
Yeah, they're real fancy.
They're fancier than everything else, so you can see they were made after the fact, you know?
One of the more interesting things is that they have so the new party member is spliced in from literally the first day in the game. She's in the tutorial. Like, she's in the casino tutorial.
I saw the seat moment.
Oh, it's so bad. And she establishes herself as like basically Lady Joker. But the honor students, the delinquent. But so that, you know, her scenes are added obviously, and they're spruced here and there. But they have added and tweaked a bunch of existing lines in existing scenes. So they'll be like, after Kamoshida confronts you and says he's going to expel you, there's like a nice little 5-minute scene where Kawakami is like, "The fuck are you up to, man?
Yeah.
What are you doing, man?" that wasn't in the original. And then one of the other things is that when you meet Kawakami, there's a single, I think it's 2 lines added during when you're meeting with the principal on your first day of school, where she gives you her card to call her. She gives Sojiro her card to call her as the teacher. And she fucks up and accidentally gives him the other card for a second before grabbing it back and giving him her teacher number. And you get a little shot of like the little maid service card. Okay. And it's just sprinkled here and there.
Okay. See, I feel like there was so much in the original that like it would be hard for me to notice like the small changes.
Well, luckily enough, I'm playing it with an audience, and I get to go, was that new? And people go, no, idiot, you just forgot. Or, that is new.
Yeah. So, yeah. Boy, the fucking girth added to this, and like my friend that is on Harrow, she was saying that like,
oh, Woolie, I'm gonna have to let you go for just a second. It appears there's someone at my door.
Okay, you want to hit that pause button?
Excuse me for just a second.
No problem. All right, so Pat can stay on timeout. In the meantime, I was just going to say that I feel as if what I've been told is that like there's almost like so many directions to go in that it's like it's paralyzing. It sounds like it's always been a little bit of that, but they kind of slowly open up the world to you, and apparently now it's getting to a level that is just like you're paralyzed with choice. There's just way too much to do, and that the only way to make progress is to kind of like actively ignore things that you'd otherwise be interested in checking out. I look at that as something that I'm like, I definitely need to find out how cool this is gonna be, but I can't necessarily see myself committing that much time to it until at least like some time from now. I also tend to not replay things really close to each other. Like if I replay something, it'll be like years away almost in a lot of cases, but we had a discussion about like how much I do replaying. So yeah, a couple years from now I think I'll be ready for that. And of course, there's always the curiosity of just like, well, maybe there can be maybe there'll be a like distilled like, what did you miss? What's different? Kind of video or something like that someone puts out there. Although it makes me kind of think though that like, I imagine that that's the exact kind of video that like Atlas would be afraid of, is like, for those of you who don't really want to buy the full game again, like, if you were to watch a video that says like, here's everything that's new, then that would 100% dodge the sale, and they probably are 100% not in favor of that existing. So if any, I feel like that's probably why, or that's probably the time. I would imagine it, like, unless it's like Pat says and like they're not really pursuing it, I feel like that's the number one kind of video they'd want to target, is like here's the stuff that you can, if you watch this video, you don't need to rebuy the game, which yeah, that's we'll see where that goes. I hear really good things about the fact that one of the characters inserted is like a therapist into the story, and that seems like really fucking necessary. That seems really necessary. I feel like, hey there, you're back?
Hey man, I'm back. Yep.
Cool. The short summary of it is that of what I said is, I feel like if someone were to make a video, like personally, it's too long for me to probably want to replay anytime soon. I'll replay it in the future. I don't replay shit that often anyway. I said that I imagine if someone were to make a video that's like, here's everything that is new.
Oh, there's too much. It would be hours long.
It would be hours long, but it would also be the type of video that Atlas probably hates, because that's the thing that says, hey, you don't have to buy it again. You could just watch this. And that would be 100% like their like fear, I imagine.
I guess, but that would be like, like that'd be a full game.
Yeah.
That'd be like 30 hours of like,
and then the other thing I was saying is that I hear that like one of the new characters is a therapist for the kids,
a counselor,
which sounds fucking like immaculate because it's like,
Yeah, it's a guidance counselor.
Yeah,
Hey, what do you want to be when you grow up?
Oh, it's not a
Criminal.
therapist.
No, it's a counselor.
Oh, okay.
School counselor.
Okay, fair.
Hey, kid, you got problems at home? Yeah, I'm a criminal. Ah.
Well, more like post Kawakami, Kamoshida rather. Post Kamoshida, you would think that there would be some serious therapy on campus for these kids.
I don't know why everyone keeps saying it's a fucking therapist, considering the Arcana is literally the counselor Arcana.
Okay, well, it's the type of thing. It's the 100% what I was thinking to myself. I'm like, yeah, the fact that kids are supposed to just deal with a fucking predator teacher followed by an attempted suicide, and then just like back to school. Like, just, I'm like, okay, what? Like, there were definitely, you'd need someone to show up and be like, hey kids, let's talk about what the fuck just happened here. You might not understand some of it. We can at least provide, even if it's the most generic, fucking state coverage on it. They would at least you would at least like hope for that much, But anyway, is he? Did you meet him yet?
I have not. So apparently he is, in fact, a actual therapist brought in specifically due to Kamoshida.
Wonderful.
And
perfect.
He has been given the counselor, what do you call it? Arcana, specifically to trick me.
Awesome. That's exactly the type of thing that I'm like, yeah, this would be necessary. Great.
Yeah, it would make sense. Oh, man, we had a lot of abuse and suicides and beatings here by a teacher. Huh. We gotta cover this up. How do we cover it up? Make the kids better. Okay, good.
It happens in real life, it happens there's tons of instances where it's like when something traumatic like that happens in a particularly public way. Fuck that news station that aired the HMOs are evil guy.
Oh yeah,
Mr. Shotgun Man. After that, they were like, if you need therapy, call this number. We are providing one. So
that's nice.
It's yeah. But anyway, that's
game's still good, and now has more good stuff. It seems a lot more integrated than Golden was. Do you remember? You played Golden, right?
Yeah, Golden really throws it in at a clear moment in time.
There's a real fucking poochification going on in Golden.
There's a pooch chapter. There's a pooch chapter for sure.
It's like there's a real
the story ends and the pooch begins. Pooch rises.
Oh, I don't just mean the pooch chapter, though there is that, right? I mean, like, right away they're like, "Hello, I am Margaret and this is Poochie." "Hello, I'm Poochie F steak" from the meme, Kasumi feels she's a massive Poochie. She's Poochie to the max, but she's a better, more integrated, more natural Poochie.
Well, my question was going to be that, like, you have to imagine that she can't be of much consequence because she is injected,
She's in the whole game, but she only comes to like the party in essentially the new shit.
Right. So it would feel like an optional party member in an RPG, right?
Yeah.
There's a feeling of like, this is core and this is, did you go fulfill the conditions and then talk to this person? Then you get this party member, but otherwise you don't. And if you didn't, the game doesn't feel like there's a huge hole missing.
I'm personally pretty excited because they completely redid. How do I put this?
Yeah, Yuffie, 100%.
So in Golden we had Poochie, right? But then in Golden we also had redone Culprit, or tweaked Culprit. Let's say.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah. Okay.
So hey, guess what? I mean, it's super old, but still gonna give the spoiler alert because it's the main reason to play the game.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, it's an old spoiler, but it's so significant to the game and the purpose of spending the 80 plus hours playing it. So,
Woolie,
spoiler alert
all
for
I'm
Persona
saying-
4.
all I'm gonna say is that
As of now.
in the original,
Okay, go ahead.
in the original Persona 4, Culprit was a much more de-emphasized as a character in general than they were in Golden. All right. In 5, Culprit, it was a character. You remember how that happened.
Yeah.
Um,
In 4
and
original, they didn't have as many scenes before the reveal.
not nearly.
Oh.
Here, I'm gonna send you a message on Discord.
Okay. In that case, yeah, that takes away from that. That would take away from that a lot.
So
in my
you
head,
can check what I just sent you.
you want a nice, like, you want that whodunit moment to be like, to have some weight on it.
You see my message?
Damn. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
I see it.
So it's not that big what they do in 5.
But that, like,
right?
that's a huge difference for sure.
But instead of that, which they did in 4, which was expansion.
I gave the spoiler warning. So it's literally like he gains an S link. Culprit gets an S link. Otherwise, it wasn't there.
In 5, Culprit doesn't gain an S link, but is almost entirely rewritten. In Royal, sorry.
Interesting.
Which is really bizarre.
I would like to know.
So I'm kind of. I
would like to know how. That's interesting.
Baffled as to how they're gonna go through with that, because that sounds awful. That sounds like the worst.
That it's rewritten?
Yes.
Not if it's rewritten for the better. I mean, if his link is, because like his link could be improved. There's ways that his link could be improved. I would like to see, I guess, like, you kind of have these little incidental, moments that, considering what you know by the end of the game, like, I could see ways to put more weight and gravitas to those little encounters. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a bunch of bizarre messages from a friend of mine right now.
Okay.
Could you give me a second, please?
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry about that.
No worries. Okay. So, anyways, in the meantime, here's what I'll say. It doesn't seem likely that we're heading for a world where Persona 5 Arena exists. It doesn't seem likely. I kind of was very excited at the prospect, especially when there was those, everyone's following the copyrights. They're following the, Atlas trademarked this, Atlas trademarked that. And you're like, yeah, maybe it's among those, but it's such a bummer, man, because, like, even if they had to, let's say, even if it wasn't like a quote unquote sequel to P4 Arena, even if it was like a brand new P5 characters only kind of game, like P4A and P4U were so much fun, and they were just such interesting fighting games that to see what they would do now with the level of, like, fucking just beautiful design aesthetic and that they have, and, like, with all the experience that, like, Arxis has gained, like, it would be unbelievable. Like, I think it would give Strive a run for its money. I think it really would. It would be everything they built off.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Today is like
no problem.
Fucking popping off like crazy.
just talking about the idea that.
I was still here. I didn't
Okay.
actually leave. I just had to.
Yeah, I feel like P5A would give Strive a run for its money, possibly if they put all that the combined experience and money and love and artistry into it that we've been seeing from Arxis recently. And I mean, fuck, like if you want an example, look how great Scramble looks. You know, Scramble looks gorgeous.
Don't stream it though.
No, don't stream it. Scramble looks so.
Man, fuck Atlas.
You know,
like.
So I'm
playing P5 Royal and I'm really enjoying it, and it's just intrinsically linked with like, man, Atlas just doesn't like me personally. It hurts my feelings.
The Stegosaurus is staring at you like
Mundus. Alerts at 99%.
Yeah, like Mundus in the DMs in Dino, staring in his tower, looking down at the city like.
Yeah, I hate it.
I think considering that, you know, and obviously the dancing games, we you know, I've been thoroughly warned about their quality, but like Scramble,
not good.
Scramble looks pretty fantastic, and I'm really sad. I'm really sad that it seems like P5A is not on the horizon.
It's extra sad considering, so I got the fancy version that came with all the DLC, which is hilarious because it takes like 17 button presses to actually unlock all of it. And one of the things in there is like a shadow operative costume, and it looks it looks like Persona 5 arena costumes. Given to the P5 cast.
Man, like we graduated and this is what we're doing in life.
Kind of like that, yeah.
Because the P4A designs are basically like, okay, post high school, what are you doing? What are you up to?
It's like a look where they have like black suits with ties and like red goggles and like a similar seized looking armband thing. And it's like, what the like?
You mean the fucking Nazi armband?
Yeah. Well, Japan apparently has decided that they're going to try and keep that going.
We're going to pretend the armbands are not what they are? Like, what do we do? Yeah.
Man,
no. Yeah.
Why they got to ruin armbands?
Yeah.
Armband's a cool look.
No, big cheer team squads have them too. The Oendan and Glove on Fight cheer squad people they got those things going too. Armbands are there. Yeah. They love them. They love the armbands. But I don't know if you can save them, unfortunately. Maybe
Persona 3, they weren't bad.
Maybe if you pick a color that is not red.
Yeah.
You know?
It's funny because in P4 Dancing All Night, I think it's you, but he doesn't have an armband, but he does have an armbandana.
Right.
Instead. And it's yellow. Friendly yellow.
Yeah. The fact that the Cease uniform also happens to just be like, and it's red. It's like, well, you know, there it is.
So those DLC costumes and all that shit are massive ripoffs, and no one should get them. But they do come with one cool thing, and it's the DLC costumes for all the different like Atlas games. If you change them on Joker, the battle music changes.
Sorry, Cease uniforms designed by Hugo Boss.
No, it would be designed by like Mitsuru's like uncle, who was a colleague of Hugo Boss, or some shit.
Sure. It changes the music. Yeah. So I saw a clip my friend made of like. One of those Showtime attacks was being played over Mass Destruction.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, fuck. That's cool.
I really wish you could just change that without the costume.
It's only costume?
It's only Joker's costume.
That is a humongous bummer. That sucks. That's a huge, easy to fix problem.
So, for example, I really like his Persona 5 Dancing Star Knight outfit. But I hate the song that goes with it.
Does it play if you go P4, does it play original battle theme or
there are two.
Or gold?
The classic look plays Time to Make History, in the Persona 4 Dancing All Night one plays Reach Out to the Truth.
Okay. Because
yeah,
those are both great, but you got to reach out to the truth on that. You know?
P5, but better and even longer for extra value.
Time to make history is it's fine. It's just not anywhere near as good. You know.
Yeah, but it's.
But it's a good song.
As somebody put a lot of time into Golden and P4 Original, the main thing is that Time to Make History is a little easier to listen to 40,000 times.
I agree. I agree.
And P5 has the same thing going on, where there's now 2 battle themes. Last Surprise is the one you get normally, and what's it called? Takeover is the one you get if you ambush anybody. So you mostly hear Takeover, and it's just as good as Last Surprise, but it's a little easier to listen to on repeat.
I would say Time to Make History has easier listening, and like it like because it has a better like verse to bridge, you know, and then the chorus is not as strong, you know.
Yeah. What else did I want to say about it? Yeah, there are some changes that are really, really minor overall. Like, they're not the biggest deal in the world, but to anybody who played and beat the game, they would probably make your eyes light up. Some of the confidants had their abilities changed, and there are 2 that are really like important. Did you ever get Ryuji to rank 7?
Probably.
In his confidant?
Probably.
Where he unlocks the ability that when you sneak attack anybody below a certain level, they just die?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember how that gave you nothing?
You would get a mask. You would get the persona if you didn't...
Yeah, but you never got any money or XP.
Okay. Now
so that made grinding like a total pain.
Okay.
They changed it so that you do get the money and the XP.
Okay, so yeah. Okay.
So you hit up Mementos with that shit and just roll around and just fucking don't even fight the battles anymore. It doesn't even matter.
So is Mementos completely different?
Mementos has been changed significantly. There's a shopkeeper in there. There's collectibles to find down there. There's just a little bit more to do. And the other one is the other confidant that they changed is Chihaya, the fortune teller. Her final skill, once you unlock it, just straight up tells you what the right answer to every social link question in the game is.
Yeah, sure. For the replay,
and
sure.
I see that. Well, you can unlock her. You can hit rank 10 with her like a third of the way through the game.
Yeah,
probably.
Early. Okay, yeah.
And it's the kind of thing. It's like nobody can compete with Becky in terms of like time management, right? Like the ability to just go out at night after doing whatever was super powerful.
Of course, it's double time.
So Becky's nerfed. The reason why Becky is nerfed is because often Mona will let you. He won't let you go out when you're tired from Mementos, but he will let you do stuff in LeBlanc. Yeah. So he will let you watch a DVD. He will let you clean up the place.
Yeah, you're stuck inside, but you can still do a nighttime activity at home. Yeah.
Back in the day, it was just like, no, go to bed, bitch.
Okay.
So Becky nerfed, Chihaya buffed.
Okay.
And also, you remember Tower Kid, the one with the get smoked hat?
Yeah.
No big changes to him, but because you can use guns in every battle, he's actually way more useful.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because before you get like 40 handgun shots for like a whole dungeon.
Yeah.
And it's like you could blow those in one fight. Here you get like 8, but it's every single fight.
Per
so you
fight.
could use like down shot every single fight.
But against bosses that becomes a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's better than saving all your bullets for the bosses though.
I would like them to rework the computer.
What about it?
I feel like the computer shopping it almost sucks that it takes time because it's just item acquisition.
Oh, repairing the laptop, you mean?
Yeah, like I feel like the fact that you have to go into that and then do those activities and they take up your night kind of sucks. Like that should just be a cost, you know?
Yeah.
To make some of those materials.
You do get way more like overall nighttime freedom now. So Like, so they added the month to the end of the game, but if you combine all the evenings that you were locked in to doing bullshit before that are now free, you gain probably about like 60 days, maybe 100 days.
Okay. Is the extra month at the end?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's January.
Okay.
Just like Golden. We're like, oh, we've dealt with that. Now for another thing.
Whatever. I wonder.
Again.
I wonder. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. No, I think it was pretty much clear from the jump that's like every Persona game has had this kind of thing happen. So
yeah,
like if you're patient and you're willing to wait long enough, then like
yeah. So when Persona 6 comes out, wait 4 years.
If you are willing to wait long enough, if you weren't rushing towards it anyway, then yeah, you could exactly put that time in. Otherwise, it's gonna be what it is, you know.
Or what you could do is just beat it the instant it comes out, and don't do a new game plus run.
Did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Because I figured this was going to happen.
Yeah, that's correct.
You still can't date Sai. That's not okay. That's not okay. Game gets a point docked.
Yeah, can't date, you know. There's all those Ryuji lines where you can go for it and he's just like, hey, I'm happy to see you're happy, bro. You know, or like, oh, look at you, you're pretty excited. Anyway, you're just like, ah, yeah, you know, maybe you know what the problem is.
What is the problem, Wood?
Joker doesn't have meth.
That's true. If he had meth, those girls be eating out of the palm of his meth.
Those husbands, bro.
Oh, that's true.
Infinite husbands.
You know what? Ryuji is totally the type of moron who you could trick into getting addicted to meth.
He runs. He's a runner.
Hey, I can tell you exactly. Here's the 2-step program of getting Ryuji addicted to meth. Step 1, get meth. Step 2, tell Ryuji he can run really fast on the meth.
Tell him.
And then step 3 is Ryuji's, and he will go, for real?
Tell him it's a workout supplement.
Yeah.
If he wants to get nice and buff and impress everybody, he should start taking this.
Yusuke, you could draw really cool stuff if you were high on meth. Really?
Fascinating.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yusuke's such a dumbass and an ass. I hate Yusuke. This is my favorite party member in battle, and I hate him.
Yeah, he's very, very, very good in battle. And
I hung out with him all the time, and I was cursing under my breath the whole time, being like, oh.
His sword is cool, and his ice is great. You need him.
Shut up about your art. I hate it.
Also, did you ever do card copying?
Occasionally.
I did it like once or twice for something really good, but I
like
feel like
2
it
or
was
3 times.
Yeah, not a big deal. Yeah, and then there's all those little things too where it's like, gotta go get your kale shake.
Yeah.
Gotta go get your all that shit. Anyway, so
yeah, they added a lot of those things to the game.
So
daily life stuff.
I saw one where you take the twins to fucking Big Bang Burger.
Yeah, you can date the twins. Or sorry, you can take the twins out on a date.
The twins. Is that what they call it?
I don't know, but I was reading a breakdown of like what's new in Royal, and one of them was you can take the twins out on a date.
Dude, my impression of that was you're going on a babysitting adventure. That's what I thought it was. Anyway.
Here's hoping that's what it is.
I assume it is a babysitting adventure where you take the twins down to Big Bang Burger and then you win them a Happy Meal toy. And then they're happy that you get them the toy. That's what I got. That's what I got.
Just like when you hung out with Elizabeth and she didn't know what the fountain was.
Don't remember.
Did Margie ever leave the Velvet Room? I don't think so. The twins suck, dude. They're terrible.
Doesn't Margaret go to your room?
I don't remember that.
I think she does. Yeah, she does. So there's that. Totally, like that shit goes down. That shit totally goes down. Yeah. Anyway.
Darn. Yeah, game's good. Super long, super ridiculously long. Even more so, much improved. Forgot there's all sorts of shit I didn't mention. Like they added a whole new area and like 10 new things to do with your time, like billiards and darts and shit.
Did they just throw in new Persona as well?
Oh yeah, a bunch of new Persona.
Cool.
So that they could be ready for SMT5, right? Yeah? No? All right. So to put it into perspective, and this is a black mark against both games. I was able to completely beat RE3 Remake on its hardest initially selectable difficulty in the time that it took to get control of my character for real in Persona 5.
Yes. The railroading in P5 is probably... Maybe I'm just misremembering. I could totally be misremembering. But it felt longer than any other, right?
It was.
Yeah, okay.
In P3, it was like 3 hours.
P3 takes a minute to get you... You're railroaded for a while in P3.
In P4, it's like 5 hours, and in P5, it's like 8 hours. It's crazy.
Yeah, you are on a track. You are on a track. Yeah. I imagine on replay, if you're mashing through the dialogue, a lot of that becomes more bearable. So if you're doing like a P3 New Game Plus, I imagine you can blast through it and just like, you're not reading anything. But if you are in fact going through it that first time, you're feeling that length for sure.
So I have confirmation from a friend of mine, my head mod guy and a good long-term friend of mine, a guy named Strident. He was challenged or dared or whatever by some dumbass that, you couldn't beat Persona 5 Royal in like a weekend. Turns out that cutscene skip shit is really powerful. Because if you just mash through and skip every fucking cutscene and piece of dialogue in P5, you can clear that in like 30 hours.
So here's my question. Is it doing fast forward times 100 on the dialogue? Like
just all of it. Just as fast as a human can go.
Okay. Now, it would be... I talked about this before, and it would be unreasonable to expect. But I would have jumped on if they did the 999 feature. That is old save file, new game plus. We are going to gray out text you've already read and stop when it's new.
Yeah, see, that wouldn't work because it would, like they put in like so in like a conversation of like 30 lines, they've put in like 3 new lines, and then certain scenes take place in slightly different locations and stuff like that. Like it would still be stopping you constantly, and it would be really weird.
Or if they change the word here or there.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Fair enough. Yeah.
They went to the trouble of re-recording a bunch of the dialogue and adding all this stuff, and yet they still say Sakamoto and Takamaki and all this shit.
They didn't fix that shit?
They didn't fix that shit. And
Damn.
It's like, it's infuriating. It's absolutely infuriating.
Yeah. Well, hammer at it. Do what you gotta do. And here's what I would like to know in the end, right? Is that like additional content aside, additional content can be fantastic, but changes to main plot are not necessarily always for the best. So the big curious is like, is this better?
I didn't care for Golden Story Editions. I really didn't care for it. But Golden's gameplay stuff was like incredible. For P5 Royal, I mean, I just started, right? But so far, there've been a lot more little baby tweaks, and I've liked all of those so far.
Okay.
This probably invalidates P5. One of those.
Oh,
We're
for
just
sure,
like,
for sure. But I mean, like, unless there's something that like completely ruins the final bit,
Yeah.
which is possible but unlikely. Cool. Okay. Interesting.
So yeah. So by the way, if you want to check me streaming that and FF7 remake, which is coming out this week apparently, you can check that out over twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. But before that, last week I streamed RE3, and like I said, it's a black mark against both games. I was able to completely 100% beat on hardcore.
Yeah. So you one-shotted
RE3.
that. You one-shotted that.
Yeah. Just sat down and did it.
Now, this was like going off of course, like textbook memory of having this since your childhood, but like shit was not identical, right? There was enough changes in the same way that the old game was.
In fact, I would say that I mean, you've seen enough of RE2 over the years, and you played the remake where you saw like, oh, it was faithful, but they changed it, right? RE3 is not like that. RE3 is a completely different game, head to toe.
Head to toe.
Yeah, there's almost no overlap with the original. Nemesis is there, and it is in Raccoon City, and you do go to a hospital, right? But it's the room layout,
map's different.
The map, where enemies are, what enemies are in it, what they act like. It's completely different.
Old police station was still like left side, right side.
Oh yeah, it was still nearly faithful. It was updated. This cat's got gnats in his fucking hair. Oh my god, you're so gross.
Now, does it kind of bum you out to not see like fully realized 3D versions of like the map?
Absolutely. And in fact, the biggest bummer is that Resident Evil games are short games, right? This one feels short because they cut a lot. They expanded in places that I don't think they really should have expanded. And they cut a lot. They cut about half of the city part of the game.
Was it fluff?
No. They cut the first half. Everything that Jill does in the original game, all the way up until like a little bit after the police station, is gone. And now Carlos is the one that goes to the police station.
How many hours is that?
And how many hours is what? Sorry.
Or not hours, but like how much? How much time is that?
So Resident Evil has a really bizarrely fixed like formula in which you have primary location 1, then you go sub location of primary location, and you go primary location 1 again. So in RE2, which you're the most familiar with now, it's the RPD, then the basement, then back to the RPD.
Yes.
Right? And then you go to adjoining area, which is usually a sewer, then lab. And they pretty much all do that. In RE1, it was mansion, guardhouse, mansion. In RE3, it was city, then clock tower, then hospital. Here, they've truncated city dramatically, and it's a lot more linear. And they've expanded on Carlos. You play a lot of Carlos in this game. It's about 70-30 Jill Carlos. And the hospital was greatly expanded, but like the park got cut and the final area got completely redone. And it's basically a completely different game.
Are there any like Marvin level performances?
Yes.
Good.
Jill and Carlos kill it.
Cool.
Absolutely kill it. But yeah, it feels short because it's a pretty good game, but it's not a very good remake, if that makes any sense.
I understand. No, I get it.
It's wearing they do a lot of cool new stuff. Like Nemesis has a lot more. He does a lot more crazy things to chase you, but you also fight him less. You fight him a lot. Okay. I'm being screamed at by people that there's more content in nightmare mode.
Okay.
So here's the thing. The game you start the game. There's assisted, normal, and hardcore, right? Those are your 3 difficulties. Once you beat hardcore, you get nightmare mode, which is an enemy and item remix, which is significantly harder. And once you beat that, you get Inferno, which is a enemy and item mix again, which is more difficult.
I'd just like to take a moment to...
Most people are never going to see nightmare mode, guys.
I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge and laugh at the new form of this podcast, in the sense that now we have the flavoring of talking, pause. Okay, I'm being screamed at.
and
sometimes it's for the best. Sometimes it is the fact check that is necessary when we're super wrong. Other times it's not, but it's always really funny. And I do like, if you kind of hate that happens nowadays, I'm sorry that's not your thing, but it definitely is pretty funny just listening to this, to have that pause.
So.
Well, the world is screaming at me.
Yes, the new difficulties do add remixed content. However, Max went through all of those on stream and said that it was fucking terrible. Now, I have not gone through it myself, but Max knows what he's talking about, and he fucking hated Nightmare Mode and thought that it wasn't play tested.
You played on...
And I seriously doubt they actually added new cutscenes.
So wait, Nightmare is not the hardest difficulty, or is?
No, Inferno is.
Inferno is. And you played on Inferno?
No, I played on Hardcore, and I'm gonna try Nightmare later. The game just, it feels like a big missed opportunity, and the biggest missed opportunity is you don't get to fight Nemesis enough. Nemesis in the demo, everyone was like, "Oh man, he has so many moves." He can chase you so relentlessly. It's incredible. But outside of that demo area, like the cityscape, he doesn't really stalk you.
Punch Mom, can you do yoga over there? It's distracting. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
You get 2 to 3. You get 2 to 3 boss fights against like the nemesis that you would expect, and where he chases you and you can't really kill him.
Yeah.
And then he kind of fucks off and becomes like a boss fight that chases you in cutscenes, and it sucks. Mr. X had more of an impact on his game than Nemesis has on his, which is stupid.
Really?
Yeah.
Weird. But Mr. X is, but then again, you said Mr. X is like the persistent mechanic, whereas Nemesis
was the more persistent mechanic in the original. In original game RE2, you would see Mr. X 7 or 8 times. In Nemesis, Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, you would see Nemesis out on the field 7 or 8 times, but then you also had like 2 or 3 extra boss fights against him that were scripted. And the difference was that X couldn't chase you between rooms, whereas Nemesis totally could. In Resident Evil 2 Remake, Mr. X is there for like a while. I mean, you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And he shows up a couple times. And in RE3, Nemesis shows up and you kind of get away from him. And I think outside of like storyline stuff, I feel like he chased me less than X did. It was fucking weird.
So it sounds like the takeaway then is you prefer the level of remake that 2 was on.
Oh, absolutely.
The level of faithfulness.
My opinion at the end is whatever you felt RE2 was, dock a point off for RE3.
Okay. But
so if you thought RE2 remake was like incredible 10 out of 10, yeah, I give this one a 9.
But I guess if you wanted to look at a silver lining, perhaps that's indicative that like they're willing to completely change something that would need complete changing, such as, I guess from what I hear, Code Veronica. Yeah,
but this one didn't need it, right?
Right. You're saying RE3 was good; it didn't need the changes, but like.
So let me give you a good example. Nemesis this you can go. People can go check out the clip from my stream, but Nemesis shows up the first time you burst through a wall, and you're like, okay, time to fight Nemesis. Let's go. And I clicked, I think it was left on my D-pad, and threw a grenade at him. And then he took one step towards me. The grenade went off. A item box flew out of Nemesis's chest, and he took a knee for multiple minutes and let me beat the entire sequence while he was down.
Okay.
And that was on the hardest initially selectable difficulty.
Okay.
And it was like, oh, wow. Oh, great. Yay.
Whereas nades in the old game.
There were no nades in the old game, but even then, like, there was no way to do anything other than fight your ass off against. Like, he's easy.
Okay.
He's easy to down. He's easy to beat. He's less scary than X.
And then you can dodge and then pop your X factor and do Jill loops.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, the game's only about an hour, maybe an hour and a half shorter than RE2, but it's so much more linear that it feels a lot shorter. Where in RE2 you had the big police station that you were exploring for most of the time, and where the item progression path of you got to get this key, then this key, then this key was in fact linear. Your ability to explore around the RPD and go into different rooms at your leisure, you could do that for a while. In RE3, it's pretty much only the first area that's like that, and then it becomes very linear for the rest of the game. It's a bummer.
Okay, so characters overall improved.
Yeah.
Game progression easier and down and like not as good.
Yeah.
And you
also there's no puzzles in the game. There's not one puzzle in the game.
Is that a bad thing?
Kinda. Oh, sorry. No, I'm wrong. There's one puzzle in the game. There's a single puzzle in the entire game, and it is 3 buttons that you set to mid, low, or high, and then you have to get the things in the middle to line up.
I mean, by it like, because RE puzzles that I'm thinking of, like the fucking book and the statue, and the little like examine the object and then rotate, and it's
RE2 still had the RE2 still had the get the power to the right level, mix the fucking V jolt to kill the plants, get the puzzle pieces for the weapons locker, and there were a couple others that I forget. But like even past that, there were like, I wouldn't call them puzzles, but they're item completion things of like, go get the puzzle pieces that will go get the gear from here and then the crank from here in order to do the clock tower thing, right? In RE3, it is go get the fire hose to hose down the fire, and then that'll be open. And they're all basically just keys.
Okay. How much
it feels way more like a Platinum game, which is probably because people that used to make Platinum games worked on it.
How much giddy je ne sais quoi, oh my god, it's the game I remember, is like, because when RE2 dropped, it was like, holy shit, it's fucking Resident Evil 2.
A lot less, because it's a lot less faithful.
Okay.
So when I was playing RE2 the first time, there was this ever-present feeling of like, oh, cool, this is what they did to the library, or oh, this is how they remixed this encounter, or so there's a really good example. In the original RE2, you go into that West End hallway, where in the remake you find that guy with a horribly slashed face, and that's where you fight your first licker, and it drops down from the ceiling.
Yes,
right?
Got it. Yes.
In the remake, you find claw marks on the wall, and you find a dead zombie where that guy was. And then they move the first licker encounter to the stars hallway. Mm-hmm. So it's like playing off your expectations. That happens. I don't feel like that happened once during RE3, because you don't actually inhabit the same locations almost at all.
Okay, so the fucking with your expectations and then the payoff of it being similar but not quite what you expected, it's too different to even play with that.
Yeah, so Resident Evil 1 remake did the same thing, where it's like similar layout, similar kinds of gimmicks, but they've been remixed and tuned up and improved.
Okay.
So that they mess with you, and they're both a new experience, and then they play off your old experience.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas in this one, it's like, oh, I wonder what'll happen when I get to the clock tower, and the answer is not be able to enter it at all.
Okay.
And it's like, oh, bummer.
So and you haven't seen any of the extra stuff yet, right?
I have not seen any of the Nightmare stuff.
Okay. Are there like extra character chapters too and stuff like that?
Extra, no. It's you play as Jill, and then you'll switch between Carlos and her throughout the story.
There's no like extra survivor like
nope
stuff in that. Okay.
No extra survivor, no second campaign.
Well, I mean, most of what you just talked about was like negative sounding. What's your actual takeaway though? Because I don't want.
I really enjoyed it quite a bit. You know what it is, Woolie?
Yeah.
Do you remember the dozens of hours I spent talking shit about Dark Souls 2?
Yeah.
And then was like, it's my game of the year.
Yeah.
It's very similar to that.
Okay.
Where it's really, really good.
Yeah.
And it was a blast to play. But the one that came before was just so incredible and excellent.
Yeah.
That this one just feels like a letdown.
Right. Like if you're able to say in 2 sentences, yeah, the performance by the characters is incredible, and then it takes you like 10 minutes to walk through the specifics of why the changes are not as good, it's gonna sound a lot more weighted to the negative. But that's why I'm asking you to sum it up, you know? Because
a lot of the stuff that RE2 does well, this game also does well, and it feels better to play, like in terms of like control, because of the dodge. Cool. Dodge makes it feel great.
I mean, like that, just as an idea, is obviously fucking sounds super rad.
Yeah.
Shame about Nemesis being easy though, I suppose.
He's laughably easy, and doesn't chase you that much. Like you fight him like 10 times, right? But a couple of those are only in a cutscene or like, microwave hallway shit. The second half of those is big scripted boss fights, that are tied to certain areas. And the classic, I'm using air quotes, Nemesis, that is like, oh no, he showed up, or he bust through a wall, or he jumped off a building. What do I do? Is done with in the game's first 90 minutes. And that is easily the best part.
Do you think the shortened dev time could have had any impact on this?
Maybe. I think the fact that they bundled it with Resident Evil Resistance should have given us a hint that the game was going to be a little threadbare.
Oh my god, it was bundled with the multiplayer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
I loaded that game up and tried the tutorial and was like, nah, fuck it. I don't care.
Couldn't even.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just don't care. It's no Outbreak.
Is it a standalone boot, or is it on the main menu?
I got the PC version, in which it's a completely different entry on Steam.
Yeah, it's a standalone boot. Okay.
Yeah. Resident Evil, all the Resident Evil games have a problem. And it's almost every single Resident Evil game ever. So let me think. One has it, remake has it. No, well, I mean, yeah. It's really stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Every single Resident Evil game has the same problem. Whatever the first area you start in is the best area in the game. The mansion, the RPD, the city streets, the village from RE4.
Village is the best. Village is the best. Village is the best. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
I was just going through that in my head.
The Baker House in RE7, etc. It's always the best area.
RE4.
The second area can sometimes be really good, like the castle in RE4. But
Castle
and the reason
Castle is a nice Castle is a refreshing trade-off from the woods and the mountainside and the fucking like lake, but
islands can go fuck itself.
But Castle does not beat the village.
Yeah. So And the reason for most of that is because even in RE4 you can see it, but the first area is the most open and gives you the most control over where you want to go. That's a lot more pronounced in the classic style games. And then you hit whatever the middle section is and it becomes more linear, and then you get to whatever the lab is. It's always a lab.
Mm-hmm.
Always.
Mm.
And the labs are super linear. Lots of long hallways, lots of enemies, stuff like that.
As a lab would do, to be fair.
But so it's this thing of, you kind of expect, if it follows the trend, that the first area is the best area. The problem with that is that RE3's first area is also like an hour and 20 minutes long. And then it's done. And then it's a sewer, which is kind of cool. And then it's the RPD, but it says Carlos. And then it's the hospital, but it says Carlos. And then it's a really, 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 really linear lab as Jill. And it's like, I
imagine like part of that is when you design a premise, you have a setup for a game, right? You kind of, you go, what's your setting? What's your cell? What's your vertical slice almost of like, this is what the vision of the game is going to look like. And, when you go, okay, you're in a police station, you're trapped, or you're in a village and everyone's turning, or, any of those.
You're on the city streets and the city's falling
shit's
apart.
going bad, right? You pretty much you're going to green light the premise that you can continuously use and do a lot with. You can play with it in a lot of ways. And then at some point you go, and now it's time to change it up just so that there's some variety for the player. And then at that point you have to kind of come up with a second thing, but the primary thing, the first area, as you're describing, it's like that's what they greenlit the GDD on.
So there's this weird thing that goes on with RE3 where in timeline wise it takes place the day before and after RE2. And the most interesting thing about that was that in RE3 original, you got to see people that were alive. There were civilians that would occasionally run through the street.
Interesting.
Or, whatever. And in RE3, at the very beginning of the game, you get that cool moment very similar to Last of Us, where it's like, it is the exact moment where it went from like, this is a big problem to the city's falling apart. And that's cool. And then in the first city area, you see, this guy ran there and you're trying to save survivors. And it's like, okay, there's people around, not that many. And maybe you only see them from a distance, but they exist. And one of the cooler ideas was that, well, if you're going to remake this, it'd be a really cool idea to expand on the day after RE2, where the city is completely fucked and there are no humans anywhere, right? And it's just ruined. Once the date rolls over into September 30th, you literally never step outside again. You are indoors the entire rest of the game.
Okay.
And it's like,
I'm also thinking, like, could it be as well that, like, the village, the town in RE5, all of the police station, all these places are like, you're seeing, like, I guess, like a believable setting go through this transformation. Whereas after that, you're like, the castle, the sewers.
It's the evil laboratory.
It's and then you're like, oh, it's the video game level.
It's the video game place.
Right? The sewers, the castle, the Magini town. Right? The fucking blue Magini town.
The marshes.
You're like, okay, we've went from the real world setting into the video game level. Yeah.
There is two other things I want to say about RE3. You play through this and you're like, I'm pretty sure they're going to do 4, guys, because there are retcons in this game that connect to 4. You know how you played 4, right, Wolves?
No, what?
You didn't?
I just know Magini Town. Yeah, I played 4. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking.
No.
So the conversation can flow.
I played 4.
So in 4 was parasites, right?
Yeah.
And it's big monster parasites called the Splagas. Well, one of the throwaway lines from the original game was that the Nemesis is actually a parasite.
Yeah.
From France.
Ah, okay.
And here it is
remember.
a parasite from Europe.
Okay.
Not specifically the French lab. And when you fight Nemesis, a big fat Las Plagas pops out of his chest.
And it looks exactly like one.
And it looks just like the centipede ones that would bite your head off in RE4.
Right, okay.
And on top of that, Nemesis can turn zombies into parasitic zombies that have long tentacles that will swing at you from a distance. And on top of that, the knife in Resident Evil 3 has moves associated with it. It has a stab, and hop back, and it has a counter move, which is like a running, jumping slash.
Wow. Like
and
Achilles and Troy?
Yeah, kind of. It's like you do a dodge roll, and then you run and essentially do like a shoryuken with a fucking knife.
Okay.
And I'm looking at all these things, and I'm like, okay. And the other thing is that now we have this progression in which we have Resident Evil 1 Remake, which is fixed camera, difficult to aim, difficult to play. You have RE2 Remake, which is you can move and shoot now, but your aim has to take a long time to focus in. Then you get to Jill in RE3 Remake, where her aim focuses much more quickly, and she has the dodge. And I'm like, well, what would the jump from 2 to 3 be if it was from 3 to 4? And it would be Leon in RE4. It would be the professional. It'd be from rookie to super cop to, special agent.
Yeah.
There's a really clear feel on that.
Now the remaking is going to be felt a lot less hard when 4 does get made, but it's like, what are you going to do? Leave all that money on the table? You insane?
Yeah.
Of course
you know what they should do? They should do 4. They should also do 5, and they should do 6, but it's a completely different game. They should say it's the RE6 remake, and it's completely different. It's literally 100%. Just throw it out. And the reason why I said that is that they actually massively, who cares about Resident Evil story, right? Well, Capcom does for some stupid reason. And they do a massive, massive change to the story of 3 that makes 6 impossible.
Okay.
Part of 6's plot is that nobody in the United States knows that Raccoon City was nuked. They just know it was blown up, and they don't know why. In 3, it's being broadcast on the news, like the national news, that Raccoon City is going to get nuked because of a horrible virus.
Original 3?
No, this one.
This one. Okay.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, okay, well, that part of 6 makes no sense now. Because, like, let's all be realistic. If an American city got nuked, it would kind of be difficult to actually hide that. That would be very difficult to cover up.
A little bit impossible, yeah.
And I guess moving off that to the final thing I want to say about RE3 is that the intro cutscene is a nightmare. The intro cutscene is like legitimately terrifying for real. It's the scariest thing in the entire game. Let me just pull it up so you can look at it for like a second, Woolie.
Sure. I was gonna say that I imagine that, like, if you are, if we're talking about these changes and everything like that, when it comes to remaking 4, since it's already like behind the back similar camera view, and since so much of it could be so similar, that would probably need to be the game with the most like remixes to your expectations.
Yeah. I'm trying to find this thing.
Maybe like you can play with like Chainsaw Man.
Oh, that'd be yeah. All right, here we go, Wolves. I'm gonna timestamp you this fucking thing. Start at 48 seconds. Here you go, Wolves. Now you obviously don't have to watch this entire thing, but the thumbnail should tell you a lot.
Okay, I just clicked on it. 1 second. Yeah, that is a clear news report about how shit is going down. And
so, it is a live action segment that has a news reporter and real live action riot footage. And a man speaking on the White House podium talking about the most deadly outbreak in American history.
Buildings on fire. Look at all these people that worked at your Universal Studios. All these extras that they fucking got into the game.
And like there's this moment of like, oh, come on.
Also,
come on,
super sterile umbrella commercial moment.
Yeah, after that, it's all dumb, evil shit. But it's just this moment of like, this was timed poorly. This feels bad.
You know, what are you gonna like? I said, there's that trailer on the Nintendo eShop for the board game Pandemic, and it's just
fun.
It's just live action. Fucking talking about like how everything is going to hell, and you're just like, wow, dude. Like we were playing Dokapon Kingdom this week, and like randomly a board event just kicked in that was just like epidemic. Oh no, epidemic has hit the kingdom. What are we gonna do? Everybody pay money. We gotta fix the problem.
Gotta fix it, guys.
You know, and
it's just there's a line of dialogue in the first like 10 minutes where Jill goes, oh my god, there's so many infected, how did it get this bad so fast? And Brad turns to her, goes, I don't know, man, but one fucked up thing always leads to another. And you're just like,
yeah. I tell you one thing, you're gonna have there's gonna be more than enough writing prompts for anybody who needs to tell stories like this in the future. Ari, but you're trapped in a mega church that decided to hold a humongous sermon baptism thing where everyone was not quarantining.
They're all monsters now.
Yeah, so you
gotta get them.
You're inside of a super huge old church, and like everyone's fucking turning in the congregation.
Ah, crap.
Yeah. Resident Evil, but it's spring break, and you're trapped on the beach, and the town is already gone, and you have to make your way from the beach to the other side of town where your hotel is, and maybe you get to your car, but who knows.
I don't need that.
Basically anything that's happening right now where people are being utterly ridiculous. It's like, yep, that's a setting. Resident Evil, but you're trapped in a prison.
That game exists.
Which one's that?
Revelations 2.
Okay.
That game does exist.
And Dead Island is apparently the spring break game. So
yeah, that's accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, Resident Evil 3 remake. It's got a bunch of cool shit. It's a fun game. It's not quite as good as RE2. Kind of disappointing overall, but it's still good. That's my take.
Fair enough.
We're done now.
Cool.
If you want to check the archive of that, if you want to check out P5 Royal or FF7 Remake or other bullshit that I do, you can check that out at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt.
What's the location of Code Veronica? All I know is it starts in the graveyard.
Code Veronica is in the first place is a island that is deserted except for military base called Rockfort Island. Which is a military/prison colony for test subjects of Umbrella. And the second part is a secret base in Antarctica.
Okay, so it pure video game setting.
It has no link to any culture, location, language.
Okay.
It's all labs and bases. It's one of the reasons why it sucks so much.
Couldn't create Code Coronica.
It's not like a cool house. Like, it's kind of nuts that a military it's
Vode Coronica. Yeah. Anyway,
like
all right.
they've made like iconic and super cool locations after like an old house in Louisiana, but like Code Veronica has all these crazy military bases and they're the most boring fucking shit in the world.
Yeah. So I think pointing out that the interesting first setting locations are what make those games great is like
Every single game.
and the ones and that's one that doesn't have that, right? So it doesn't have that star
Like even the
location.
spin-offs, like the ship is the most interesting part of Revelations. The prison area is the most interesting part of Revelations 2. Like all of them. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that it even followed Shinji Mikami into Evil Within, because the first area in Evil Within is the most interesting part of that game.
Oh no. Damn.
Hey, Woolie, ballpark what the 3 areas in Evil Within 1 are.
I was going to assume that they were... Well, based on the name of the game, I honestly thought, like, you probably went to some creepy house and then ended up spending most of the game inside your own head.
Well,
I assume
the
that...
3 locations are Village, Castle, and City.
Oh, man. Okay. Damn. That's pretty predictable. Is there a lab too?
Yes, because the lab is the final part of the city in the mental hospital.
I honestly thought I just based on the name and I guess that trailer I saw that I was like, oh, this is fucking in your head shit, you know, the cell.
Mm-hmm. See, Evil Within 2 is the best like layout of all these, because Evil Within 2 unironically goes town, castle, lab, but the town is like 70% of the game.
Oh my god,
dude! Survival horror has a rigid formula.
What the fuck? Why is that so? You can't play with that at all? Like, we can't pick any other settings? What do we do? Both of them. That's a whole other franchise. That is the strongest anti-cell I've gotten for that entire series. Like,
hey, Woolie,
you guys talking about it not being a great time, you know, notwithstanding. I hear the DLC is really great though, but
for which one?
The one where you play as the boss or whatever.
No, which game are you talking about? Evil Within 1 or 2?
I think 2.
Evil Within 1 is not that great. Evil Within 2 is incredible.
Okay. I think you play as the monster in the DLC.
Yeah, everything about Evil Within 1 is kind of mediocre, I would say.
Okay.
Hey Woolie, you want me to fuck you up?
Sure.
You're a fan of Devil May Cry 1, right?
Yep. Melee
All
Island.
right, so what's the progression of levels in Devil May Cry 1?
Ding.
It's Castle, which is the biggest and most interesting location.
Sewers.
Then you make a little side trip to the sewers. Then it's back to Castle at night.
Yeah. Yeah, outside for a little bit, but whatever.
And then to Hell, which is the source of the evil. So it might as well be a lab.
Well, it's not a lab though, but you know.
Yeah.
I mean, but like DMC does end up in a lab by the time in 4, you know.
Yeah, DMC has the same actual progression. Like literally, all of them do. They just change lab and biomonsters for Hell. Okay, like look at DMC 4. City, castle, jungle, lab.
Yes, okay, but to be fair to 4, it is like different city. Right?
Yeah.
And then at some point you're going through like not sewers but caves, and then you go castle, and then you go jungle.
Yeah.
Right? And then you go back to other castle. But like,
I mean, shit, dude. Even 5 does it. 5 does city.
Yeah, but
it does.
But I just mean to say that like, there's a difference between saying city and thinking about like Raccoon City, and saying city and meaning the Vatican.
Yeah. Oh no. Of course they're different cities, but like it is a fucking formula, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like it is hilarious. And like you know what DMC's remix is? The last level is either hell or not quite hell.
Yeah.
Like DMC 5, it wasn't hell, it was sky hell.
Oh yeah, it's no. It's 100% there for sure. I mean,
hey, I can still hear you. I'm just getting up to get some water. Excuse me.
Yeah, like city to rooftops to sewers. Yeah, it's all still there, and then you spend a bunch of.
There's only so many fucking locations you could possibly go, but they're always in the same fucking order.
Well, credit where credit is due. Bayonetta ends up on a fucking sky ship, an airship. Again, another Vatican-esque city when you're running through Vigrid. Bayo at some point ends up like literally just on a vehicle on the road on the back of moving things, and then Bayo goes to fucking space. Bayo tries a little bit to not go so hard into a lot of the aforementioned things. Bayo 2 has big old city for a while though.
Hey, let me really bust it down for you, because Bayo, you know what Bayo's doing? It's not taking its roots from the Devil May Cry or Resident Evil formula. It's taking it from the anime formula, which is empty wasteland / village, city, space. And it's the same thing every time.
I mean, well, if you're going level by level, like you're just like graveyard to plain.
I mean, shit. Well, they like DMC 5 even splits the difference between hell and space.
Mm-hmm.
In that it's hell, but it's really high.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm thinking of the empty wasteland area you were talking about, like. Which part are you referring to?
In Gurren Lagann, like the
in Bayo, I mean,
like the villages. Oh, in Bayo,
because you go from graveyard, then you're on the back of the jet, and then it cuts to you going to the city, and you're going.
Okay, so yeah,
you go through Vigrid for a while.
For Bayo, it's city, space. Pretty much the one level.
Road, back of then air, sky, and then space. Yeah, space comes in, and you spend some time in space. Yeah. I guess so. And at the end of the day, too, like you put all fucking video games on a goddamn roulette wheel and crank them, and you're gonna get a set of textures.
I mean, this kind of goes like to a place. The main thing is that the Resident Evil series does it so set in stone. It's always the first area is the biggest, then you go to a little baby area, then you go back to the first area. And like, so it's 1, 2, 1, 3, 4, and it's that way for all of them.
Here's what I will say. The details matter, and like if you're describing like Evil Within following that same formula in that way, I guess zoomed out and hearing it in that like simplified way, I kind of go like, oh my god, really? But let's not forget that a game like Hollow Knight presents you 14 different kinds of caves.
Oh man.
Right? Hollow Knight presents you with caves, and then caves 2, and then super deep caves, and then pretty caves. You get caves where
this cave's got rocks.
This cave has bodies falling from the heavens.
Oh.
Right? So you got like, and then eventually you hit like, okay, here's Creepy Lab, here is Steampunk City. But then you connect right back to fucking caves, So Hollow Knight is like 14 different flavors of cave, and you get the art of how they're designed. Here's City Cave. Here, and like
here's Gross Cave.
But the details matter. So sticking with the formula is fine if the details are interesting and fresh. Super Gross Cave.
I would like to point out that somebody trying to get me, going, RE7 doesn't have a lab in the end. That's right, it's a salt mine, and in that salt mine you discover the lab. Now the lab is only 2 rooms, but that qualifies it as the lab.
Okay. Well, let me take the opportunity right there to interject with a quick word from our sponsors.
Let's do that.
Right on.
Who do we got this week as our wonderful sponsors, Woolie?
This week, the Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Manscaped. You gotta keep it in mind, folks.
Hey, would it be upsetting to you if I used Manscaped's excellent products to trim my, packaged hair into something that looked like your face?
My face?
Yeah.
I would...
Like you giving like a thumbs up?
I would not be... No, I would not be upset by that because I would be impressed at your craftsmanship and your attention to detail. If you were capable of trimming that big old red bush into something resembling my face, giving a thumbs up, I would have to applaud it.
Yeah.
I would be equally as impressed as I would be disgusted.
Yeah.
So as I frowned, I would have to applaud. Well, but here's what we're getting at though. Just because you're locked down, you're not, it's possible that you're not paying attention to what's going on down there. But
I'm trying to see how many days I can go without washing. That's not true. I shower compulsively.
Don't do it. It matters. Regardless,
the point is somebody might not be paying attention to their particulars, which would be upsetting to their SO, which they are trapped with.
Yes. Make sure that, and even if it's just for yourself, it is key that you stay groomed and stay clean. And what better way to do it than with the Lawnmower 3.0? It's a 3rd generation electric trimmer featuring a cutting edge ceramic blade to prevent manscaping accidents.
You don't want those.
No. Millions of balls are safe thanks to the nick-free advanced skin-safe technology. And the Perfect Package 3.0 kit comes with a new and improved Lawnmower 3.0, a ton of other liquid formulations to round out your manscaping routine. Some of the liquid tools for your family jewels, I had rhymes, folks, includes the Crop Preserver, which is a name that I super, super duper love. And yes, and I can 100% personally attest the Crop Preserver works and does its job. It is an anti-chafing deodorant for your balls. Game changer. You put deodorant on.
Ball chafing is terrible.
Ball chafing is terrible. And you deodorize your armpits. Why not deodorize the worst smelling part of your body? Crop Preserver, it's good stuff. The Crop Reviver is a spray-on toner and refresher. Gives you a little pep in your step. It's aloe and hazel extracts. Anti-inflammatory, anti-burn, dryness and hydration are all in effect. So you can revive your crop. That's the name of the product. It works. It works. It's all part of the Perfect Package. It also comes with a travel bag, disposable shaving mats, and a set of comfy anti-chafing boxers. They're super duper slick. I actually have decided to start using the travel bag is now my bathroom bag whenever I go places. So I transferred all my toothbrushes and every other thing that you take with you on the go. I moved it all into the Perfect Package travel bag. It's pretty handy for that. And it of course has a little pocket on the side to travel with the Lawnmower 3.0. So it's the perfect package for your perfect package. Wah wah. You can get 20% off plus free shipping with the code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. So get 20% off and free shipping with code SUPERBEAST at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. and use code SUPERBEAST. Don't be a noob. Trim those pubes.
Please tell me you just invented that off the top of your head, because that's fantastic.
That is 100% in front of me on paper. There's some real big gamer words in here. Big gamer speak. Level up your grooming game. And listen up, gamers. Maximize your joystick. That I artfully eggshelled around. I artfully eggshelled around a lot of that, but there's definitely some, we're video gamers, aren't we? We're big gamers.
I am a huge gamer.
We rise up,
and I love video games.
Yeah. Keep your D-pad clean, level up your grooming game with Manscaped, folks. It's just that simple. That's cute. It's cute.
Get your shit in order. Fix your nuts. They're probably gross.
You min-max your character. Why wouldn't you min-max your balls? You grind out your
Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
This week, the podcast is also sponsored by DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash, what's up? I'm kind of hungry. Do you have anything for me?
Yes, they've got many, many things for you. They've got 300,000 partners to choose from, actually. And DoorDash has been open pretty much for the last month on my phone, as I've been getting lots of takeout. It's been very handy to get delicious food from different places as I have needed it. Yeah. No, it's you know what it is. Between everything that you are busy with, between not necessarily wanting to leave the house, between restaurants not being open to you walking in because that would be irresponsible.
Just stop that.
DoorDash is still delivering, and a lot of places are open for only delivery. And yeah, you want to get anything you're craving, whether it's pizza, Chinese, froyo, whatever it is. There's something for everyone on DoorDash. Continue supporting restaurants in your community safely. There's thousands of them open for delivery, and they need your patronage now more than ever, so you can support your favorite restaurants on DoorDash. It's an app that brings you the food you're craving right now straight to your door. Ordering is easy. You just open the app, choose what you want to eat, and your food will be left safely outside your door with the new contactless delivery drop-off setting. I have been absolutely making use of that as well. A couple weeks ago, we were talking about the Death Stranding-esque, like, put the package on the shelf and slide it through. We're pretty much doing that. Folks are doing the contactless delivery. The drop-off of the delicious eats is being done without the driver. And usually, by the time I hear them, walking away, I can just shout out a thank you, and they'll be like, "Yeah, no problem."
Oh, I don't open the door until they're long gone.
Okay. I definitely I catch them on the way out. Or you can even talk through the door if you want to. That's fine too. You got to leave them with a little keep on keeping on. Yeah. So you can exactly get your food delivered contactless and safe. So right now, our listeners can get $5 off their first order of $15 or more and 0 delivery fees for their first month when you download the DoorDash app and enter code CASTLE. That's $5 off your first order and 0 delivery fees for a month when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter code CASTLE. Don't forget, that's code CASTLE for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Thanks, DoorDash. And with that, I've been drinking a lot of water, so I gotta pee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You want to take a 5-minute break? Because I could go for another pee. I've been drinking water as well.
You can go for a pee.
Yeah, I could go for a pee.
You want to go for a pee, bro?
Yeah, let's get. Hey, bro. Let's go for a pee.
All right, bro. I'm down to pee.
All right, bro. Yeah, okay.
All right, see you in a bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna start peeing right now.
Big pee.
All right.
Big pee.
Hey, is there what?
Hey, okay. There we go. All right.
Sorry about that, live viewers. I had to use the bathroom more than I thought I did.
Big piss, bro?
Yes, a big piss of solid food baby from my ass.
Oh, that's not a piss.
It's a form of piss.
All right, well, you know, bodily functions. We do them.
They're horrible. They're pretty horrible. I hate them.
Well, was it healthy? Good color?
I don't know, man. As long as there's no blood in it, I figure I'm good.
Nah, the color tells you a lot. You know.
Yeah.
Sometimes doctors are like, "Yo, take a picture of that shit. And let me know." And they'd be like, "Damn, I guess you gotta."
I guess you're dead.
Yep.
I know if you take a white shit, that means you have like horrible barium poisoning.
Yes. So light color, white almost is super bad. That's your fucking. All right, we're out. We're out.
Yeah.
We're out. We're out. We're out. We're out. All right. So I had a week, and things happened in it.
What? Crazy.
Well, yeah. So I guess first I will bring up not a ton of things, just really short, but one a shout out to the folks over at Hero Versus. It's that mobile game that I'm in. It's the fighting game, and it's coming along. It looks pretty cool. They put the teaser up, and they put the some combo footage up, and they just sent, like, literally right before we started, they just sent a box with like stuff in it. So I'm holding up one of these like shirts that has like me printed on it with the thing, and it's the really cool art. Yeah, and it says King of the Ring, and then there's like these cards that have the same thing on it, and then there's like a poster and like hoodies, and like it's a big old merch bomb of like me as a fighting game character printed on a bunch of stuff, and it's like, oh fuck, that's really cool. So we're there. So shout outs to Hero Versus. I like that the first combo they show off is like some sick boxer pressure into some dirty resets and a command grab, and it's like, fuck yeah, watch out. I took a look. We had a little bit of a race wars, and took a look at Sonic Robo Blast 2 Kart. And Sonic Robo Blast 2 was the Sonic game I talked about not too long ago that I really enjoyed.
I'm shocked that you just added the word cart to the end of that and it's a new game.
Well, so the reason why is because when I originally found out about this game was a podcast topic that was about the kart game. So you may not remember it, but it's the one where the trailer I was describing, they showed off basically a bunch of different like Sonic characters racing in a kart game, but then they showed off like Beat from Jet Set Radio, and then Ooh La La, and then I, and then fucking Kiryu riding in a race cart, right? And then
he would do that.
And then you get a bunch of Sega characters all together, and then on top of that, they're like, how many levels does it have? 70? 80? Not, and then it's like as the whole trailer goes on, by the end it's like there's over 100 tracks.
That's very many tracks.
It's insane. So we decided to take a little look at it and play it, and yeah, man, it feels really good. It feels almost like a right in between Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart the original Super Mario Kart. It feels like right in between those. Very tight and very nicely responsive controls. Again, tons of characters to choose from, and it's a modded version of Sonic Robo Blast 2, that 2D sprites on a 3D engine do mod game. They turned it into a kart game, and it's like a fucking perfect kart game. It's got
wait, perfect? That's quite the goddamn.
It is
like statement.
It is really, really. It is all the things I like about the old Mario Kart games. You know, I felt it had like a ridiculous number of racers to choose from with different stats. It had a ridiculous number of colors to like set them to. You had a full like probably like maybe like 60 colors per character to choose from, so you can run any color OC tails that you want to be.
I want green tails.
You can do green tails. No,
I want to be Weed the Tails. 420 the Tails.
You've got 4 different shades of green to pick from.
Oh my goodness.
And then there's fun little tie-in stages like here's Mementos with the Mementos music. Here's the Super Mario. Here's Princess Peach's like castle.
Oh, I guess that is Sega, isn't it? Huh?
No. It's not about that. At this point, it's just fan service, right? So like Vice from Skies of Arcadia,
all right,
is a fucking driver you can choose. You know, it doesn't matter. Hatsune Miku is a racer. Like it's just throwing in all kinds of wacky shit in there. You can you can race in Mementos. You can race in. There's literally just tracks lifted from Mario Kart and put into it. So like just in case you wanted to go do that, you can.
If you're just gonna steal tracks, then you can get that fucking list up there.
Yeah. So ton of great mods that have been done, and this is it's a mod, and then people have modded this mod to feature even more content. So,
I see.
But like when you go to the official download for it, like it comes and you go to the add-ons and you can turn on these extra characters as like little add-ons and things like that, and add-on tracks and shit. So you're modding the mod to get a really solid racing game. You know, I am like notably bad. I'm worse than I thought, because I remember when
kart racer's not your thing.
Well, no, I remember when I thought I was okay at them because I played them and had a lot of fun as a kid, you know, and over the years I would be like, yeah, like I enjoy some Mario Kart. And I guess hitting some of like the what I would consider like more difficult levels is like when we start leaving the racetrack levels, because there's always a city, and there's a city with 90-degree turns on it, right?
Every time, yeah.
There's a city where you have to just like completely swerve, or you hit the face of a building, and like the track is basically navigating through a grid of 90-degree turns, and I'm always like, oh man, like I'm having a hard time with that, especially like not knowing the route. You're like, is that a left or a right? And you're not sure. I you know, but aside from my ability, the game is a very good racing game, and it was a pretty fun time. I would definitely put it up there. Even though, you know, it's coming off of the engine I liked with Robo Blast 2. So big shout outs to that, and just the sheer volume of content inside of it.
Did you ever play Blur?
No, but I know it.
It's the weirdest fucking thing. It's just the weirdest fucking... Because I was just thinking, like, you're like, it's pretty great and it's right up there. And I'm like, how much competition do kart racers have? There's Mario Kart, which rules the roost all the time.
CTR.
There's CTR, but that was just like... That's both old and new, and there's really only 2 CTRs. And then Blur tried... Blur was weird, man.
CTR was pretty fun. I enjoyed CTR. I think there's a couple others that tried, you know. I mean, well, there's fucking Sonic, right? Although it's not exactly a kart, but the idea remains. TSR was just fucking whatever. You know, there's obviously Diddy Kong.
Oh, right.
Sonic Team Racing is not Sega All-Star for racing.
Yeah, those are somehow different.
Those are not the same thing.
It's fairly confusing.
There's fucking Garfield Kart.
Is there?
Yep.
Huh.
So, you know, there's a couple of different mascot racers out there and a couple of other things. But, yeah, I'm going to say that if you liked the Mario Kart, if you like Super Mario Kart, Mario Kart DS, Mario Kart 64, that kind of feeling of game, this is what Sonic Rebel Blast 2 Kart reminds me of. It was very good. I liked it. I'm gonna also mention. Nope, that's it.
Oh, okay. You just check like an embargo list, or
no? I'm gonna wait. I'm working through something, but I'm gonna wait.
Oh, you're working on something.
Okay. Working on something. Yeah. If you would like,
I'm just petting a cat's belly.
If you would like to tune into what we got going on, which is right now we got Black Mesa. Where I have switched over, even though so this shout outs to Wool, who pointed out that watching Woolie versus streams is like reading the manga, and like watching the YouTube is like watching the anime. It's such an apt comparison. It's fucking it's
guys, shut up. We haven't caught up yet. God,
it's great. So I want to say that Black Mesa on YouTube just hit the point where I had my worst controller foible yet.
Was it the part where it made you go, damn it, I need a cube?
Pretty much. I had an extremely embarrassing encounter with a soldier and a shotgun point blank, and I just couldn't it was really bad, and I went, all right, fuck this. And I immediately switched and grabbed my away suitcase, and I grabbed a mouse, and then I started doing the hybrid. I did a little impromptu on the moment config setup for it, and then at the end of the session I kind of refined it a little bit and whatnot. Came back and then had that ready, but I also had the Steam controller. So then I was like, let me try out the Steam controller, you know. So the cube was available, the Steam controller was available. I went through some of the options and I took a look, and to the Steam controller's credit, there are many different settings you can customize on it with the Steam overlay. Like you can
That's true, there are.
You can set
there are many settings.
There are more options I noticed on that available than like pretty much any other controller setup you can do. You can set the D-pad on the left side to be like a mouse wheel or a weapon wheel, or just a D-pad, or another stick entirely, or a touch to like kind of almost like represent the area of the screen you're clicking on, type of thing, like just touch screen almost. And I was like, yeah, there's a lot of options there. It's still an abortion to hold in your hand. It's still
it is the cheapest feeling controller I've ever held.
It is. The Duke was not as cheap feeling. The Duke was was less comfortable. But what are we saying here? It's not saying much. It's not a great controller to hold. I'd rather hold the Ouya controller. Personally, that's where I was at, and
yeah, probably,
yeah. And some angry messages from Steam controller marks out there. There are Steam controller marks. They've sent me videos of the proper configuration that I could have, if I bothered to learn it, I could have played like this.
Oh, Steam controller marks.
It was, I'm like, hey man, there's got to be one for all of them, But yeah. I'm getting DMs about the proper way to set up my Steam controller. But you know, that's fine. If you are an anime watcher and you've missed out on the manga, it's no problem. Enjoy. Please, by all means, watch the anime. It's more important that you do. But I was done with that session. I played for about like maybe half an hour with it, and you know what? It worked better than a twin stick, right? It works better than a twin stick, but it's not gonna replace a mouse, you know.
Of course not.
So I then switched back to my hybrid, and loving it. Been doing great with the hybrid. Been able to, properly use the machine gun. You know, the MP5 was kind of just like a rough go with the twin stick beforehand, and now I'm running it. So I got a stick in one hand with a controller. I got a mouse in the other hand, and it's best of both worlds. So I'm back to the hybrid.
I have no idea how to adequately describe why the hybrid is so upsetting. But it is.
Well,
it is upsetting.
I don't know what to tell you. If it's upsetting, I sure, but it is to me. It's the optimal solution on both hands. You know, a mouse is better than a thumbstick, for sure, for accuracy. But then to me, a thumbstick is better than a WASD. So that's where I'm at. I will do.
Doesn't your wrist get tired from holding up a whole controller with just one hand?
Opposite. My wrists get tired from keyboarding.
What?
Because it's basically like, depends on where the surface level is, I suppose, right? Like, I feel as if if you have kind of like a table, full support and whatnot, you'd probably be more fine. But like, the angles I was at, it wasn't as comfortable. I don't feel like the thumb was a problem, because I would just basically hold the controller on my lap. My hand was fully rested. There was no lifting of the wrist type of thing. Someone had a theory, and that was that the fact that I play arcade sticks so much means that like my button tapping hand is favoring the right instead of the keyboard hand, which is the left. And I was like, maybe that could be it. Who knows? But one thing's for sure, I super like having a stick in my hand and a gripped triggers and hands, and I like it, you know. So what I did was actually, I feel the same way that I did when I first talked about this on with Overwatch and with Apex, in the sense that like, there will continuously and always be a desire to fix what I'm discussing here. It's like, no, you're not doing it. You need to fix this and change it and do a different one. And I'm like, I'm pretty comfy with this, but I'm for the sake of fun and just seeing how it goes, I got that Steam controller. So I also I'm getting one of those, the thing that everyone links me to all the time, where I've retweeted it and let people know that I've seen it. It's the one-handed Hori, like it's kind of like nunchuck, PS4 pad, PC pad, whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird hybrid built in.
Yeah, so I'm gonna grab one of those and see how that feels, just out of curiosity. But like, the controller being held, even though it's like, even if it was cut in half, it'd be fine. But even though it's not, it's like, yeah, it still just sits in my lap. It's like a nunchuck almost. And I feel like those who have heard me talk about it are gonna get tired of hearing me talk about it. Those who haven't heard me talk about it are gonna be hearing it for the first time. But it just, I feel much more accurate with the thumbstick, and I feel like I'm never gonna have an issue tapping the wrong key when I'm holding my controller. Whereas when I have to use my pinky to do control and shift, and when I have to go over to R.
Oh no, but nobody uses control anymore. Everybody just uses their pinky for shift, and then their mouse buttons.
It's still a pinky button I don't want to press. I don't want to press buttons with my pinky. I don't. It's not. I don't enjoy that. It's not a thing that I like doing. And moving over to the surrounding keys, and then possibly like fucking.
I feel like this controller hybrid thing is the fucking perfect microcosm of everything infuriating about the way that you play any game. You are jumping through every conceivable hoop possible to the point of even setting up a cube specifically made to give you the ability to use mouse and keyboard without the problems that you have, so that you can do it your way. This fucked up weird hybrid that no one has intended ever. And you tried a Steam controller before you tried the keyboard. You're insane. Everyone says I'm crazy, but you're crazy.
I'm not trying to convince anybody to play my style. I don't want anybody to copy me necessarily. I'm not out here telling anyone that this is superior. I'm not preaching this as something that people should do as opposed to using the keyboard. I'm just saying that personally, I absolutely loathe the keyboard for directional movement. It's unfun to me. It bothers me. So even putting in the time to getting comfortable with it, like I would with a hitbox, like I did and like I was able to do, it would still be like, I can play like this. I still don't enjoy it.
You're talking about learning a hitbox. A hitbox is like a fucking weirdo, fucked up thing for crazy people.
But do you understand why? But do you know why I'm using the analogy? It's because it's replacing a directional stick with buttons in the exact same way that a WASD replaces a stick with buttons. And I can learn to move properly with the hitbox, but I didn't prefer it. And then besides the hitbox, remember I showed you the mix box?
That one was weird.
That one was actually just a keyboard. It was actually just WASD, right? Do you recall it?
Yeah, vaguely.
Okay. So I used that, and I used the keyboard, and I got used to it, and I was able to play and do shit. And like I was playing like Dragon Ball, and I was messing around with some other stuff at the time, and I was like, yeah, I can play with this. And in fact, it would make certain inputs, like it makes an instant air dash go a lot easier, for example. But at the end, it was not preferred. It works. I can do it. It's not as comfortable to me. And in that instance, there's no extra keys to worry about. That was even optimal because that was just the 4 keys of the direction without any surrounding keys to accidentally hit, for example. So I'm not going to try to tell anybody.
You're insane.
That's fine.
This is like, the hybrid is pretty crazy in and of itself, but you cycling through every single possible permutation of controllers in order to avoid the one that the game was built for.
But did what I just like? So I just described something, and you processed it, and then went back to step 1.
Yeah, because nothing you said actually dealt with step 1.
Which is, I'm insane.
It's just that simple.
Okay. I'm not gonna push.
You know what this is, Woolie?
I'm not gonna push it on anybody.
I refuse to learn how armor skills in Monster Hunter work because I just want to play it my way.
It's not refusing.
And be bad at it.
It's not refusing.
Yes, you did. You totally refused to learn.
It is literally a controller preference. It's an extremely unpopular controller preference, but I am choosing config that I like over config I don't like. And you're basically you're kind of saying like, and anyone, and you know, if you're like, no, fuck you, learn bumper jumper. And I'm like, it's a much bigger change than that. It's a much bigger change than that. But at the end of the day, like, it feels more comfortable. And I don't know how else you want me to quantify that. I don't know.
Shit, Woolie.
What value?
I play a bunch of games on controller that I would otherwise, essentially, I play Doom Eternal on controller instead of mouse and keyboard, right?
Yeah.
But like the Cube is specifically built for to remedy all of your mouse and keyboard comfort problems.
It is. That's true. You know, and
it's just so frustrating of game after game after game after game, and now controller preference of like, oh, this is the way, you know, that would be effective, and what comes back is Woolie going, no, I'm gonna do it the Woolie way, and everyone goes, why? That way sucks, and then you go, because it's the Woolie way for Woolie.
But why does it suck?
Why does the hybrid suck? The very first thing that pops into mind is the dozens of games in which every time I accidentally bump my mouse with my elbow, the UI starts to go crazy.
And the last time you brought that up, we talked about how that was fixed, totally turned off and patched out. So when that doesn't happen,
that's been fixed in every game now?
No, that was
happening in Resident Evil, like just the other day.
When we talked about it, it was in Overwatch, and then that got changed, right? But right now, so for Black Mesa, for example, doesn't exist. Doesn't have that doesn't happen. So continue.
Also, for the vast majority of the cases, just the left side of the controller doesn't give you access to enough buttons.
In Black Mesa's case, it does.
Well, I suppose for Black Mesa, then it works out fine.
Keep in mind,
but for most games, it does not.
Keep in mind that I got a mouse that has the 7 thumb buttons on it, as well as 2 beneath the middle. So I have a mouse with a lot of functions that help me. For example, my weapon wheel is just the wheel on the thumb of my mouse.
Oh, okay.
So I can scroll.
So what's the regular scroll wheel do?
So the regular scroll wheel is also a weapon wheel, right? But if I want to go specifically to a class of weapon, it's got crowbar on 1, it's got pistols on 2, it's got machine guns on 3, and so on and so forth.
So you would rather learn to use a mouse with 10 buttons, and you have your thumb and every finger on your right hand be doing everything except for your pinky, than have your left hand comfortably sit on many of those keys with only slight alterations.
It's not actually.
You would rather learn an MMO mouse than play with a keyboard.
It's actually.
That's even crazier than the hybrid.
Can I interject and say that 1, it's my 3 fingers. It's not my every finger. 2, it's not the MMO mouse with the 15 buttons, because that's a different add-on piece. It's a 7 button. It's much less than the 15. The 15 was way too much. I took a look at it and I'm like, that's crazy. That's way too many, and like it's way too easy to get lost in that grid of buttons on the MMO mouse. The circle was much less of an issue, of 7 buttons or so, and it's left click, right click, scroll wheel, button beneath it, thumb. It did it. So again, it's not that I wanted to go into this in such vigor, and I definitely did not want to go into this in a combative fashion, but when you're like, it's so crazy, it's so stupid, and I'm asking you why, the first reason you gave was because it makes the UI change, and then I'm like, well, no, it doesn't. And then the second reason you gave was because it doesn't have enough buttons on it, and I'm like, yes, it did. And then the third reason you gave was because of the mouse functions that are like all crazy in an MMO function. And I just said, no, you don't use all your fingers, and it's just the 7. So all 3 of those reasons have been clearly answered. Do you have another one?
I do not.
All right. I don't push anybody towards using this controller. I don't want anyone to do that this way, but this is absolutely much more comfortable.
I would like you to try and remember this conversation in the future for when you make fun of my goblins and the way that I do things as being silly, and just don't do that, because you are just as insane with this shit.
I will keep it in mind.
Your total refusal to adapt to any situation ever is fucking so crazy.
I will keep it in mind.
So nuts.
Providing that you can do what I just did and not list me a number of false reasons. Then absolutely, I'm totally for you. With that being said, in Black Mesa, I got to the part where...
I'm sorry, hold on. None of those were false reasons. I did not invent them as if they were not true, Woolie. They may not have applied to you directly, but false is disingenuous as fuck.
Okay, well, if they're not applying to me, then they're not creating the scenario where I would have the issue that you're supposing I would have.
So not applicable, maybe, but false is bullshit.
But then why would you use them as a way of saying you're circumventing these landmines? You're jumping over these landmines to get somewhere, when I'm like, these landmines don't exist here. There's no landmines here. The ones you're describing aren't here. They're not applicable. Therefore, there were no landmines. So to make it look like I'm jumping over them is also disingenuous.
There are these things called examples, Woolie, and if they don't apply to you, that doesn't make them false. That makes them not applicable. I thought they applied to you.
Okay.
You showed that they didn't.
Right. Okay. That's fair. I agree with you.
False is implying a manufacture or a lie.
No.
It is disparaging.
Okay. I did not mean to disparage. I apologize for that. That's not what my intention was. My intention was certainly to look at it and ask you if you had reasons for your feelings, because you had a feeling of this is gross, and
the reason is like I am having PTSD over a million years of LP videos,
okay,
where you just desperately only want to do it your way,
okay,
and you won't listen to anything anyone is telling you.
I mean, for what it's worth, I'm trying to be as contrite about this as possible, and say that, like, you know, the way that I'm comfortable doing this is very much against the grain of what the entire world wants.
I would say that is accurate, yes.
So I am not confused as to how outside, like, my flavoring is.
I am having like a mental breakdown over the idea of you workshopping this fucking abomination of controllers, and you're the same person that I had to tell to drop your shield like 400 times.
Oh yeah, no, because
you wouldn't learn that one thing.
Right, because garbage habits in video games where I'm just like, I'm panicking and thus not thinking properly about the situation are gonna show themselves every time I play something, right? That happens to me in other genres as well, where it's like, Woolie, the answer is to just do this thing in the game, but you're panicking and you're doing the wrong thing, right? And it's like, yeah, that's coming with the challenge of the video game and me personally not having the skill required to adapt to that thing, right? But in this particular context, I'm describing something where I understand just how niche and fucking outside it is. For me, as long as I can walk you through the steps to see how we got here, I don't mind if that's how you feel about it, right? But that's why I always take it from the top and I go, well, here are the list of reasons that I have for why I'm over on this side of the fence. And it's a very weird place to be, but as long as you understand those reasons and they make sense to you, then sure. If you might disagree with them because you don't share them, they're not the same hurdles for you. But if I can describe them to someone and they can follow the path, then I'm like, oh, okay, that's fine.
So there's something that you just said that actually like locked it in. Like, as to like, why is this such a sticking point? And it's because there are many times where I have explained like weird OCD mind goblin shit, the way that I do things a certain way. And my answer will nearly always be I do it this way because it makes me feel comfortable, or because this makes me feel uncomfortable. And the answer that comes back is usually, well, just don't do that. Ha ha ha. From you in particular. Just don't be crazy. Just don't do that. And it's like, but if it's about comfort, then those things aren't crazy.
Right. At the same time,
I want my volume at 5 and 10
yes,
or whatever.
I do too. Am I holding the toilet paper in my hand and stripping naked in the toilet? No. But if it's
that's very comfortable.
But it's very, yes. Now here's the thing.
Also, about 30% of people do that. I did a poll and I was shocked how many people also get completely naked to take a shit.
Now do make fucking fun of me for my controller setup. By all means, it's weird. It's totally out there. Throw me under the bus. You know, let's have fun with
please.
But like, and in the same sense, I'm like, bro, you're stripping naked and you're holding a thing in your hand. That shit's fucking wild. You know,
Woolie, I will tell you this right now, and I think this is why we can't meet in the middle on this. This is why we can't literally agree to disagree. I think your fucking mouse controller hybrid shit is markedly more insane than taking off all of your clothes to take a shit.
Well, you would.
That is my line in the sand.
Of course you would. You're the guy. You're there. You're saying this to me while you're naked, holding the TP roll.
That's right.
What do you want me to fucking tell you? You know?
I desperately need to turn this into a poll because I want to see if it's anything other than 90-10.
Can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor? Can you phrase it in a?
Oh yeah, no, it'll be neutral.
And not a past typical poll.
What
way?
is more insane? Taking all of your clothes off every time you take a shit, or using a mouse and controller combination for PC games?
Do you want to put in a third option? Do you want to put in a third option that's just like, I want to vote the funny answer instead of being accurate?
I always hate that.
You know, so just give them a place to click that go, I want to vote the funny answer instead of instead of the truth.
I hate doing that because that's always the thing that it ruins every poll ever.
You're right.
Taking your clothes off and using controller mouse.
Yeah.
Mouse and controller hybrid.
Can I just say for the record that, like, I'm willing. I don't even fully disagree with the assertion. If you're, I'm gonna say you're, like, to me, no. To me, we're discussing.
Polls up, everyone. That's on my Twitter at Pat Stairs at.
To me, discussing video game habits is always going to be less of a major thing than clothing and whether you should wear them or not on a global level. But I can probably be convinced.
So here's the thing, because it's so much more important that you're not wearing your clothes in the bathroom than video game stuff. Video game stuff is not that big of a deal, but it's like unconscionable that you would wear clothes on the toilet.
But because it's not that big of a deal, that's why it couldn't possibly be crazier, right? Because everything matters less. It's like, if the option could be at the end of the day, okay, just don't play the fucking video game. Like, then it's like, well, then life goes on, I suppose. I feel like taking your clothes off in any given scenario has much more on the line. There are higher stakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are higher stakes, which is why you take clothes off.
Yeah. But to get back to what I was saying though, is just like, you know, with each of those moments of crazy, by all means, I will fucking rip you a new one, and I encourage you to rip me a new one, as I do what is completely outside the realm of norm for playing my video games.
I have a secret for y'all. You know how Woolie's all like normal and kind of cool sometimes? He's actually just as insane as I am. He's just better at hiding it.
A lot of people have been saying that about me.
Just as crazy.
A lot of people have been saying that about me recently. They say that I am I am just as nuts in very specific ways where I don't. You have a wide spread of crazy.
Yeah. I'm a shotgun,
and I have a sniper rifle of like you're only gonna hit this one shot, but it's a far sight.
Yeah. All right. I'll sign up for that.
You know,
that universal truth shit was out there. Can't believe you tried to start a cult on this very podcast.
I can't believe you framed it that way and successfully hoodwinked everybody into you know. Hey, I established this already, and it is you can do amazing things if you just reframe the question. If you are funny, you win. It's not if you make sense, and it's not if you're right, and it's not if you're on point. If you are funny, you win, and funny becomes the truth.
And you could also have math. That also helps.
Yes. Math too. I am going to, in most cases, not have the punchline you have, and thus not win the lore battle. Mm-hmm. In most cases, and I think you know this, and I think you're aware of this power, and I think it's why in most case situations you're willing to engage to the nth.
Oh, I just love to do it.
It is the Patrice O'Neal defense. Funny equals victory.
Dude, this cat smells.
Yeah.
I just picked him up and I'm looking at him and he fucking reeks.
Like, there have been so many times where the room is fucking hostile and comedians are at the table at the Comedy Cellar and they're firing bullets left and right, and the wrong person walks up and like Patrice has like literally, he was in the middle of being thrown under the bus, or squished under it for that matter, and literally like the next comic that walked up had to become the heat.
Yeah.
And you just walked up and he took all the heat he was taking and shot it at whoever it was, and they fucking, their shoes got it, the stupid shirt they were wearing got it, their garbage act got it, their fucking haircut got it, their cross-eyed
the whole fucking thing,
that shitty ass phone that they're using got it, right? Your ugly ass teeth. You know, like,
oh, not the teeth.
They got
personal.
Wrecked, and the fucking room lost it, and then that target took the heat off, and Patrice was no longer under the bus. Funny equals victory.
Wolves, we have an update. So we've got about 1,700 votes in. You are totally winning. However, much like I thought, you're winning by way less of a margin than you would expect. You're winning by about 15%.
That's not enough.
Now, that's a lot closer than you would think, right?
But that's not enough. Come on, people. Come on. All right, listen.
Woolie, you don't understand what's going on out here, man.
Out here being your toilet.
Yeah, the toilet.
All right, well.
A lot of people do things that, okay, this is going to ruin your life. Woolie,
you can't ruin my life.
A lot of people do a lot of the crazy things that I do, more than you think. Many, many more than you think.
Okay, so here's what I know I have had that exact thought, but here's what my version is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ye who is not guilty cast the first stone, right?
That's right.
Whoever comes at us for anything, it'd be like, okay, cool. Yeah. Let's find out about your life, and let's find the thing that you do. You know? I wish I knew your thing.
This sounds vindictive.
I wish I knew. You're so lucky I don't know your thing, says Louis C.K. Everyone knows my thing. If I knew your thing, ooh.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be 58-42 in your favor.
But
4-6.
Yep. How fucking cool would it be if everyone who wrote a comment on YouTube, Reddit, or even on Twitch or anywhere on Twitter would be like, you're super wrong about this. You didn't bother doing that. I don't know. This shit's getting really annoying. And then underneath it, just a little thing that just says, my thing is... and then it just inserts thing. My thing is... I kind of really like it watching animals fuck. My thing is, I don't like. I like the stinkier the sock, the better. I don't know. Like, what is it? You know, you just put a little underneath, almost like Flair in Reddit. So it's like everybody can just be like, hey, by the way. I'm criticizing you. I'm throwing you under the bus. And by the way, this is the word that I mispronounce all the time. I've never said this word correctly in my life. Oh,
that's so bad.
And everyone in my friendships and my family knows that I mispronounce this word, but no one on the internet does. So here it is.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, that's
level
terrible.
The field. Even footing. Reveal.
Squash the curve.
Reveal it.
You gotta flatten this curve out.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Totally. Right now it's imbalanced. Y'all know too much about us. We don't know nothing about you. So when the criticisms come in, I'm like, cool, I'll take that. What's going on?
Oh man.
Share. Open up.
You know, I said fucking turquoise instead of turquoise.
Yeah.
Up until like a month ago, like my whole life.
Sure.
My mother drives me so fucking crazy. Like the gallery on a porch, like depending on the kind of house you have.
Yeah. Veranda.
She is in her 60s and calls that a gallery to this day.
Right.
And I've never been able to get her to explain why.
A recent one I've been enjoying with Punch Bomb has been her inability. So she always says finally when she wants to say ultimately.
Mm-hmm.
Because of finalement.
Well, yeah, English is her second language, so that's right. Fine.
But it's
everybody who's speaking their second language gets a pass.
But sort of, but not really, because she's like actually bilingual. Like she actually has both.
Yeah, I know, but my sister's got like a degree in English, and she still says all sorts of weird, stupid French shit.
I think she got English first. I got to double check that.
Shit, my sister still says caché instead of hidden.
Right.
That one word never jumped over.
Yeah. So there'll be like things where it's just like, so finally I decided I'm not going to do the thing, and I was just, and I'm like, finalement, but yeah, man, that's what it is. That's what it is. And there, a whole lot of that French related shit comes up with me all the time, obviously, since, I'm Reggie and Min and super have the French thing going on. And then there's and then there's my, and then there's my like I sound like I know what I'm talking about in English most of the time, but I'm still raised in.
That's very sweet, Woolie.
I don't have an accent right now. I'm speaking what is masked English. Because
no, I'm saying you just said that you sound like you know what you're talking about most of the time.
Okay.
English.
Well,
and I said that's really sweet, buddy.
Okay. Well, in any case, what I'm trying to say is that every once in a while, despite the fact like if I talked like this the whole time, then everyone would think that hey, he doesn't speak the English, and expectation.
You gotta get more H's in there. You gotta get
expectations are a little bit. Comment je dis
low.
Your
JP is pretty good,
right? If I spoke a little,
JP is pretty good.
If I spoke like that, expectations get lowered. It is what it is. But I'm speaking in a much clearer, camouflaged English to everyone, so you're hearing a very clear English accent. And then when it scrapes against something that is hard Quebecois, then it's like, ripped out of reality. Turns out it's not the world we had, right? It's not the same flavor. every once in a while, folks get reminded that I am not from the same fucking place, and I have a different, you know, I'm coming from a different flavor. I'm Anglophone in Quebec.
Yeah, you don't speak English. You're Anglophone. It's a very different thing.
So, you know, we French Canadians, right, as it were.
I always get the fun one because I got the French last name, so I call up the government, and they're like, "Oh, bonjour, Mr. Boivin, comment ça va?" And I go, "Hello," and they go, "See, you're French? No." Okay, give me a second, and then they transfer me.
Yeah, no, Gasquang was super wrong, but it'll follow me to the ends of the earth. You know. It'll follow me. It'll follow me to the ends of the earth because
you know why it'll follow you? Because of avalanche.
Avalanche.
Yeah, because of avalanche.
Yeah. You know, it was 100% Gascoigne, but like me thinking that there was going to be a French pronunciation just didn't know how to deal with those letters.
I gotta be real. I don't remember that whole sequence like all that clearly, like exactly how long it went on for, but. Like, I do remember having a vivid feeling of, like, you going for that and be like, yeah, Gasquang. And, like, knowing already that it was Gascoigne.
Yes, I remember that you knew.
Being like, let's see how long we can
until he says it in the game. Or until someone else says it. Until what's her name
says
just
like,
it.
Oh, yeah? Oh,
yeah. You saw ahead. You knew. You saw it ahead. You knew, you know? And I was like...
Oh, man, that's a crazy name that guy has. Just like knowing in an hour or two someone would say it out loud and be like, oh yeah, wow.
But it's worse because you knew what I was going for, and you were like,
absolutely. I knew exactly what your thought process was.
Yeah, and I
may have in fact made the same mistake myself had I not already seen it in a preview thing.
But it's tattooed on my back.
Yeah, well, that's the way it crumbles.
He knew.
I handed you the shovel, but you still had to dig.
I did. And, you know.
It's pronounced gaslighting? All right, that's pretty funny. That's pretty fucking funny. Every now and then, these guys are actually pretty funny.
Yeah. No, the only thing is like these days, the only thing that is whenever people think that I still think I was right about it, that's the part where I'm like, no, you're not following the truth here. Because it's like the code didn't, like, the compile fucking failed, but my attempt at following the C++, the logic in the code, was going through a French thing, and it just fucking failed upon completion.
To be fair, I can understand why people would think that. It's happened. Similar things have happened to me where I'm wrong and then I correct myself and they don't catch it. Because if they don't catch the actual, like, oh, yeah, no, it's totally wrong. We are both notoriously stubborn. And it is not out of the realm of the ordinary to assume that you or I would hold on to a factually incorrect statement in our mind until we die.
This is true. It's especially less effective when the meme has grown powerful.
Yes, memes don't help.
When it grows powerful, you're now fighting against a life bar. At first, it was just a word, but now that word has a life bar, and you know, what are you gonna do? At the end of the day, you gotta just accept it. You know, just take it for what it is.
You know what, Woolie? I don't think I'll ever understand your controller hybrid nonsense, and I don't think you're ever gonna understand. You should try it, taking off all your clothes before you take a shit. But I guess we're all just going to have to agree to disagree.
When was the last time I said that? I feel like I used it one time in a way that made you super mad. And then it was like years ago.
That was like 2 years ago.
It was more than two.
But I do remember. I don't remember what it was
because
about,
whatever that was.
Because
whatever that moment was. From whatever the years ago it was consciously the last time I ever said it.
Okay, because like I remember
the moment that happened, I completely removed that from my vernacular, because
it wasn't zapping, guys.
I didn't like a reaction to it was so surprising to me, because growing up it had always been used as like a way of kind of like acknowledging a meeting in the middle. I didn't at all expect the extreme rage reaction that it got, where everyone was like, it's so infuriating when you won't admit that you're wrong. And I'm like, but I feel like I admit that I'm wrong so often. I don't know. But so I'm like, you know what? That phrase elicited a completely wrong response that everyone had to it. I'm never going to use this again, because I clearly have no idea what it actually means.
It causes, I mean, you're outside the realm of like why this is infuriating, but like it causes, for me anyway, the same type of like internal combustion as like when somebody goes, hey Woolie, you got a second? And you get back to me, you turn around, you finish doing what you're doing, and 10 seconds later you get back to me. You go, oh yeah, hey, cool, what's up, man? Never mind. And then you turn around, right? Like that I would describe the emotion that causes as internal combustion. That is like just like what was it though? As don't worry about it, it's not important. And it's like every time somebody like politely explains how not important it was and doesn't say what it is, the temperature rises
a little bit. Right. Yeah, the temperature. that's a good metric for it. Like even right now, it's kind of fascinating. Like this is the kind of thing that I find interesting, because it definitely helps me learn a bit about like perception and perspective, right? Because like I know that like I've been, especially as of late, like super kind of like almost like self-chastising in a lot of cases, apologetic in many ways, and been like, yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. Like I'm quickly going to admit that I don't have the skill to do the thing, or I didn't understand the situation, or, you know, like I feel like I freely put that out there. And I feel like also years ago even, there was that quote where it's just like, hey, if you could tell the whole world one thing, what would it be? And like I remember like the thing that like stands out to me, and it still does to this day, is don't be afraid to admit you're wrong, because like you want to try to improve and be the best person you can be, best version of yourself you can be before you die. And like I still believe those words. But even in these moments, right, and even in, I guess, in the heat of debates, like right now, for example, a ton of people are you know, like in the chat, for example, are like, Woolie, you never admit you're wrong. You never admit you're wrong. No, you don't.
I would absolutely actually agree with that.
Wow. Okay. It's really interesting, because I feel like I self-flagellate.
So that's the thing. So that's the trap, right? Because you totally do. But self-flagellation doesn't actually have anything to do with your opinion. Right?
But when I do say
you going like, oh my God, I'm so stupid, I can't believe I did this. But to be fair, right? Any attempt at explanation, which would otherwise necessarily be like part of a process, is taken as excuse. And then people go, oh, well, he doesn't really believe it.
But I don't want to make an excuse, and especially in circumstances where I will, like,
I'm still here. I'm just getting up to get water.
Yeah, there are circumstances where I feel like I will literally say the words like, "Yeah, that was my mistake. Yeah, that was my bad. Yes, that was the wrong thing. I mistook that. I didn't understand that. I did the wrong thing. I made the wrong choice." Like, I feel like that freely comes out in many circumstances, and like if it doesn't, I have to fucking like literally now stop.
No, it does. It totally
right?
does.
It
totally always does. I'm very serious.
So what it makes me wonder. So what it makes me, and so like at first you kind of go, I'm like, okay, is it possible that even though I say it a lot, that there are times when I stand my ground and I don't say it, and those are the ones that are forming the most memorable moments, for example?
So So, as Chad is currently pointing
right
out,
now,
is that what you are doing right now is exactly what I'm talking about.
Right. So let me so like right now, let me talk about what Woolie is, right? Right now, I'm literally trying to understand something that everyone thinks differently about, and all I can do is ask questions. And I'm open to because like you tell it, because right now, for example, I'm saying that I feel like this is something that I say, but I'm walking you through where I'm at, right? And if I were to simply say, you know what, you're right, I never admit when I'm wrong, that wouldn't be genuine to what's going through my head. So that's why I want to try and explain it. And then if you can go like, well, here's these things where you know it clearly didn't go that way, and I'd have to be like, well, shit, you're right, there it is.
So I just looked it up. There's a word for this.
Okay.
There is a legitimate new shit term for this.
Okay.
So you're familiar with concern trolling?
No.
Right. Okay, concern trolling is it's typical like a kind of a gossipy lady way of trolling. It's where it's like, oh, do you look okay? You look like you're not getting enough to eat. Does your job pay you enough? Like just it's being a bitch under
mother-in-law shit.
The pretense, mother-in-law shit. Perfect. What people think you are doing, but I don't think you are actually doing, but it comes off like it is called sea lioning.
What's that?
Sea lioning has a Wikipedia article, not even a fucking like Encyclopedia Dramatica article or whatever. It is a type of trolling or harassment which consists of pursuing people with persistent requests for evidence or repeated questions while maintaining the pretense of civility and sincerity. So it's the I'm just asking questions, man. Like kind of thing.
Being passive aggressive?
No, you're actually being polite and courteous.
Okay.
But it appears that you are not actually interested. So when people are like, just admit you're wrong, or whatever about like left or right or whatever the fuck, right?
Right.
People don't care why. They don't. None of these people in chat give a single shit. All they want is, yeah, you're right, guys. That was a big mistake. Oopsie, right? And the instant you open up your mouth to explain how you got there, that comes off not as sincere, but as a way to escape. Because, and this is part of our society, the overall sincerity of any particular person is doubtful. And the problem with that is that you are a stubborn guy and you don't like to admit you're wrong. When you're very much like me, actually, Woolie. You don't want to, how do I put this? You want to admit that you're wrong, but you never believe that you are, just like me, right? So you will claw through every particular piece of, no, but you see, it was this though, or, but actually I was thinking this. And that makes all of these people all crazy.
So I want to even interject here, but instead I'm going to ask you, then what should I do? Because if what you're describing as sea lining,
it seems like you're fucked.
Well, because if what you're describing as sea lining is ultimately an insincere way of deflecting blame, but that's not my intention, then without my words, I have no idea what to do. Like I'm like if you were to take that away from me, for example, to be like, stop trying to explain yourself. Yeah. Right. And this, to be fair, right? To be fair,
it's a video game podcast.
Everybody. It is. To be fair, to like, you know, the dad that doesn't exist, right? And in most cases, right? I know it's going places, but it has to.
All right.
But it has to.
Okay.
It has to, right? He was the kind of person that would like very much talk things through to get to the bottom of it, so that like it was not just a like he had that fucking kind of he had like a bit of that like analytical way about him. And then my brother as well, and like had a much more, you know, like sort of like make sure that you can explain an emotion, or at the very least like, you know, you want to follow the pathway to where someone, like if someone's going to explode, you don't want that explosion to come out of nowhere, right? So for all the things that I became and adapted and whatnot, when you describe something like this, where you say that like your attempt to describe your thought process and how you came to the wrong decision appears to be sea lining, because if it is such, then it is insincere, and it is a way of putting the blame off of you. But I'm like, but really and truly deep down, that is not what I feel. I just have to use my words to try and convey what happened, because here's the other thing is, I want to make sure you go like, oh, you're fucking batshit crazy. I'd like to like walk you through the steps, right?
Yeah.
You take that away from me and say, stop explaining why you got there. What am I supposed to do?
So somebody in the chat actually did me a solid, Zelhesia, because they were able to sum up in like a single sentence exactly what the problem here is. The problem isn't even your method of speech. The problem is that this is a misconception on the listener side. So it's all of your fault. All of you listening to us right now, which includes me, I guess. It is a series of, how do I put this? It's so much easier to believe that you're stubborn and you don't want to admit that you're wrong, that even your sincere desire to actually explain how you got there can come off in the listener's brain as insincere. That's why when the situation that you were just describing that took place between you and your brother or your dad or what, you know, whoever, right? These people are all trusted and long-term members of your family.
Yeah.
Where there's obviously going to be a much, or should be anyway, a much closer rapport than, say, with Professor Luigi, who thinks this part of the conversation sucks.
Well, you know, because it definitely, like, it speaks to, I can see that, like, the moments I decide to, like, step in and reply to a comment or tweet somewhere are when I see moments of what I perceive to be great misunderstanding of my intentions. Right?
You've always been bad with the intention thing.
Well, you know, but you also are the same way in that we both are very much, like you'd like not but maybe an hour ago at this point, earlier in this podcast, there was a moment where you were like, hold on a minute, that was not malicious. It is very important to distinguish between what is malicious and what is not. And I'm the exact same way. I feel like we've, over the last decade, been able to both rely on that in moments of confusion.
I would say so.
So now then, I am looking at a scenario where I'm like, yeah, this is where I tend to you know, step in and say something when I feel like gross misunderstanding of intention is where I want to say something. Like now I'm like, okay, so is it even possible then to admit fault and explain the steps and not come across as insincere? Is it at all possible?
I don't know. And that's the fun thing about this line of work. Think of every, like, because we're talking about controllers. Because this is
deeply upsetting. This is deeply upsetting.
Right? If we're talking about, like, we're talking about left from right or mind goblins or whatever. This is low tier shit. Think of every single YouTuber apology ever.
Right.
And how bad they all suck ass.
Right. Right.
Because on the one hand,
right.
It's, it's here's what I did.
But you have
here's
something
the explanation.
But then you have a thing to save. So
Right.
you know
Yeah,
that you
so-
have
so
to
they
look
go-
at it. You have to raise the eyebrow and go, and how does it shake? You know? Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's the two variations, right? Here's what I did. I'm very sorry. Here's the explanation, right? Yeah. Okay. So maybe I videotaped a dead guy in a sacred place and made a bunch of jokes about it in a foreign country and made myself look like an asshole. I realize now that is very bad. Blah blah blah. Explanation. Right? Every time they try and explain, it goes, "Oh, you're trying to get out of it." Right?
Right.
That's the natural state.
Well, because the stakes are
Right.
what.
But right, if it's like, I did the thing in that video, I am very sorry, and that's the end. Then you flip flop. It's like, oh, they don't even know why they're apologizing. They just want.
Of course.
Of
course.
And so why is that? Because of the stakes, which means that there's no winning. Now here the stakes are pride, right? But that's still a stake.
It is a stake. It's very minor. It's not at all anything on the level of what you're describing, because those are the words of someone essentially fighting for their career, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's going to change depending on who's viewing it. Different cultures and different people are going to interpret either an explanation or shutting the fuck up and just apologizing as more or less honorable. And that's going to go person to person.
Right. But
so basically what I'm saying is that you have to become comfortable in your garbage.
Right. Right. But
that's the only way I found around it.
But the only reason why I would go through all these lengths to spend a fucking 45er describing to you my controller preferences is simply because I just want to make sure that like you can follow how I got here. I want you to see the breadcrumbs I left behind me. And at any given moment when I find out that I was doing the wrong thing, that's all I want to do is go, well, first of all, I want to know what the right thing is, right?
The right thing is to use the mouse and keyboard.
And then the second thing I want to do is show you the breadcrumbs. You know? And if that's not enough,
you didn't have a decent PC when you were a child, so you never learned how to use a keyboard, and you grew up sad and unfulfilled.
And if that's not,
you never played Counter-Strike.
And if that's not enough, then there's not much else I can do, right? But like, to me, if I were talking to myself, I would see the breadcrumbs, right? I would see the pathway they took and go, they're comfortable sitting over here for these reasons, right? Kind of like when the lady showed up on the Maury episode about fear and about phobias, and they're like, this girl is afraid of olives. What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, or balloons or fucking, you know,
well, here comes a plate of olives in a giant olive costume. And she's like, ah! And she runs away. And then they run around the studio for a while. Fucked. And then eventually they're like, okay, get out of here. Get out of here, Maury. Get out, right? And then they sit her down. And then they go, so what's the deal? And she goes, well, when I was 6, my grandfather died. And in my culture, they put olives on your eyes before they close the casket, and they lifted me up and they put me right in his face. So I saw my dead grandfather at the same time as I saw the olives on his eyes. So when I see them, they just remind me of the worst, most horrible thing. And you go,
like,
fuck olives, right? I love olives. Oops. They're delicious.
You personally love? I don't care for olives.
I love them. I love green. I love black. I love olives. Give me more. This girl has a completely good pathway of breadcrumbs to why she fucking hates olives, right? So if I'm talking to myself, if I can see that path, then I can go, you know what? I don't agree because I love olives, but here we go. Unironic use in the way that I think this term should be used. But I can agree to disagree with you because I know why you think olives are terrible, but I love them. But your reasoning, I get it. Your pathway, I get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I can just go like, all right, well, that's different people. That's life. And then I step off. And that, to me, if I were talking to myself, would be like, sufficient. But this is me, and this is me using the term in the way that I think it's meant to be used, not the way that it was received at the time.
I know exactly what the problem is here, Woolie.
Let's go.
You're talking to me. You're talking to these people. You're talking to your brother. You're talking to whoever, as if they were like you and want a genuine answer with logic and rules and all that shit.
Yep.
I have experience talking to people that I know don't think like me, because why the fuck would you think that centipedes could get into a can? They obviously can't, but I thought they did. You can't talk to other people like they're you. No one's gonna understand you.
You're right.
That's why I just go, ha ha ha, they could have gotten the can with their strong mandibles.
Right. And as a result, no, you are insincere, Woolie. You don't admit you're wrong, and we always see you not admitting you're wrong. And it's like, what led to that pathway of thought? What led to that complete divergence from my intent? And it was like, well, it looked like you were trying to explain your choices away and defend them, and thus not actually understand the problem. And thus,
if you want to put,
I get it.
Put this into a single sentence, is the way that you explain how you got there sounds a lot like, it reminds people of people in their lives that are just completely full of shit all the time.
Right. No, I get it. I get it. I super get it. Fuck me, that sucks.
It's basically chat's fault.
It's who I am. It's literally who I am. It's literally who I am. Straight up.
And all this because of crouch jumping, huh?
All this because of crouch jumping, bro. It's a single item. You can toggle it on. It auto does it now.
Yeah, it auto does it.
Fascinating.
But what if it didn't, though, man?
I don't
even know what crouch is on the controller.
I actually modded the INI file so that when I...
Oh my god.
Now, to be fair, this was a problem on... Let me finish. Please. Please let me finish. It's not what you think. Let me finish. It's not what you think. Okay? You're about to think, you're like, you did that instead of just submitting. And what I'm about to say is, no, this was a problem on the keyboard as well.
Okay.
I wanted crouch to be a toggle, but in the game, it was a hold. And I like a crouch toggle instead of a hold. So I modded...
You can do that with any file.
I modded the... yeah. There's a thing you can... Someone had a solution for it, and then you just paste it in, and then when you tap shift, the toggle stays crouched as opposed to a hold. That's it. That's all I wanted to say. Stop. Chill. Everybody chill.
Everybody fucking relax.
God damn. Put your guns down.
All right, let's find out where that poll is at. We are at 58-41 and a half. You have won at a smooth 60%, but 40% of those people would rather take off all their clothes than use a controller mouse.
By the way, just before we swerve off of this, I would just like to also give a special message from the future to anyone who did not listen to the full conversation or any other conversation in its entirety, but has decided to pause things, come in, and start talking about the half thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
And give giant righteous fury about half thoughts before you got to the end of the conversation. You can go fuck yourself.
I can't believe I spent this whole time bullying you. Can you believe that?
At least get through the fucking conversation. And then, you know what? If a callback happens in the letters, then hey, it is what it is. I still prefer you fucking listen before But the half thoughts, though, guys, stop it.
Woolie, I still get people every single night in chat that are like, dude, you missed it. And then I pull up my inventory and I literally point at it and go, did I? Or were you not watching for 10 seconds?
Yeah, except this is the conversational version of that. You know.
Oh, I love this work. Oh.
It was I think it was
throw more tomatoes at me, fuckers.
It was like, what the fuck is wrong with people? How could you diss sweet and salty? It's delicious. And it's like, that's why we spent like 10 minutes listing all the delicious sweet and salty things at the back half of that conversation. What happened, bro?
The craziest one of those was?
What?
There was a guy, because every time you talk about like boiling stuff,
yeah,
people get like fucking crazy.
Oh yeah,
like,
because I saw the one about like the I forgot what country he was from, but he's like, I'm from a country where boiled meat is a huge ingredient in a lot of shit we do.
Right. But like the one that I saw was like, what does Woolie have against cooking meat? And it was like, and somebody went boiled, and like the response was like something along the like, yeah, sure. Like, but like the word boil.
Yeah. So here's what I love, right? So you see that, right? And then right underneath it is, I don't listen to the podcast. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right? Or like, oh, I fucking missed it this week, or I've tuned out, I've stopped listening. What is this about, right? And then they go,
podcast is so terrible,
right? And then it's like, yeah, dude fucking hates it. His tastes are so weird. He eats raw meat. Woolie eats raw meat. Done.
He eats raw meat.
Done, right? And it's just
dude,
like, I didn't listen to that shit, but apparently, what the fuck, dude's eating bloody meat. He's killing his food and biting in like an animal.
I had one yesterday, which was it was a thread about Pat's hot takes and which ones you actually agree with, because Pat's insane. And one of them was like, the only retail one I don't is when he went to that store to get that guy fired. And I'm like, that didn't fucking happen. You weren't even there for that story, were you? You're just going off other people's dumbass shit. There's a difference between I don't care if he gets fired and I actively tried to fire him. One's scummy, the other's like straight up evil. Come on, guys. Get it together. There's plenty here for you to shit on.
I snag salmons out of the river like a bear.
I mean, that is a good fighting game training thing.
I wait at the top of the river, at the river mouth. Only the freshest salmon feeds the Woolie.
Only the freshest.
Just crouched over them. That's it. That's what happens. Yeah.
I can't believe you eat raw meat. I am telling you, Woolie,
it's that
1 year from now, mm-hmm. there will be someone who goes, I heard that like Woolie and Pat got some guy fired by forcing him to eat raw meat.
Well, now for sure.
And then the boss came in and the guy was just chewing on like raw ground beef in the store. And Pat was like, my work here is done, and ran away.
I suppose the silver lining of getting my personality cracked open earlier in this episode is that for future reference, there will be a video I can point to.
A clip you can just,
just go, hey, so watch this, and then see if,
Woolie,
it changes anything.
It almost feels like you prepared this whole segment so that you would have a clip to send to people the next time you refuse to admit you're wrong.
Well, it's not what I intended, but here we are. It's definitely a benefit.
I can't believe Woolie set up this whole thing just so that oh my God. There's no escape. Just start shitting all over yourself. Just start pooping.
I mean, that is like way down there on the Galaxy Brain Plays. The fucking, the universe men. Like it's pretty high. It's pretty low on the on the chart, but it is what it is. Anyway, so I feel like that about the video games. That's how I feel about video games.
Hey, how are you liking the fact that some douchebag moron MIT grad with some goofy looking suit and a crowbar can fucking kill like 1 billion Marines?
A tank, dude. A tank with a crowbar. Yeah.
Dude, Gordon Freeman's the shit.
Yeah. Like putting the game logic together with, all this and the fact that Barneys are like, hey man, I'm just security. I don't fucking know. And the nerds are all the nerds, but you're like the chattest of the nerds.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
And then there's literally a chapter at the end where it's just like, forget about Freeman, get the fuck out of here.
Is there a word for that? Because you just call it game logic, but it's because we talked a lot about when Vanquish came out that we want to see what everybody else is seeing.
Yeah.
When they look at Sam, and it's this kind of thing where like Half-Life is such a good example where you go through and you're like, wait, what actually happened in this game?
Right. Well,
what did Gordon Freeman actually literally do
in canon? Right, in canon, yeah. And I mean, you and like many people have pointed out that there's there's extra campaigns that give you context because you're playing as security guys and whatever. And someone even went as far as to explain that like one of those campaigns, because you're playing as a good army man, you realize there's good army and then bad army that didn't, and the good guys didn't know. But by the point you make your way through the bad ones, you get up to the good ones, but you're just that guy that's been killing army. Yeah. So now they're like, oh shit, it's the Freeman. So they're just fighting you, but they're not actually the same as the ones that were malicious. It's great. It's fucking great. So hence, do you feel like a hero yet? Do you? I mean, you can't argue. Like Freeman's in a situation that's very different. Motherfucker, like what? I'm supposed to distinguish between one son of a bitch like in this uniform shooting at me and the other being not that because of their attitudes? Hostile is hostile. It's like that guy has a gun. If it was an easy to distinguish scenario, then it wouldn't have been a plot twist in the game. The reason why we're talking about it is because it is oh shit, that's a hard situation to fucking deal with. What do you do, So there you go. Half-Life continues, and I think the rocket secondary fire is probably the coolest rocket secondary fire I've ever seen. Is that the tracker? It's the laser pointer. Yeah. So the lock on in most games is cool, right? Shoot straight or lock on, takes longer, fire, it'll do the thing. Laser is guided and it's lock on with manual skill. It's really good. Fucking awesome. That's in 2 as well. Okay. And it's just I can't hit it from the front. No problem. Yeah. Into the distance you go. Now laser point onto that. Curve, come back around. Hit that shit. Shoot around corners. Do all sorts of shit. Amazing. It's great. Yeah. I didn't quite understand it until I had to fire quite a few to get what it wanted me to do. Yeah. I've never fired anything like it. And you're like, oh shit. This is better. It's much better. This is much better than remote detonation. Yeah. Hit it from the back. Which is the usual, rocket upgrade. That's the one in Doom. It's remote detonate. You can hit it from the back. That's correct. So yeah, man, Half-Life is Black Mesa is going, and that continues. And I am hybriding and having a good time with it. That's over on Woolie Versus alongside KOTOR 2, which as of this point in the game, I have now spoken to 2 members of the Jedi Council, and if those conversations are all as good as the ones I've seen so far, I can 100% why see why this is many people's absolute favorite Star Wars game.
It's incredible.
Unbelievably good. Those conversations are just exactly what you want from like taking a binary system and ripping it wide open. And and I realized too that for a lot of folks that are pretty deep in there with the Star Wars lore, even the premise of this conversation is an eye roll, because you're like, yes, we get it. We've been seeing all these shades. We've been following the AU
for
so we know.
and decades.
I'm here we go. I'm this is new to me, and like I like this cracking open of like the council, so to speak.
It's this great feeling where Star Wars is actually giving you an incredibly complex, nuanced, not pure good and evil situation.
Yes.
And then it's like, now make a binary good and evil choice. And you're like, no, wait, that sucks.
That's exactly,
and
that's super on point.
The game is telling you, that sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah. Light or dark. Light or dark, or really dark, right? And that's why it also gives you so many distinguishing versions of it, right? Because there is the Jedi do what is right. There is I am a Jedi and I will do what is right. There is I am not a Jedi, but I think this is the right thing to do. There is fuck the Jedi. The Sith must rule. And there is fuck all of you, I rule.
Me though.
And they let you distinguish between those choices, and I like that, because that is an important distinction. In the same way that like the same sentence, but with the words lie in front of it, means all the difference in the world. Yeah,
that's an old RPG trick. Those old CRPG tricks is just give you 5 different answers and then double the answers by adding lie in front of every single one.
Yeah.
It's like tons of different contexts.
Evil because you pray to your Dark Lord versus evil because fuck everything is very or fuck everything that's not me, I should say.
Listen, I'm just praying to the Dark Lord so I can kill the Dark Lord, and then fuck you. It's like, oh, I don't even know where that falls on the.
That was basically me in Doom 2016, FYI.
Yeah, a little bit.
So, that continues, and I really, really like, those conversations are fantastic. I'm also hitting some points. There's some moments in the game where I'm like, that's stupid. That's old, right?
Yeah, well, the game's from like 2004 or some shit.
We went to the poison bar on Nar Shaddaa, the Juk Juk Dar, and you're like, there's a bad guy in there, and he had no plan whatsoever. And the only thing dumber is, or rather, maybe not, I have to wait and see where it goes. But at that point, the only thing dumber than this complete lack of a plan is the dumb party member that shows up and decides to run in there ahead of you and have no plan. And you're like, Miro, what the fuck are you doing?
A lot of people don't have many plans.
Yeah. A lot of people apparently like her, and I hope to see her improve. But I wanted Hanhar,
Yeah, well.
Anyway, so KOTOR 2 continues on Woolie Versus, and we're also gonna, of course, continue with the Dokapon Salt Party and lots of other fun stuff. In fact, gonna get in a.
Hey, let me ask you a question about Dokapon. I saw an incredibly bizarre tweet yesterday, or maybe the day before.
Yeah.
That was Min was like, my voice is doing fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Woolie even bought me a pizza. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on over there?
That's not what it said. But like we played a Salt Party game in which Min raised his voice louder than anyone ever has, including you, including Matt yelling for breakfast, including all of them. And he literally broke his voice on a video.
Nice.
So there's that. Then second, Dokapon Kingdom got so toxic and salty. Like, I thought it was a joke. I thought everyone was kind of like, ha ha, the friendship ruiner, ha ha, the divorce maker. No, this game will make you fucking hate. Like level. Like no other game. Mario Party.
Every nano angstrom of my cortex.
Mario Party is a joke. It's a fucking joke compared to this game. I really just like, it's starting to sink in as we go forward how absolutely dedicated it is towards fucking making everyone that's playing with you mad. Like, unfair to, I get whatever, you know, you're gonna see it. You're gonna have to see it.
Let me ask you a question, because there's one distinction I'd like you to make for me. Does it feel like the game wants to make everyone mad, or everyone mad, but except for the winner who is happy?
No, because the game wants to make everyone mad, but in addition, right? But like the game wants to make everyone mad in the ways that, like, you know, random shit happens in Mario Party.
Yeah.
But you don't get as mad at that because you go, fucking game, right?
Yeah.
But anytime it wants to get sinister, it doesn't randomly select somebody to punish. It puts the tools in another player's hands and forces them to do it. And then those players are the ones that you fucking, you know?
Okay, so it incentivizes like bottle throwing and stabbings.
Why take away your shit and punish you for stepping on a tile when I can buff up the person sitting next to you and send them to go kill you and take your shit?
Yeah, it's not the game that did it. It's you or Steph or whoever. Oh my
I'm not just gonna like go, you lost your shit. It's like, no. That landmine was actually putting a target on you and giving someone else shit to come for you. You know, highs are high, lows are low, and it is so fucking salty. Now, in addition to the fact that stakes are raised just because the game gets like this in story mode, some son of a bitch in the fucking on the stream came in and went, all right, boys, here's what we're gonna do. What would you say towards creating a blood pool? And I'm like, a blood pool? Or like,
what the actual fuck is a blood pool?
A blood pool is a pool of donations put together for the winner so that the journey through this game will be so fucking painful. And in the end, not only will your pride be shattered and your friendships be broken, but there will literally be a pool waiting for the winner at the end. It was the worst, most brutal shit to throw on top of a game that was already toxic. And by putting it out there in the ether, the moment you read that message out loud, it has to exist.
Oh, yeah, it's become existed.
You can't put it back in the bottle. And I'm like, do you really not think this game is extracting enough hatred from us? And they're like, nah, we want more.
More hatred.
So
please.
The blood pool has started. And people have contributed to the blood pool. And by the end, it will be doled out with blood on it to whoever makes it and survives.
That's fucked, man.
Dokapon blood pool has begun. I believe we all vowed on salt, blood, and honor is how we're moving forward.
I mean, it's about as public as the setting gets. So like, you'll never be, if you renege on the bet, you'll never be able to live it down. So it might as well be signed in actual blood.
And, you know, Min was being such a cunt for such an extended period of time that he was legitimately worried afterwards about like everything about me
like
and
his
about
personal safety
personally. And like that's what he's like, to the point where he's like, can we just say that everything that happens in Dokapon stays in Dokapon?
And you go, no.
And I'm just like, well, that depends depends on you, buddy. That depends on you. So
oh my God.
When he said, hey, I gave him a slice of pizza, it was because he was unsure if I would have been willing to offer him a slice of pizza
ever. Yeah, okay.
after what happened.
Oh man.
So we'll see. We will see.
It sounds. How far are you into that?
I mean, like, I want to say, probably about 10 hours into story mode.
Sounds like that's getting intense already.
It is. It's the most intense. It's the most intense it's ever been. And again, every other party game is a joke. Especially since I just took a look at like Sonic Shuffle. Like, fuck off everything. Nothing has anything on Dokapon Kingdom ever. Mm-hmm. It's crazy that this game never got ported to a future platform with sequels and shit like that. It's crazy that Dokapon 17 doesn't exist. Right? The fact that it's like Wii and then DS and that was it is wild, because like there is a market for hatred. There is a This is like, remember the joke "fuck you, grandma"?
Oh yeah.
This is like that's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. You know. So anyway, Dokapon continues. All of that over on Woolie Versus, Woolie Versus on Twitch, Woolie Versus on YouTube, and Woolie Wolves on Twitter. Hell, you can go to fucking woolieversus.com if you want. That'll
what the fuck is there?
It'll just take you straight to the YouTube page. It's not a.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure enough, it totally does.
There you go. Well, let's take a look at what's happening this week.
Oh my God, I gotta take a piss so fucking bad. Jesus Christ.
All right, go for it.
I'll be back in 2 minutes. Excuse me, gang.
I'm gonna hit the break.
I'll keep my headphone on so I can hear you while.
No. I'll hit the break. I'll hit the break.
Oh, okay.
All right. There we are.
All right, what's up, everybody?
Well,
And I've been drinking so much water. That's what all these piss breaks are for. Oh my goodness. Gotta stay hydrated.
hydrated is good. Hydrated is good.
So what's up?
Well,
we have an interesting dynamic this week. We have a game getting canceled, and we also have a game getting uncanceled.
but enough of that shit. Here comes Space Godzilla.
Oh?
Have you seen Space Godzilla?
No.
Time for me to send you a picture.
All right, I'll take a look at this fucking photo.
This is
Send me a photo, Woolie.
In fact, I will send you an article, and you can read the name of the article, and then you can scroll down to take a look at this picture right here.
Statement on Space Godzilla. Space Godzilla, the Void Invader. What? Space Godzilla, the Death Corona.
Death Corona.
Come on.
Months ago, when Ikoria, Lair of Behemoths, was finalized, the world was a very different place. As we adjust to the world altered by the spread of COVID-19, the word Corona has taken on a new meaning. In context, the card we're about to show was originally conceived. The Corona Beam is Space Godzilla's traditional breath weapon. However, we were unable to change our printing at the time to address the new meaning of Corona. The original card that went out as the Godzilla Cross Magic the Gathering promotional thing is Space Godzilla Death Corona, as it breathes the Corona Beam on everybody.
Oh, come on.
This was literally, like, what are you going to do? What are you going to what? It is what it is. They're reprinting it so that eventually Space Godzilla, the Void Invader, which also sounds like it has connotation. Void Invader sounds like a WWE
Doesn't sound great either.
soundtrack. It sounds like one of their albums. Right? WWE Ruthless Aggression. WWE fucking whatever the fuck it was, Dorm Invasions or whatever, and now just Void Invader.
That was a real WWE event.
No, it wasn't. But
suspicion.
yeah, Forcible Entry. Forcible Entry was the real one.
Get out, really?
And now comes Void Invader. Anyway, that is just bad RNG, bro. Wizards of the Coast shuffled the deck and they pulled out the wrong card.
How could they have known? They couldn't have known. It's so unfortunate.
Chat, you need to chill. People are wilding. Folks, it's just an unfortunate naming convention, and there's nothing you can really. You can't.
It's not a plot by Godzilla to get us all sick. Better not be anyway.
WWE statutory.
I knew you had one more in you.
All right, listen. Man, yeah. Hey, they like I do appreciate in this story that the discovery of the story was statement on Space Godzilla.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Someone had to walk up to the podium and clarify, the what was happening. But anyway, that's all fun. And speaking of WWE, I haven't seen it, but you must have heard about.
Apparently WrestleMania was incredible.
Apparently WrestleMania Night 2 was incredible. Night 1, there were some highlights. I definitely saw some highlights of just what it's like when there's no crowd and the sounds and such. And then there's the full-on, like, filmed performance matches. So The Undertaker is full on teleporting and using powers in his matches. Fantastic. Love it. Great. Good energy. But night 2 featured John Cena basically becoming Shinji, from what I can gather, and going through various phases of his career and being forced into a literal like time lock chamber, and John Cena is stuck in a mental prison because the Fiend is fighting him through time. And in the match, different eras of John Cena actually like appear and try to fight the Fiend. I swear to God. And I literally saw at least one clip of Cena in his full rap outfit gear going these nuts with a bag of nuts, and then he tries to swing at the Fiend, and then the Fiend teleports behind him. And I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
So what I'm getting is that the lower stakes and the total lack of a crowd is legitimately the greatest thing that could ever happen in wrestling. And it makes me wonder, like, say the crowds come back, because, you know, hopefully this will go away eventually. Will wrestling just go back to being complete garbage?
Actually, the greatest thing to ever happen in wrestling was Vince McMahon making the gambit that in court, if I basically can prove that wrestling is not real, you can't tax me like it's a sport. And that was a ballsy play, but he did it. And the result was sports entertainment, and we're here fully
and
admitting
magic. Yeah.
the kayfabe. But what happened in the process was all audience members became smarks.
Yes. Insufferable smarks.
Brilliant. Dodge the tax. Create the Smarkiverse. And with that, you allow there to be things like the pipe bomb, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Second greatest, yeah, probably no audience and the creativity that comes with, because now wrestling gets to just become television.
Anime, if you would.
Yes, sure. It gets to just become the stories that we've all been waiting for. For people that have a smark is a smart mark. A mark is a person who believes kayfabe is real. Kayfabe is wrestling fucking carny talk for the the fake things that happen in wrestling world. If you believe wrestling is real, you're a mark. If you know that it's fake, you're a smark. That's what a smark is.
Yeah, you're a smart mark. You still want to believe, but you can't.
It's still real to me, damn it.
Man, wrestling is such carny bullshit. The fact that fans are called marks is the most like...
Yeah, you're a target.
Is the most telling thing possible.
Right? Like a mark is like when a crook would want to steal your money. You're a mark.
Yeah, it's con man language.
Yeah.
It's fucked.
Could you imagine if you were going to see a football game and like by becoming a football fan, they call you a John? Yeah, we got a couple thousand Johns coming to see the Super Bowl. You're like, you know, what does that
football
say?
Fans, you don't know it's not the case.
What does that say about me? I'm not a John. What the fuck? Anyway, so yeah, I need to apparently go fucking catch up on this because yeah, they had like a bunch of really, you know, interesting matches where you hear them talk shit. And of course, the everybody talks too much segments of Botchamania don't necessarily get as much material this time around because you can't whisper anymore, right?
No.
So all that
you're mic'd up or some shit.
Every time you're in Skullgirls and Beowulf, it's like high spot, nice. Okay, now cover me, right? Like all that shit. Like you can't really do that because shit's empty, you know. So they gotta memorize what they're doing and do it or have more subtle signals, you know. Yeah, I definitely need to find out more. But that's been the takeaway: is the Fiend versus John Cena. Is wrestling become anime? But the other thing worth talking about as well that everyone has pointed out is, in addition to that being great, and being shot at the performance center where everything's happening, AEW also did a crowdless event, which was also pretty fantastic and different and had a lot of fun with it. And it also revealed, I want to say it was like Matt Hardy joined the roster or something like that. But and he showed up and started deleting people. But
fantastic.
But yeah, apparently they're doing it. They're having a good time with it as well. So
people are saying that Matt Hardy can also teleport.
Sure. So
his teleportation ability that wrestlers have gained is very powerful.
So AEW is also having fun with the crowdless matches, and it's like, yeah, God bless, man. This is what you do. Wrestling will adapt. When all sports fail, wrestling is still there.
Remains.
Wrestling is still there. Say what you think about it. Everything can fucking go. All leagues can go. Wrestling can stay. Unless
sports go die, please.
Unless they have an esports alternative, such as NASCAR.
That was this week? That feels forever ago.
So we talked last time about NASCAR and the esports.
Okay, yeah. It was last week. Okay. Whoa.
Yeah, remember we talked about that?
Yeah, I do.
So, it happened. NASCAR iRacing was an event that took place where all the real racers got together and they did their thing.
Uh-huh.
However, Bubba Wallace was one of the 32 drivers competing in the iRacing, the eNASCAR event. eNASCAR iRacing Pro Invitational Series. Let's get it right.
It's just so stupid. Oh my God.
eNASCAR iRacing Pro Invitational. In the match, Bubba Wallace wrecked on the 11th lap of the 150 lap race.
That's pretty early.
Didn't take it so well. Ended up rage quitting. Live.
Serious?
Yes.
Are you fucking for real with me
Dead
right now?
serious. Rage quit. Got the fuck out of there. Closed his fucking game. Said fuck this. I don't take this shit seriously. Spun out.
This shit ain't real racing.
And then he pieced. After he pieced, which he was then disqualified and gets a DNF for that. A sponsor went, go fuck yourself, and pulled their sponsorship in real life.
Perfect.
They replied to him on Twitter saying, good to know where you stand. Bye-bye, Bubba. We're interested in drivers, not quitters.
That's incredible.
And they basically just went, yeah, you're fired.
It's like, would you quit like that in a real race? Really?
Dude. Sponsors lost from fucking rage quitting. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I suppose, like, if you're sponsoring someone because they're a good look, then when they're a bad look, what do you know?
That's fucking ludicrous.
Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that so interesting? Yeah. And to be fair now, right, I imagine that if any actual esports team were to have someone fucking rage quit in the middle of a competition, that person would also face penalties for fucking walking.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like,
absolutely,
this is what you're doing.
You're being sponsored to entertain and get not play even.
Yeah, but no, that's what it was. This is NASCAR's replacement season. It's the fucking iRacing, thing. This is what they're doing to keep people interested, and don't fucking rage quit.
Don't do it.
I mean, for what it's worth, they created a highlight of it, and it's on their. They put it out there on their official Twitter, going like, "Oh, look at this quitter!
I bet.
Look at the hashtag rage quit."
Woolie, we're covering fucking NASCAR news because it's like amazing. Like,
it's also a video
thanks,
game.
Video games.
It's a video game, man. And yeah, and like, you know, people like, we're talking about it as a result of this happening, you know, but this is where it's at. But that sponsor, Blue Emu, was not having it. So yeah, that's amusing. Amusing. So some other stuff going down. Well, you blasted through Resident Evil 3.
Mm-hmm.
But will you blast through the board game on Kickstarter?
No, probably not.
Did you see this?
I did not.
Okay.
But I think they made an RE2 one as well.
So there's a Resident Evil 3 board game. I guess all Capcom board games are being made by like fan propositions. It's what it seems to be. Like
something like that.
It seems like based on, you know, like Angry Joe getting the Street Fighter one going, and we saw that Mega Man going by another company. It feels as if they're kind of like, hey, we will negotiate this license for you if you want to do this, because we're not going to do it ourselves. There are fixed deck card games though for Resident Evil. Did you find it?
No, I haven't found it.
Okay. Well, whatever. It seems like it's the same people that made the RE2 board game. Steam Forged.
Yeah, that's figures.
So yeah, they're going through the campaign right now. These miniatures look all right.
Can you link me this?
Sure. Let me get the link over here. I'm going to send you the article, and then you can go on from there.
I don't know why my brain is failing me. I can't seem to find it. There we go. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be starting on April 28th, and it'll take cues from the RE2 board game. Apparently, it can take between 1 and 4 people can play together and attempt to survive Raccoon City, and it can take over 19 hours to complete. Holy shit. However, the game will also
fucking nonsense.
The game will also be structured.
You can speed run the real game in like an hour.
The game can also be structured in a way that allows one-shot scenarios. But that sounds fucking insane. That's literally longer than the game. Than multiple runs. So yeah, that's going on. And the Jill Valentine that I see here is not wearing the... Wait, what? Okay. The Jill Valentine appears to be wearing the bodysuit from 5, but she has the hair from 3. So I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah, okay. That's Revelations.
Is it? Okay. They just combined the two?
Kinda.
Or it's like that's what she became up until 5 is what happened in canon timelines.
Kind of. It's she doesn't have her hat, so who cares?
Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame. Beret Jill was pretty good.
Yeah. It's unlockable in RE3, and every single video I've seen of anybody after they beat the game is using explicitly just that.
Can you explain why people are very mad about skorts?
Because they want to look up Jill's skirt.
Okay.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. Does the skort look bad?
A little. I think skorts are kind of lame in general. But yeah, that's pretty much it. People are just mad that are like, I want to be able to look up her skirt.
Okay.
And it's like, well, that's why they made it a skort, guys.
Can you unlock her military outfit?
No, it's just those two costumes and the hat.
Weird. Didn't RE2 have more costumes?
Wait, did you say military outfit? Do you mean the hat?
I mean the full thing.
Yeah, the Stars outfit.
The full Stars outfit.
Yeah. RE2 had way more costumes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Wait a second. So there's Stars outfit, there's tube top, there's bodysuit blonde, bodysuit not blonde.
Yeah, but it's a different bodysuit.
Oh.
Yeah. Because one's a bodysuit and the other's a wetsuit.
Okay. Well, in any case, the blonde is the worst, and that's how I feel.
You're right. You're completely right.
Well, anyway, so speaking of survival horror, there's this game that was just announced called Signalis, and it is described as a classic survival horror experience with a unique aesthetic full of melancholic mystery. Let me send you a link to this thing. Signalis, trailer and art style immediately a hard sell.
Yeah, I took a look at this earlier in the week. It looks incredible.
Hard sell on that right away. SIG
Add this to the wish list.
ALIS looks fucking clean, and I'm getting vibes of Fear Effect. Does that make sense? Like some of the moments, some of the like it looks like anime horror in some ways.
Yeah, it is anime, and it does have the same polygonal style as Fear Effect.
And like it's
Fear
got like
Effect had a lot more going on with the camera in the background.
And it has like a bit of a Motoko style main character.
Oh yeah, definite Ghost in the Shell influence.
Yeah. So I'm seeing some Fear Effect, and I'm seeing some Ghost in the Shell. Way more horror based lighting. And like you see like a pause screen of like a cell shaded gun and shit like that. So the cell shading is definitely ever present. But yeah, this looks fucking incredible. Looks really, really nice. So this is being put out by Rose Engine and is currently TBA. But
I'm glad we're finally at that place where we're starting to see like high-end, impossible to create PlayStation 1 games
being made by small teams.
Yeah, because like we went through the era of like, oh, this is a NES game, but it couldn't have been a NES game, and this was a Super Nintendo game, but there's no way it could have been a Super Nintendo game, right? And now we're at PS1, which I think is a really underutilized aesthetic.
Well, not just that, but it also shows you that as we move forward in time, the bracket that is indie gets to move further in time, right? So indie games go from NES to SNES, from SNES to 32. You know, and like we move a bit up and we move a bit up. And I mean, there's always been like, you know, the high end indie games, of course. But like, yeah, I like seeing more targeted points of like, this game is straight from this era and is, it's totally doing the cheated version, you know, like Shovel Knight did, a cheated NES. Except, well, pseudo. They tried to keep it as accurate as possible, except for a couple moments that they pointed out. Dusk is a great example. Dusk is a really nice example of that as well. But yeah, Signalis looks fucking rad, and I definitely think everyone who is listening to this should take a look at it and see how they feel about it. A couple other game announcements worth taking a glance at. The other one that is probably right up your alley again is something called Mortal Shell. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I saw that. That is fucking Viking Souls.
Viking
basically.
Souls appears to be the word. But there's also just I would like, but Viking Souls also is like taking away how much Dark Souls I see here. Like,
well, I
would say Viking Dark Souls. There's a lot of... Yeah, sorry.
They've replaced the word soul with shell.
Yeah.
And are going to do the thing where they say it over and over and over and over and over again.
You're going to lose your shells.
It's a mortal shell.
All of them.
Yeah. 100%.
It looks amazing. It looks, really, really pretty. And apparently the developer, Cold Symmetry, is made up of former Call of Duty, Diablo, and Halo devs.
Okay, that's a weird, combination.
Yeah. I was trying to look them up to find out anything else I could, but all I saw is just, not much about them. It's just a team of, ex-devs on those games is all we really know. And it is an action RPG, and it's going to be really hard.
I bet. I fucking bet.
Non-linear story campaign, upgrade trees, and its own twist on the genre, shells. Shells are the lost remains of defeated warriors who you can take control of to switch up your playstyle. Different enemies have different skills and weapons, so shells can come in handy when you defeat powerful foes, for example. Little else is known about the feature at present, but it certainly sounds intriguing, and then you get the trailer. You can possibly play as bosses, is what I'm getting from that description. Kill Artorias, become Artorias.
Oh, you wish. You fucking wish. There's no way it's going to be that cool.
I mean, at certain points in the trailer, you see what looks like a ghostly spirit kind of apparition come out of the player and go into something else. So it looks like that's your body switch mechanic, But you definitely also see some big-ass melee charge-ups. You see a moment where I want to describe it as, the exact charge and click of amplified, a distorted... No, what's it called again? With the charge blade in Monster Hunter, where you do the big axe swing.
Oh, Ultra Burst, I think.
No, that's not it. Amplified elemental discharge.
You thinking of the super gigantic one?
Super gigantic one.
Super altered. Super amped elemental discharge.
Super amped elemental discharge. Yeah, that's exactly.
I probably never called it that once. I probably just called it Ultra Burst.
Okay, well
I might have invented that term myself.
So there's a moment where you see the character lean back with a spear and kind of have a little click with that, and then jerk it forward. There's another moment where you see someone kind of lean with the sword in a kind of parry-ish position. So we're seeing some mechanics right off the bat. Lighting is fucking glorious in this thing.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Really, really pretty lighting. And for a 1 minute, or for a rather 147-minute long trailer, they're showing off a ton of environments, a ton of monsters, and a ton of boss fights. In fact, it appears to be almost mostly one-on-ones. You know? So, unless they're showing off the whole game, this is going to feature quite a bit. But every fight seemed to be a one-on-one in this so far, and that is probably the most exciting thing to me.
I want to see more because there's been some games that have come out and they're like, it's like Souls, and you're like, right. Yeah. This one looks promising, but it needs a little bit more,
And of course, there's always Grim on the horizon.
What's that?
George R.R. Martin and FromSoft working on Elden Ring.
Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
You're in the phase where it's not real yet.
That's been years. Show it off.
I wonder if
I'm kind of convinced he forgot how to write at all.
Hey, he just came out and said this isolation is actually helping him work in Westeros more than ever.
It better.
So, could you imagine if he fucking caught it, bro?
Start writing now.
Start writing now.
Now. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, L Blaze.
Thanks, Blaze.
Yeah.
Yep.
We got Signalis. We got Mortal Shell. We got PlatinumGames has a 5th announcement coming to the Platinum 4 announcement.
Because that 4th one wasn't the real 4th one. Ah.
Well, the 4th one wasn't really an announcement. It was just they're opening a Tokyo office, which is cool. That means you don't have to go as far to stock them. You don't have to get all the way to Osaka, to the Shin Umeda building, to possibly the 14th floor, maybe? I don't remember. It's in there. Yes, you don't have to go that far. You can simply find your way to Tokyo. You know? Rent is high, so they got to make money. They got to sell big games.
One day. Fucking one day they will.
5th announcement coming at some point. We will see. We will find out. Also, out of the blue, Indivisible is getting a pretty big update that is adding New Game Plus and Couch Co-op.
Oh.
So, free update going to drop. In fact, it already dropped this week. Excuse me, on April 2nd. New Game Plus, replay with everything you've completed from the start with access to new areas and abilities, plus the hair change based on where that game goes. And then also, you can grab 3 controllers and run around with Ajna and 3 other party members on the overworld and in fights effectively, and play it as like a 4-player co-op juggling kind of fight.
That's a pretty cool feature.
Yeah. It reminds me a little bit of like the multiplayer that they add to like Tales games.
Mm-hmm.
So like Symphonia, for example, where, you know, you're still playing Symphonia, but if you plug in a couple extra controllers, some people can just sit down and combo some shit with you. It's kind of like that. It's cool. I dig it.
Yeah. Even games like Indivisible can be fun with friends.
And mandatory shade. And
it is mandatory.
And then there's this one, which you definitely probably haven't seen, but I'm going to throw it your way anyway, because
all right.
This is from the Woolie. This is definitely from the Woolie school of like, never mind the graphics, just the concept is this is 100% a game I'd fucking make if I could. This game is called Fly Punch Boom.
Okay, off we go. Let's take a look.
Fly Punch Boom is everything you've seen in your favorite anime fights. Fly fast, smash your friends so hard that whole planets break in half, ram skyscrapers, whales, and asteroids. It's the wildest anime fight. Fly Punch Boom is basically 2 super powered, like Kaioken level motherfuckers flying at each. It's fucking Superman versus what's his name in the fucking Zack in the Snyderverse?
Doomsday.
Not even Doomsday. Dude there. Zod. Right? Flying at each other, and then you play a couple of mini games to like hit each other and go flying into buildings and debris and all kinds of nonsense. Or before you fly and punch the opponent, you kick a building to the other person. Now here's the thing: the sprites look super goofy, like complete meme face nonsense. Completely.
Yup.
The momentum displayed and the things you kind of fly into and crack through and whatnot, I'm very interested to seeing how this looks, because it's basically like, you take that kind of like shit 2000s flash game vibe, but you kind of add you know how Zhao Zhao was like stick fighting, but is like cool even though it was dumb.
this might be the first game in a long time that I would say to myself, this game looks pretty good, and this game looks fucking terrible.
Yeah,
and you mean both of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah. Totally. I
like
know
the
exactly what you
concept
mean.
is super cool and it looks tons of fun, but it looks terrible.
I wish it didn't look the way it looked, but the flow of it is rad.
Oh, it's a Nidhogg too.
It's Nidhogg, yeah, totally a Nidhogg too.
Yeah.
The flow of it looks super duper cool. They're going with 9 gag faces.
Oh man.
On some of these characters.
This looks like fucking garbage. Looks fun though.
But then they clash together, and you kick the guy into space, and you crack through the moon, and there's a planet crack that is straight out of Megaton Punch in Kirby Superstar. Like you punch the planet and crack it in half. Like that's a full on Kirby moment. So I'm curious. I want to see it. I'm gonna check it out. Fly Punch Boom, But yeah, it's simultaneously rad, but also that fucking goofy ass art style. You can't unsee it. It would be incredible if well, anyway, we get it. Yeah, if it was just like, imagine a different art style. Pick one.
Almost any other art style.
Like I was gonna say, like imagine like Blasphemous or something, but it's like no, just pick anything. Pick anything.
Like, do you remember when Dust and Elysian Tale came out?
Yeah.
And it was like, oh man, this animation is so good, and these characters are so ugly. Wow. That game's really good too. It's like, man, bummer.
A little bit of Dragon Ball happening in some of these moments here. So yeah, there's that. I want to just point out the shout outs to Today I Learned for pointing something out that I didn't fucking know, and I don't know if you knew this. Castlevania 1. Today I learned in 1986, all game designers working for Konami were forbidden to attach their actual name to any project.
Yeah.
They all had to create pseudonyms and weird tags, basically, so that they could not be credited and thus not poached by any other developer at the time. So when you look at
that's why they all have like goofy monster movie names at the end of the
Bram Stoker and so on. So when you Christopher B. When you look at the credits of Castlevania 1, they're all wacky names, and I obviously didn't know this. Yeah, it was straight up to not allow any other studios to poach their devs.
Oh, totally. Konami's evil as shit.
So workers then tried to put in hints about their names in some of the pseudonyms they chose. Some people tried to like get the point across apparently, but yeah. Fucking Konami literally was like, no one gets credit. No one made this video game from the jump. From day one on Konami. Like, does anyone know who directed Konami Castlevania 1? Like, is it actually still a mystery? This is kind of insane.
It probably is.
Apparently, it wasn't just Konami either.
A lot of them did that.
This is wild. I had no idea.
Remember, there were Japanese companies that would like actively destroy everything after a game shipped.
Yes,
they were worried that Nintendo would steal their secret.
Yes.
Shit like that.
Right.
Like literally, like fucking feeding design documents and gold masters into shredders.
I mean,
fucking crazy.
It's either that or like it's a Neo Geo or the SNK. It's like, yeah, we lost the builds. We just lost them. They're gone.
How'd you lose them?
They were in a place, and the boxes are gone. And then I think it was when they moved to Asaka. I think when they moved to Asaka or from Asaka, that like the boxes didn't come with them, and they just
I think the greatest tragedy of this type of story ever is that there is a PC port for Windows 95 or maybe 98 of Panzer Dragoon Saga that was developed exclusively for GameFly that was completely done and never got final official clearance for release and existed for years as a single CD in some guy's desk and then got lost when GameFly went out of business.
Fuck. Yeah. That's hardly the first of those. Of course, I talk every now and then about the Hotel Super Nintendo that had exclusive games developed for it, including one Radical Dreamers, the half-an-hour precursor to Chrono Trigger.
Oh man.
Okay.
And then they realized that nobody ever played that shit, so they had to fucking retcon a bunch of bullshit in a Chrono Cross.
You didn't
GameFly
stay
still
in
around? Well, whatever. That shit's gone.
You didn't stay in a Japanese hotel and and play Radical Dreamers? What are you, some kind of fake fan? Look at these secondaries here. Look at these secondaries, not sleeping in Japanese hotels.
I've slept in a Japanese hotel, but it was in like 2015 or 2016. A little past the time.
Was it an Airbnb or a hotel?
It's a hotel.
Oh, okay, well, then the console wasn't there, so go fuck yourself.
No, yeah. Why would you even ask when you knew that's what you were going to say?
Fucking secondary.
What? I'm not even a secondary for the Chrono series. I like one of them. Is it even a series?
Legally? No. Legally, it is not a series.
Like,
if you want to get down to it. Legally,
complicated.
Legally, it is not a series. In any other context of the word, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a franchise. There was that.
Sure ain't.
There was that OVA too, featuring all the little monsters.
Oh, Gato with the silver points.
Yes,
that's right.
Yeah.
Beat me up.
Do the ports count? Unfortunately, they don't. Those are all the same game.
Yeah. The DS one has a extra bit that ruins the story.
In any case,
that's super in it.
This is one of those things where it's yeah, not really up for debate. That's a hard confirm.
Woolie, was the game that Min got mad at you over called Hidden in Plain Sight?
No, but I did play that last week.
Okay, because that just came up 6 minutes ago, and I'm like, were you abusing that man's color blindness again?
No. It's not that one.
Oh no, this is the one you talked about before. Yeah, now I remember this one.
Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. We got live corrections. It wasn't on the hotels. It was Sat-to-Love View. It was an add-on.
That's even stupid.
And it was for Chrono Cross. There we go. Thank you for the corrections. That's what it was. Oh, and looks like if you go to the Wikipedia article for Castlevania, then the correct people are in fact credited. So
wow,
that's nice.
When Nerd did that, I don't think it was known at the time. Because AVGN in his Castlevania episode talked about the fact that the credits were all fucked up.
Right. Yes. So yeah, no, we played Screen Sheet, and there's colors to the areas that you are in.
God, I knew it. I fucking knew it.
But if you watch the video, you will see that there is an option called colorblind mode. And when you turn it on, it adds unique textures to every area. Therefore...
Did you use that mode?
Yes, we did.
How would you... What? How are you going to abuse his colorblindness like that?
He said it himself that it had nothing to do with his eyesight and everything to do with just him. Like, he literally in the middle of the game goes, I'm going to use this as my excuse, even though it's totally me. Anyway, and the last bit here, and of course the juiciest bit here, is how many of you out there bought yourself a copy of Cooking Mama Cookstar? Don't lie, you didn't buy it. No one did.
Nope.
Well,
you couldn't. Most people.
This story got pretty wild pretty quickly.
It got bunked, then it got debunked,
and then rebunked. It got rebunked. Which is a word I like. I'm a big fan of rebunked. That's solid. I don't think I've ever seen that used in a context, and I'm a fan of it. So Cooking Mama Cookstar. Now, I guess the timeline to take it from the origin point was, the first thing I saw about it was a post where someone in Discord basically went, everyone, this is urgent. If you own Cooking Mama Cookstar, uninstall it immediately. It's using your system, your Switch, to mine cryptocurrency and potentially handing your personal info and credit information to Cybershroom for the heads up. Credit to Cybershroom for the heads up. The company that published it is owned by surviving Koch brother. The actual owners of Cooking Mama don't know shit about it. The press release describes it as having a blockchain-based DRM. The headquarters of the publisher is house in Connecticut. If you get your hands on it, it won't launch unless you're online. Switch network traffic skyrockets, battery life craters, and the thing overheats in about half an hour. Now, this was the original random post from some people on a Discord that got screenshotted.
And everyone went, what?
But
wait, it's just a random guy on Discord.
Sounded pretty scary. So, what happened next was the game itself got delisted from the Nintendo.
Very quick.
From the eShop. So, it was like, what the shit is going on with this game? Right? So, a bunch of people tried to figure out what was happening here. And it seems that it's like, no, it actually does use the battery life like pretty
crazy.
Fucking wildly, like way more than any other game. But you can buy a physical copy of the game, and you can play that physical copy without being connected to the internet. So yeah, this it got reported by IGN. It ran up on the front page everywhere, and basically, from what we can see, they wanted it got pulled, and then afterwards there was a huge speculation based on the fact that it killed the battery life that quickly. And I think someone basically looked at the game code and thought that they saw something mentioning blockchain technology being involved, and suspecting that cryptocurrency mining was basically what was taking place. They then reached out to the developer, who replied and said, as the developers, we can say with certainty that there's no cryptocurrency or data collection or blockchain or anything else shady in the code. The Nintendo Switch is a very safe platform with none of the data privacy issues associated with some of the mobile and PC games. This is a release from February 2019, and we presume hypothetical, like most releases about blockchain are. Blockchain was never brought up to us developers, and we were entertained to hear about in late 2019, not happening anytime soon. Followed up with data miner reports suggesting that the offending code was removed prior to launch, could be the root cause for the game being pulled from sale. So, couple of different people investigated independently and were able to see that, like,
there's some suspicious holes in the code.
Effectively.
Plucky.
Cooking Mama is a big topic today. We need to look at it from all angles. From reverse engineering, it's been found that there's no crypto mining in the game. However, battery does drain fast due to shoddy removal of said code. It seems like there's nothing relating to crypto miner or blockchain stuff anywhere in the code. And then we worked with a user who has a physical copy and can confirm that the game works offline. It works without a linked user account. It works on a formatted console, and currency and blockchain appear to be removed.
What about the music?
Well, now someone else looked in and saw that it uses music that was ripped from YouTube. Looking at the track list, they were able to see 3 files that were listed as YouTube rips.
They're literally Cooking Mama 5 background music 1 YouTube rip.
Which, you know, here again. I'm just gonna put my fucking my test floor hat on and say, can you guys send us the assets, please? Yeah, sure, we'll get on it. Can you send me the assets, please? What? Yeah, sure, we'll get on it. Can you send me the fuck it? We did just click, 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 click. Never mind, we got it. Right? When you get a third party studio involved and you're not handing them over everything they need, fuck it. Download and rip from YouTube. So then this all, of course, leads to what appears to be another statement that I guess is currently where this is at. And it's my pleasure to quote some guy on Twitter.
Yeah.
Some guy on Twitter says...
my favorite news source.
For everyone saying Cooking Mama is mining Bitcoin, it is untrue and entirely false. It's harmful to something positive for gaming. The people who want to sink Cooking Mama want to make money from you. Let me, a computer scientist, explain about understanding blockchain. The DRM blockchain. Blockchain is not cryptocurrency. It's a theory of transparent stock management. Used by Cooking Mama, coming home to Mama is a positive thing for gaming. It manages digital and physical IDs so they can be resold by the consumer. It allows used digital games. Furthermore, the variable ID system will allow them to provide subtle variation in gameplay so that everyone's experience is different, and that's cool and very good. People saying it's mining Bitcoin are based on absurd conjecture.
That is cool and very good. You're right.
And hearing it's blockchain, so it's mining Bitcoin. Okay, this goes on for a while.
Yeah, article that I got was just pulled up in the past 2 hours, which appears to be that the publisher and the developer, the publisher and the IP holder are in disagreement over the game being a total piece of shit.
Do tell.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get it cooking. 2 hours ago, from Nintendo Life, Cooking Mama Cookstar pulled over a legal dispute and not between cryptocurrency mining, claims dev. It's a legal battle between the publisher and IP holder.
Well, shit. There you go.
Statement was There's a legal battle between the publisher Planet Entertainment and the IP holder Office Create. Planet Entertainment released the game against a request by Office Create to keep polishing the game, or perhaps even canceling it. At one point, the Japanese official Create clients came to oversee development. An argument started, and the clients were told to go home if they weren't being constructive. Once they found out the Planet Entertainment released the game, they used their Nintendo contacts to pull it from the eShop and stop production of cartridges. Overall, everyone at 1P loves the Cooking Mama franchise and did their best to make the best product considering the interference from higher-ups. I think the game is far from perfect, but would have been done fine without the publisher stumbling so constantly. So they sent people over there and went, yo, this is a piece of fucking shit. Don't release this. And they were like, nah, we're going to release it.
Not the first time. Not the first time that... someone licensed something out and then got something back and went, we can't put this out.
Yeah, usually those games just die. It's very rare that they get released and then they go, no, this one was supposed to die.
I'm also shocked at the Cooking Mama IP holders kind of making a decision that was like, nah, the integrity of Cooking Mama, though.
Yeah, well.
Instead of just letting there be a stinker, because usually it's just easier to collect what little you can, and anyone
you have to be, if you can't trust Cooking Mama,
who can you trust?
You know,
PETA, that's who.
Oh yes, I see.
Let's take some letters.
I hope Joe gets better enough that we can get another 10 episodes of Tiger King.
I did laugh at the Joe Exotic teams up with PETA arc.
Oh, that was a wild arc.
Because that was basically Goku and Frieza teaming up to take down Jiren.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, come on, guys. Come on. Shit is wild.
That was a crazy one.
Let's take some emails.
You motherfucker. I knew it. I fucking knew it. I as soon as you fucking mentioned kick punch, what the fuck, fly punch boom, I'm like, this motherfucker's gonna skip over the fucking FF7 and Last of Us news. He's just gonna skip it. He's gonna skip over the Randy Pitchford shit.
Last of Us delayed indefinitely or until further notice. FF7, what happened?
They just decided to ship it.
Didn't the Europe thing, didn't we talk about that? That Europe was getting it first?
Was that last week?
Yeah. We talked about FF7 coming out early in Europe. And then they put out the tweet, and then I read the tweet.
Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Damn it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Last of Us actually just got pulled from the PlayStation Store, apparently. Damn. That's weird.
Delayed indefinitely was what I heard.
Yeah. The Randy thing is new, though.
Right. So Gearbox has a... Here's what I got from the story. Gearbox has a profit share system where employees make 40% of what a game makes, and the company makes 60%. And they basically split that across bonuses they receive every few months. And for Borderlands 2, they were it was successful enough that people made gigantic bonuses and were able to buy a house. And with what they got, and it was a very like good thing for the team. And so Borderlands 3 was supposed to be the same thing, as they're a private company. And what happened was they had to borrow more money for production against the game. So as a result of those creditors needing to be paid back, Randy announced that they would be getting much less on their bonuses this time around compared to last time, because those loans had to be paid back. And he also took a $12 million bonus himself out of the company 60% and not the employee 40%.
So there's all sorts of fun little pieces to that, which is like the game actually did really well. Borderlands 3 did better than Borderlands. It did really, really well. The only reason those people aren't getting those bonuses is because costs were higher, which isn't usually the part of a profit share, right? It's a profit share, right? But on top of that, like Randy just dipping in and getting his monies again. Just come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Just give me my monies.
That's the point that the story gets. Like, I mean, if it is a profit share, as you said, right? It is certainly kind of fucked and you know, not the way you should be going about business if you're gonna like put an extra stipulation on top of that 40%, because that's not contractually agreed to. Well, you know what? I don't know what is contractually agreed to, quite frankly. I should say.
Honestly, he's the CEO of a private company. He might as well be the fucking king of that thing.
Sure. But on the premise of understanding what is stated, if we think what we were getting here is correct information, you know, and I think they put out a statement, right? Like, if you can pull that up, grab that.
Oh, hold on a second.
But they, the part where, you know, that the expectations of what the bonuses are going to be changed.
I know what the statement was. If you don't like it, quit. That was his actual statement.
Let's grab that. Yeah, that's but like the fact that you're like, and the cherry on top at the end of it is that like he went and grabbed his own personal bonus, from the company percent, not the 40%. It's still just like, so you're gonna be safe, but everyone else has to eat it. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a great.
Randy Bad Man.
Not a great.
Randy Bad. That's right.
Okay, so let me see if I can get it here, just to be on the level.
Randy is a Persona 5 villain. He's actually really similar to a specific Persona 5 villain.
If he took it from the employee 40, that would be the Persona level. That would be the fucking. But he has got a palace either way. He's got a palace either way. But if he took it from that 40, it would have been wild.
Yeah.
Because that's like out of your pocket. But either way. Right. So here we go. Yahoo Finance. 6 anonymous sources reporting the story. The draw of Gearbox is the profit sharing.
Yeah, the part we left out was that they get paid way lower wages than
as a result of. Sorry, go ahead.
So the way lower way lower wages as a result of the profit share. So what happened is Randy goes into the office and goes, "Oh man, you guys are gonna get such big money when the project ships. Oh, big money! We got that epic money. Oh, we're doing so well." And then when it times
lower,
to come,
so thus the wages are lower than standard, so that the bonuses. Yeah. Right.
And then the time for the checks come out. And people look at their checks and they go, "What the fuck is this?" He goes, "Oh yeah, cost overrun." Well, yeah.
His palace would be a magic show. Holy fuck, that's so on point.
That's really good. That's perfect.
That's insanely on point. Good job, Dash. So here we go. In the most recent pay period, Gearbox talent enjoyed news that Borderlands 3, having earned revenue exceeding the largest investment ever made by the company into a single video game, has officially become a profitable video game, and the talented Gearbox that participates in the royalty bonus system has now earned their first royalty bonus on that profit. Additionally, a forecast update was given to the talent that Gearbox that it participates in the royalty bonus to set expectations for the coming quarters. Gearbox is a private company that does not issue forward-looking statements to the public, but we do practice transparency within our own family. Okay.
Oh, that's such.
So it just says the first bonus went out, and we told them what to expect, but that what to expect is not public.
Yeah, Randy's a thief, allegedly. Not just content to steal, allegedly, Sega's money.
What's up?
No, that's it. He performs the magic trick, and then your money's gone.
Okay. I mean, that you just, you started that out like you had stuff to say there.
I'll be honest, I'm kind of tired.
Okay. Poochie, you look like you have something to say. Do you?
I have to go back to my home stream.
If you've got letters, you can send them to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. What do we got this week, man?
A really, really long podcast.
Yeah. Tired of what? Dude, I've been up since 5:30 this morning.
Okay, we got one coming in. Robbie says, "Hey there, North neighbors. Brendan. I was watching Interspecies Reviewers after hearing Pat talk about it, and around episode 4 or 5, there's a message at the top left at the end of the opening song. It seems the creators weren't all too happy with Funimation and the other companies that took their show off the streaming platforms. The message reads, 'Eat fucking shit, Funimation, Amazon, Tokyo MX, and other lame fan subgroups.' Just thought this was hilarious to see." That doesn't sound
pretty
real.
Funny, actually. That's really fucking hilarious.
That doesn't sound real. Is that real?
I don't care. I hope it's real.
Proof needed. Source.
I don't care. I'm going to live my life as if it were real now.
Source.
I believe it.
Please.
I'm narrowing this.
Citation needed.
Brandon. The citation's right in your hands in that email.
That sounds like a fan subber's work, not officially. Pro tip for Woolie: when you get around to watching the CGI Clone Wars series, be sure to watch the episodes in chronological order. It's not as bad as Beyond Two Souls, but every little bit helps. Yes, I've been hearing the debate ravaging back and forth between people saying just watch it in release order and just watching it in chronological. I'm
a big fan of release order every day, personally.
Same here. You guys can fight it out and make a decision on that, on which you think is best. But personally, I'd rather watch and or play things in the order that they came out in real life, and then I can piece it back together myself. It feels like whatever you get by changing the order around, like you're not getting things the way they were made. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of fucking with that. Which is why whenever that question comes up of where do I, you just kind of go like, well, in most cases, you start at the beginning. We got one coming in from Sphincter Spelunker says, Dear Ultimate...
Oh, Sphincter, hey, man.
Dear Ultimately at the end of the day, Woolie, and formally egregious, do you know what we should do, Pat? Pat was recently talking about some Japanese assholes, comedians or something, and it reminded me of a story of Yuri Lowenthal on the Achievement Hunter podcast. So Yuri was in charge of taking photos, and a few Japanese comedians with a chimpanzee for something, but you see, the chimp was wearing a karate gi, and the comedians had a brilliant idea of trying to get the karate chimp to be more lively by slamming the ground, beating their chest, and yelling. It didn't like that. While the comedians were trying to draw aggro, the chimp decided to take care of ads first by grabbing some spare camera equipment, checking it all around the room, and a camera hit Yuri, knocked him out cold. Needless to say, he was fine later, as he's still alive. I don't really have a question, just wanted to share that. Keep on keeping on.
Yeah, I was talking about Gaki no Sakai in Downtown. And that sounds like Gaki no Sakai in Downtown. That sounds like the kind of stupid shit they would actually get into.
Anytime you see
that new karate. Yeah.
Did you see the clip? It lasted like 1 second in the first episode in the intro montage of Tiger King, where they show you him driving with a fucking convertible and a lion in the front seat on a highway, and you're just like, okay, so by God's grace, the lion didn't jump out and murder somebody. Got it.
Yes, that's right. They're just big cats, Woolie.
Yeah, every time I see those, like, here's a cute little family hanging out with a monkey and, like, dressing it up and, like, feeding it and, like, oh, now the monkey got high. And, every time you see that, you just think of the lady with no face. Yeah. Just think of that lady and go, cool.
And you think about how happy your life was before you learned of the term degloved.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, so you had forgotten.
My God.
You had forgotten.
I mean, it was enough when I heard about the fucking, like, the fact that they aim for the balls.
Oh, I didn't know that one. That one's new to me.
They're either chimps or I forget which. I think it's chimps will aim for your balls and dick to specifically castrate you.
No. It's not. Well, maybe there's a different animal that has, like, camels. Camels have teeth specifically for ripping nuts.
Okay.
They have, like, hook nut ripper balls. I mean, teeth. Fuck.
But, I mean, are you really going to let it get all the way down there?
Hopefully not.
Okay. Well, anyway, lady lost her face, had to get a fucking transplant. Why you fucking around with a monkey in your house? All right, so Rudy says, I had a thought the other day about why sports haven't changed in forever. Even Super Nintendo and possibly even before that, football games were the same thing we have now except for graphics and subsystems. But what if specifically football games were played in the first person and had classes like defensive back or running back? Use the successful nature of team-based shooters like Overwatch to jazz up football. We have all the tech to do 30-player online games. I think it'd be a cool idea to make football games better. What are your thoughts? Maybe you have some ideas.
I think that would be fascinating.
We've done this many times. We've talked about how a wrestling game should not be about wrestling, but should be about how to sell and how to get over with the crowd. Sports games that are not actually about playing sports as the gameplay mechanic are the best untapped idea ever. And 100%. There needs to be more sports games that actually are different genres of games. It's sad that they don't exist. I wish I could like make an Ice Shield 21 game where you're kind of RPGing it, or you're doing something that's not just the action of playing the sport. It'd be so interesting. It'd be super fun.
Yeah, the sports games, most of them act as if you are controlling the action as a spectator. Yeah. But it's like the driving games are like one of the only ones that actually do what we're talking about. It's like you're supposed to feel like the driver.
Shout outs to Championship Manager. As fucking awful and boring as it was, and as many years of my life as I lost to having to test it.
Yeah, British people are crazy. Yeah,
It exists as a sports game alternative viewpoint game. Alternative viewpoint sports game that is like you can play or you can manage the team. So yeah, they do it. They did do it. And lastly, one coming in from Texas Pun here saying that, howdy Chewy and Fuckface. I was able to ask KG Inafune a question at the panel a while back. I was directly responsible for making them start working on Red Ash because of it, making them divert time from making Mighty Number 9. It was because of my selfish desire for more Mega Man Legends. I'm so sorry, everyone. I regret everything. Here's video proof.
Oh my God.
And then he sends a video. And it is a video of him at a convention asking if we would ever see Beck and Call in a Mega Man Legends style game. And then the translator says it, and then Inafune goes, oh, well, I would love to see them possibly return in other ways. And then he does he asked the audience, if I were to create a Kickstarter for a Mega Man Legends style game with Beck and Call, would you back it? And the room erupts in applause. So, he's not coming out of nowhere with this email. Also, side note from the last podcast, the longest run numbered series, Beatmania 2DX, 2 Deluxe, is currently on its 27th version, 2DX 27. Oh yeah, that's true. I actually played that. I played some Beatmania this week and had a good time with it on my fucking arcade, as well as a cool ass like SNK game where you fucking play as a knight from the camera behind it. It's pretty cool. Anyway, this guy is apparently responsible for Red Ash, and he's apologizing for it.
God damn it!
What decisions, actions came from selfish reasons do you look back on and regret?
Nothing I care to mention here.
Fair enough.
You know what? No, I have one. I wish I had more thoroughly tested my headphones and microphone setup that time that I was on German Spy's Pillars of Eternity stream, so that I didn't actually take a microphone into the bathroom with me and then went pee on stream.
You peed on stream?
Yep. On German Spy's stream, specifically.
God damn. Wow.
I was like, how could you guys hear me pee? And Plague and German Spy were like, it was like we were in there with you. And I realized I was using the microphone on my fucking headphones instead of the one on the fucking desk in front of the TV. And I was like, oh my God.
Hot mic, hot piss. Hot
That's
piss
right.
for a hot mic.
That's correct. The whole thing was very upsetting. I was extraordinarily embarrassed.
It would. I guess I got an answer for that, but it's kind of just a bummer and real. What do you regret? Well, I regret not spending more time with my sister before I lost her. And that's
that is fairly depressing.
That's the real answer. That's the number one. Doesn't get much more higher priority to me than that.
I wish I had spent less time with my brother before he eventually dies, I guess. Like, just go back in time and get that to an absolute minimum.
Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do, right? Similar.
I can. You know what? I can make sure that I make my use of my time wisely and try and drive that fraction down as close to zero over time.
You can. In fact, you could actively attempt to sabotage his quarantine efforts if you really wanted to.
How would I do that? Wouldn't I have to know where he lives to do that?
Yes, and then start slowly removing the walls.
I don't think anybody ever has had to help my brother make a bad decision. I'm not too worried about it.
All right. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. I think that's more than enough podcast for everybody. You fucking gluttons. Eat up, piggies.
You're the one shoveling it out to them.
Oink. Fucking oink. Clear the trough.
You have a good week, everybody.
Goodbye.